baby. We made it. We made it, Shasky and Spinoni. You love it? It's Friday. It's Friday. It's a payday Friday on the Morning Roast / Frisco Friday. As we say good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? If you're getting ready for work or on the roadways, please drive safely. All the firemen, teachers, cops, parents who are doing the damn thing. We want to do a special shameless shout-outs today. We want to give people love, man. People need love. Let's give everybody some love. It's shameless shout-out 7:45. We also have the streets of San Francisco coming back at 6:50. Shasky's going to break down the streets of San Francisco. I can't wait for this one. I've been waiting on this for a few months now.
It's a throwback today.
I have a new segment idea for you as well because your local hip-hop knowledge is so deep, has so much depth to it. I think in the future we need to quiz Shasky on Bay Area hip-hop songs when we're going to play the instrumental, which would be hard to do, and we have Shasky guess that song. So that's a new segment idea I got. I want to highlight Shasky's vast knowledge of Bay Area hip-hop.
What is it? What's that? Isn't there an app where you could play the music and then it knows exactly what the song is?
Shazam.
Shazam. So Shasky's Shazam?
Shasky's Shazam. Look
like
at you.
See, this is why I get paid the big bucks.
Look at you.
I'm the creative mind behind this show.
Yeah, sure. What I love to do is Shazam every show, like Snowfall, for example. Snowfall has so many dope beats playing. And by the way, the last Snowfall episode, did you watch it?
Nope.
Unbelievable.
I did Mandalorian last night. I finished The Servant on Apple Plus, so that's done. And it was.
All right, my bad, Jedi. We got to. People love when I shout out to strippers because they're employees too and they work and it's hard to get $1 right now. It's cold out there in these streets.
Trying to make $1 out of 15 cents.
So shout out to the strippers and all the strip club owners and everything out there. Dub Nation, Niner Empire, Niner Bob is what we're calling it.
Oh.
Chopped cheese. How about chopped cheese? Highlighted in the Chronicle.
I saw that.
Wow, I just saw that.
And a catalytic converter story about people that, this is my favorite. Okay, this couple, I don't know if you saw this, but this couple moved to San Francisco. They're not from San Francisco, which is fine. They moved to San Francisco, and then Bonte, where do you think they went during COVID?
Where did they go?
Oh, they left the area. They went to Florida. And then after a couple of years in Florida, they said, we want to come back to San Francisco. And then they came back to San Francisco, and what happened?
What happened?
Their car got its catalytic converter stolen.
Oh, my gosh.
So the car got stuck on the street for however many weeks or whatever. They got a bunch of tickets, and now they're done with San Francisco.
Unbelievable.
You were done with San Francisco. If you tucked tail and ran during the middle of COVID, you were done right then and there.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. Shout out to all the San Francisco local 38 plumbers, 415.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, shout out to the plumbers out there.
That's my family, the Mazzolas.
Yeah, there you go.
Shaskys,
going
go. Way back.
San Jose Jazz fan, Princeton over Arizona, Furman over UVA. You know what? I don't watch a lot of college basketball no more, and I know how you feel about college basketball, but watching March Madness makes me smile.
Oh, does it?
Kids playing for the purity of the game. Just going out there and balling.
Wait, time out.
Purity of the game.
The purity of the game?
Purity of the game.
Meanwhile, we before we even got to NILs, we had Adidas scandals and Nike scandals.
That's fine, but these
and
kids...
Patino banging his assistant coach's wife.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with the encore product. These kids are playing their asses off in March Madness.
Of course they
Single
are.
elimination, and it's a lot of fun. You can go ahead and look at the other stuff off the floor. That's fine. A lot of people can't ignore that stuff. I look at just the ball and these kids playing hard from small schools like Furman, like Princeton. It's a lot of fun. March Madness is a lot of fun, man.
I agree. But don't file it under the purity of the game. Like we've kind of exposed college sports.
Yeah,
we've exposed college sports for what it is. It's a huge Ponzi scheme for business. Like that's what it is. I love the athleticism part, but purity of the game to me is just fake.
Yeah, well,
but I hear you on all the other stuff.
Yeah. I like these kids are just playing hard. By the way, Virginia kid, what are you doing throwing that pass? What are you doing? Sam Darnold, you saw him yesterday come to 49-49. Marie P. Barlow way to sign his contract alongside Javon Hargrave, Isaiah Oliver from the Atlanta Falcons, who's going to compete for the nickelback spot. He's a physical dude. Of course, he got his one interception against Jimmy Garoppolo, but that was at the end of the half. I wouldn't make a big deal about that. So seeing Sam Darnold say, hey, all I care about is winning. Did you see this quote? I think they were asking him about his focus, right? He's like, look, I'm focused on doing whatever I can to help this team win games, whatever role Shanahan has for him in 2023. I think those are all things that, with the good quarterback room, as long as we stick together and we understand that we just got to work hard and put our best foot forward for each other, everything's going to work out. And I think at the end of the day, as long as we're winning games, That's the only thing that matters to me. As I continue to get to know Trey and Brock and talking to people around the building about those guys, it seems to me that all they care about is winning as well. And obviously, as a competitor, you want to play, but at the end of the day, you got to do what's right for the team. You leave those decisions to Kyle Shanahan, and we know that he's going to put the best guy out there and do the right thing. We just need to go out there and win, win, win. So I like those quotes. I like that quote from Sam Darnold. So a lot going on in the sports world, Chasky, here on the Frisco Friday.
I know, and I was joking around with Spadoni. I was saying, tonight you got Puerto Rico, Mexico.
It's a big game.
Stroman versus Urias.
Not bad.
I'm excited for that.
Let me ask you. So there's quotes, and Ludman brought this up yesterday, that a lot of these players care more about the World Baseball Classic than they do about winning the World Series.
Doesn't surprise me. If you're from one of these smaller countries, like for example, how many people you think live in Puerto Rico?
Not a lot.
3 million. That's what I'm seeing right here.
That's not
3 million people.
It's more in the Bay Area alone.
I mean, it's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah,
San Francisco alone has like 900,000. So the way I'm looking at this is like, let's say you're from Puerto Rico, right? And the civic pride that you've got, or the national pride that you're getting from playing in these things, like how can that be superseded by you winning a World Series with the Tampa Bay Rays? I'm just using an example, the Tampa Bay Rays or something like that. Like, that's the highest honor for your country. You would go back to your country and you'd be a hero, an absolute hero. So I kind of understand it. Like, I know Paul Gasol has kind of referenced this, but like, when he won Olympic medals, he was like, yo, those Olympic medals meant more to me as a returning champion, a returning hero, than winning the NBA Finals stuff, at least in my small hometown.
Right, which is wild, right?
It is.
It's wild, and it is catching up steam. It's catching steam around the world. Like, Japan is all about the World Baseball Classic. Dominican Republic, all about the World Baseball Classic. Will it catch that type of steam in the United States?
I don't think so, because it's the same thing with the NBA. Like, I like watching the Olympic basketball. I find it to be awesome. Like, I really do, because it gives me an opportunity to root for all these guys on teams that I otherwise wouldn't root for, right? Mm-hmm. That's why I've always loved the Olympic teams. But I'll be honest with you, I don't watch it with the same fervor that I watch a Warriors playoff game with.
Right.
Do you?
No, I don't.
There's not that attachment. Also, it's not the highest honor in our society.
Right.
In terms of my basketball society, like, the NBA Finals is the highest honor.
It is.
Right?
No doubt.
Now, but if I was
baseball, it's the World Series, right? That's the highest honor. You want to see the Fall Classic.
I'll say, when I was in my backyard, and it was 3-2 count, bases loaded, Game 7 of the World Series, not the final play-in game of pool play of WBC.
No doubt.
And that's not a knock. It's just how I grew up.
Yeah, no, and you know what? We all try to reenact Kirby Puckett in Game 6, still in the baseball there in the Minnesota Metrodome.
Joe Carter
against the Atlanta Braves. Joe Carter against the Philadelphia Phillies. Game 6, hitting that home run off of Mitch Williams. Yeah, Carlton Fisk. Hey, stay fair.
Yeah.
And of course the Reds beat them in 7 games, but that's one of the more iconic Game 6s. So, look, I get it. It is fun. When I watched the World Baseball Classic, I was watching Mexico against Colombia last Saturday. I was like, man, this is live.
Colombia's fun.
It was live. And to me, I was like, getting intense, sense of urgency type of baseball this early did me good. It got me ready for the baseball season. And then, for me personally, to drop off between the World Baseball Classic
and spring training
and Giants baseball is massive.
I know.
Because then I look at the World Baseball Classic, I'm like, man, this is cool. Mike Trout playing for his country, Wiki Betts, Trey Turner, you got Bobby Witt Jr., you got Kershaw in the dugout, Ken Griffey Jr. is a heady coach.
DeRosa, not really feeling him as the head coach. But keep going.
Me either. But when you get that, and then I look at what's going on with the Giants, and I'm like,
it's a drop-off.
It's a letdown.
Yeah, it's a drop-off.
And I don't know if I'm going to get that same itch to watch Giants baseball. Like, we're going to watch it. It's our jobs.
Yeah. And I'm addicted to it.
I am addicted to baseball. But Giants baseball, for me personally, as I get older, I'm like, I need a little more star power. I just need it.
I think that's fair.
I need it in baseball.
No, Bonte, I think it's totally fair. Here's the one element of the WBC trickling into Major League Baseball that I'm here for. You saw Mike Trout come out and say, like, this really means a lot. He hasn't played in a lot of postseasons. I think he only has 2 postseason appearances.
Maybe 1. They got swept, huh?
Yeah, it's something like that. Right. It's not a lot. But the style of play. And like that was my big problem with Madison Bumgarner. Madison Bumgarner came up his way, and if you celebrated, he was going to throw at you and he was going to let you know. I think a lot of these American players seeing these other dugouts and being a part of this particular event, I think there's going to be carryover. I really do. I think there's going to be carryover. And I'll tell you this right now.
One playoff run for Mike Trout.
One. So I
2014 AODS.
I said 2 and it's 1. I mean,
he got
that's crazy.
swept.
But like the way I look at it, that like the way that they're playing, the flavor that you're seeing across the board, the style of play, the intensity, the dugouts jumping out and everybody coming to home plate to meet somebody. I want to see that replicated in more ballparks. Now, look, you're not going to do that in July when it's a dog days of summer and it's 100 degrees and you're in St. Louis. Like, I understand that. But I also don't want this sterile game that we've had over the last 20 years. I want to see more of this.
Yeah,
and the kids want to see it. Like Bonte.
But you are getting it. You are getting it in dugouts like San Diego. You're getting it in dugouts like Philadelphia.
100%.
You're getting it in dugouts like the New York Mets.
Can I take you back 14 years ago? Do you remember what happened with Brian Wilson? This is going to be so off the wall.
This was 14 years ago, 2009.
Yeah. Do you remember what happened?
No.
He decided he was going to wear orange cleats.
Oh, yeah. And there was a big problem with that. He had to take the Sharpie and color black.
Think of how far we've come in baseball. Like, because when you watch the World Cup, the one thing that I think the kids all love that all play soccer is the shoes. They like seeing the different color shoes. There's gold shoes. Like, my uniform's blue on blue.
Right.
That guy's wearing neon green or whatever, or neon yellow or whatever. Like, I know we don't as adults, but the kids love that stuff. They love the flash.
And the NBA embraced that. The NBA said, you know what? You don't have to wear team-specific shoes. You can wear green neon shoes. You're seeing KD wear pink shoes.
Exactly.
There are all these different colorways that you're seeing in the NBA, and it's more appealing. Now you see kids, they'll come to the gatehouse with a blue and purple shoe or a red and white shoe or a yellow and orange shoe.
When I played high school baseball, they made us, both SH and Reardon, they made you wear all black cleats. Yeah. You had to blacken out the white swoosh around the Nike. And I remember, like, a lot of guys liked it. I didn't. I wanted mine to be, popping. I wanted to be popping.
Yeah.
When we were talking about who wore white shoes back in the day, it was the Oakland A's.
Yep.
And who else? I know there's one other team.
White shoe. Was it the Cardinals?
No.
Did they wear red?
There was one other team that used to wear the white shoes. The
all white
cleats.
Shoes, all white cleats?
Yeah.
Don't remember.
But it was the A's in particular would wear the all white cleats. And then if you wore white cleats, people were like, oh, are you an Oakland A?
Right.
You
really?
could
They
wear,
would say that?
That's back in the day. That's what people would say because you always wear the black cleats. When I see all these guys now rocking all these different colorways, it sounds stupid, but we want expression. I want to see more people showcase who they are. I want to see guys playing with flair. It's more entertaining.
And that's why I want the Giants to get some flair.
I'm with you.
That's why I've been begging for it. How do you make the Giants cool again? How do you get swagger with the Giants? And a lot of people laughed at me, but that stuff matters, man. Watching Puerto Rico go crazy over that win against the Dominican Republic. Watching Shohei bat flip in Japan and lead the Japanese baseball team to the tournament round in the WBC. That stuff matters, man. Out with the Bumgarners and that type of attitude. In with the bat flips, in with the swagger, in with the colorways. And I think the NBA has done a great job in embracing that. And the NFL has started too. The NFL said, you know what, the numbers? Anybody could wear number 1.
Which is great.
Anybody could wear number 8, number 9. I love that stuff because that was college football.
Absolutely.
That was Pop Warner football.
Absolutely.
That was high school and JUCO where you get a big, massive 350-pound lineman wearing a number like number 8, right?
I love
it's intimidating.
I totally agree. I mean, it's one of my favorite parts of what the NFL's done lately. Like, I like seeing the different face masks. Yeah. That's going to sound super. Some people don't. They think it's stupid. I like it. I like seeing different visors, face masks, like how you dress. I judge you as a player. And it's the same thing in baseball. So to see more of the expression stuff, I love it.
I like
B,
that.
I want to ask you this because you're talking about March Madness and watchability. Some of the big stars. Steph Curry, in terms of watchability, he's at the top.
No doubt.
Is Shohei Ohtani, and I mean this sincerely, is he one of the most watchable players in all of sports right now? Where an at-bat comes on or he's pitching and you're flipping around the channels and it happens to be on the MLB when they go around the league, or the game happens to be on when you're watching Japan. Is it like a stop what you're doing and keep the remote on that channel kind of guy?
For me, it's become that. But I'm not sure how it resonates with other fans.
Okay.
And I'd love to hear it. 888-957-9570.
Because Mahomes is that way for me in football.
Mahomes is like that. Joe Burrow, Josh Allen became
Joe
that
Burrow,
for me last.
Josh Allen.
Josh Allen became that. I was like, wow.
Yeah.
Lamar Jackson's like that. It's like, what is he going to do?
I think Luka Doncic is that for a lot of people as well.
Joel Embiid.
Yeah, Joel Embiid. I don't know if Jokic, as great as he is, I'm not sure if it translates that way.
Because his personality, he's kind of quiet.
Yeah.
He's in the background, but I think if he was in a bigger market, more people would embrace him.
I agree. If he was a Laker, absolutely.
Kawhi Leonard, to me, was that for a second, even though his personality was down, but it was like, wow, look how just effective this guy is.
Good call.
Jason Tatum's becoming like John Morant. See what you want about him?
No, I totally agree.
You want to see what John Morant's doing. Who's he dunking on? Is Shohei Ohtani a must-see at bat? I have no idea yet. For the casual fan.
Because like
for me, it is.
Mookie Betts, I was late. I knew he was a good player in Boston. I totally knew.
I didn't think he was this good.
Bonte, watching him in that first season when he came to the Dodgers in 2021, I'm like, oh, he's amazing. To me, he's must watch.
Yep.
And maybe that's a little too nuanced because he's not a very flashy player either. He's very quiet, but he wears the big chains and he's got the colorway on the gloves and stuff. And his game is very flashy.
Yep. To me, Bryce Harper is right there. See what you want about Bryce Harper? Bryce Harper, when he's at the plate, he's in that batter's box, he has a presence.
Yeah, I agree.
And he's right on top of that plate. And he's like looking to hit a ball 600 feet.
Yeah.
To me, he's still must-watch. He's a must-watch at bat.
Yeah,
Is Shohei Ohtani a must-watch at bat? For me, it took a while. Now I want to see him pitch. I want to see him hit. Hell, I want the Giants to give him a blank check and say, here's $600 million. Come be a San Francisco Giant.
Did you see him lay the bunt down the other day?
Oh, absolutely.
And then he beat the throw out. It's like, dude, this guy, he does everything. I mean, he's an absolute monster. I don't know. I'm watching this WBC and I'm realizing like everyone wants to rip baseball for what it's not. And I agree. It's not moving as fast as we'd like.
Let's embrace it for what it is.
I just think that they have some really unique stars right now who are at the top of their craft, and they're really, I find them very fascinating.
Well, we brought up a conversation we were having a couple weeks ago. We'll get to Gus and Tracy in just a second. We're having a conversation about the next American-born basketball star.
Yeah.
Is Jason Tatum that? Is John Morant that? Who's going to be that next American-born star? Because you have Jokic, you have Embiid, you have Giannis Antetokounmpo. They're all international.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
That's a good point.
But in baseball, you've got a lot of young American stars.
I know.
Trey Turner's an American star. Bryce Harper's a young American star.
My boy Bobby Witt Jr.
No, that's my guy. That's my guy. You're not taking my guy. Because when I talked about him
He's
all
on the
last
USA
week.
team.
Yeah, I talked about him all last year.
Right.
You guys laughed at him.
I know.
He's a 30-30 guy.
Oh,
this guy's a monster.
He's a stud.
But you have a lot of young American-born stars coming up in baseball. Who's the next one for basketball? Like baseball, but the biggest star right now is an international guy. It's Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah.
Is he a must-watch at bat? Do you stop what you're doing to watch Shohei Ohtani? I wonder. Let's go to Gus and Tracy real quick.
I wonder too.
Gus, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Yeah, hi. Good morning, guys. How you guys doing?
Doing great.
Yeah, for sure, man. I think he's the best player in baseball right now. I love watching him. The guy could do. I mean, he could do everything.
Yeah.
You know what? I don't think there'll ever be another player like him that steal bases, hit for power, throw 101 miles an hour. Yeah, that guy to me is fantastic. I sit there and watch him all the time whenever I can.
No doubt. I mean, and I wonder how much of it has to do with him being an Angel. If he was a Dodger, or if he was a Yankee.
Well, if he was a Yankee, he'd be huge.
If he was a Red Sox, he'd be huge.
Yeah, if he was a Red
Sox.
Sox.
If he was a Cub.
He would be huge. I mean, Daisuke Matsuzaka was huge, and he wasn't even,
right.
He was like a third starter.
Right, yeah, he was okay.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly. Okay. Not great, but okay. Like, it's just interesting. You know, Jason Tatum, Bonte, I've seen a lot of people text that in. Jason Tatum as an American-born star.
Right.
I don't know if he's got the charisma. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, the game's there. I'm not sure that the charisma's there. Am I wrong?
Yeah.
And I really like him as a player.
I do too.
I mean, if I was betting on someone's future, he'd be at the top of my list of guys I'm betting on.
I mean, they've got the side by. I sent this to you a couple years ago where they had the YouTube montage of him and Kobe.
Yeah.
And how similar their moves are, how similar they play their games. And I'm like, Tatum's a stud. Tatum is, I mean, he's got the full package. But can he be that guy that talkative? Now, he did win the All-Star Game MVP. And people already forget that because the All-Star Game was so lame. So, I don't know. It's interesting, man. Shohei Ohtani, is he a must-see at bat? By the way, the Warriors injury report, you see that? Stephen Curry's questionable. They're playing the Hawks today. Draymond Green did not get that technical rescinded, so he's not playing tonight in Atlanta. Oh boy.
Did he go to the league office and just do the challenge thing?
Yeah, he did the challenge thing.
He like waved his finger.
Well, he waved his finger, and the leagues they pulled the Dikembe Mutombo and said, no. They're gonna sit this out. They waved the finger, they wagged at Draymond Green. So he'll be back tomorrow night.
I think we
against the Memphis Grizzlies.
We put Trae Young into the most watchable player category.
He's not.
But he's not. Like,
he's not.
When you watch him play, I actually get annoyed watching him play.
He's not. It's not fun watching him play.
No.
He does nothing off the ball.
And he cries and whines, and he leans in trying to bait fouls all game.
Trae Young's teammates don't like playing with Trae Young. They don't like watching him.
I couldn't speak on that.
Yeah, no, it's a fact. It's a fact. I mean, it all came out around the McMillan stuff.
Like you're watching those March Madness games, and I'll be the first to admit it. I'm not big on college basketball, but because of the fascination with Zion, I watched all those games.
Yeah, and they were fun, right?
Absolutely. You know, even your boy Paolo Banchero, there was a little fascination about watching him. There's just not a guy right now in March Madness.
Brandon Miller.
I know, but there's a lot surrounded into that.
There is, but just focus on the court stuff. Focus on the court stuff for right now. We can't do anything about the off-the-court stuff. Watch his game, even though he struggled yesterday, but they're a top seed. Watch Brandon Miller at Alabama. Watch him moving forward. As Alabama advances, watch Brandon Miller. I think you could wrap your arms around that kid and say, wow, this guy is special. All right, this segment is brought to you by Golden State. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. When we come back, we have the Fix It Friday code word for you to win a $250 Kirby gift card. That's what's coming up. Sponsored by Bob's Discount Furniture.
Hi, Little Bob here from Bob's Discount Furniture. Here to let you know that my Bobapedic mattresses offer the comfort and quality of a national mattress brand for half the price. No matter your budget, there's a Bobapedic Memory Foam Hybrid or Hybrid Plus mattress for you. Check them out at mybobs.com.
Today, the Dubs go to Atlanta to take on the Hawks. Warriors Live starts at 3:30 with Willard and Dibbs.
This is the most optimistic moment of the Golden State Warriors season.
Tip at 4:30.
Behind the back, Curry working on Lee. Backs up three, hit it. He just turned away. As soon as he released it, he knew it was going to go in.
Every game matters. The only place to hear Steph Curry and the Dubs is 95.7 The Game.
I know you've heard me talk about it, but I'm going to keep saying it because Kirby, they're your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you, and they've got an app. Go to your app store right now and download it. It takes 2 seconds. It's just like all those restaurant delivery apps that you have on your phone, except instead of delivering food,
right now. Take it away, Bonte.
Happy St. Patty's Day to everybody out there. Didn't get that in the first segment. March 17th today. And no, Shasky and I aren't wearing green.
I am.
Where?
My boxers.
Oh, stop. That doesn't count. Yeah, I'm wearing blue boxers.
Yeah.
I just had to look down.
I had my green shirt ready to roll. I spilled coffee all over it this morning.
Who cares? You're wearing a hoodie anyway.
Well, no, I was going to not wear the hoodie, but then I just threw on the T-shirt, not the undershirt. Dude, the laundry's not ready.
You're not wearing green,
move.
dude. You're not wearing green, man.
I know.
Boxers
I had my Yoda shirt all ready.
Yeah, I just woke up and was like, I'm going to just wear anything.
Yeah.
So I dare somebody to try to pitch me.
Did you ever go downtown? The parade was last week, but did you ever go downtown for the parade?
I didn't go to the parade. I just went out at night to the bars.
Oh, yeah? Where'd you go?
Well, North Beach, Marina. Yeah. So, as a young
little North Star
Frisco
action
native,
for Ponte Hill.
Just walking around, man. Hey, just trying to do what it do, drinking green beer and try to score something. And for the most part, your boy didn't score.
We used to do peppermint schnapps and chocolate milk. I mean, we did all kinds of
St.
wild
Patty's
stuff.
Day is a lot of fun.
Oh, of course,
for
it
young
is.
kids,
It's an
for young
excuse to
single
drink.
kids. Exactly. That's what it was. Polk Street. Yeah, you're right, Tyler Miller. Polk Street was popping.
Temple Bar.
Temple. Yep, Temple right there on Polk. So it's a lot of fun, man. By the way, this Fix It Friday's code word. We got the code word because we're giving out a $250 Kirby gift card.
Oh, for Kirby?
Yeah, for Kirby.
What, $250? Wow,
that's a lot of money. You get a couple oil changes, get a brake job.
They did they washed my car. It looks absolutely perfect. So it better not rain for the next couple days.
You clean your car inside too, right?
Of course.
Yeah, there you go.
Dude, inside and out. It's immaculate.
So this Fix It Friday's code word is...
And I took a nap while they did it. That's how easy it is.
Yeah, it is easy. Yeah. The code word is brakes. That's right. Text brakes, BRAKES, to 20357 by 10 a.m. By 10 a.m., you want to text 20357 by 10 a.m. for your chance to win a $250 Kirby gift card. Kirby, your driveway mechanic. Check out Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com.
To use that word in a sentence, I beat the brakes off of Bonte every single day.
That's a lie. That's a lie.
I've got a good Streets of San Francisco.
Nobody even live. Look, it's Spinoni and even put their hand
You
up.
need to pump the brakes on that joke.
Yeah. I like that.
High volume shooter.
Pump the brakes on that one. Wow. Yeah. That doesn't happen. What did you say?
I said Streets of San Francisco coming up.
Oh yeah, 650.
I got a good one.
Yeah. I hope it's good. Don't hype it up too much.
But here's the
Undersell,
key:
over-deliver.
when I ask you a question, you can't go off on these crazy diatribes because you might take off something that's coming up for later. All right?
Okay.
I love you.
I will take away.
I'm just saying it's because your head is gonna get nostalgic and you're gonna get excited, and it's gonna be something. It's for our wheelhouse, our age bracket, and I think a lot of people are gonna relate to it.
I hope so.
Yeah.
Undersell, over deliver.
I'm well aware of the sales 101.
It's not even sales 101. It's just common sense. You need a sales class for that one? Come on, man. Undersell,
Can you sell me
over-deliver.
on the Warriors winning tonight?
If Curry doesn't play, no, I can't sell you on that one. No Draymond Green. He's
Really?
suspended.
They can't win one game without Curry?
Well,
Because of no Dre?
they can't win a game without Curry. They've done that before. Heck, they did it on a road trip when they won 5 straight.
Surprisingly.
They did it without Curry.
Yeah.
But now you don't have Draymond Green. Now you just got Looney down low. Who's going to help him down low? Well, Anthony Lamb has been signed to the active roster. Anthony Lamb signed for the remainder of the season. So there's more size, I guess you could say. A stretch 4.
Do you see the Anthony Lamb? How did you interpret it? Does that mean Iggy's out for the year, or they just were gonna? This was gonna happen eventually, and maybe the Iggy injury made it happen quicker.
It's undersell, over deliver. I do think they were going to sign Anthony Lamb at some point. Anthony Slater hit it at it. Monty Poole hit it at it. It was just a matter of time before Anthony Lamb was on the active roster, and I think when it comes to the pecking order, the two-way guys, Anthony Lamb was on top. Ty Jerome was on the bottom because they have plenty of guards. Especially with Gary Payton Jr., Gary Payton II coming back soon. He's going to be reevaluated in 7 days. You got plenty of guards, low post depth, guys who are big, stretch 4s. That has been an issue with the Warriors, so Anthony Lamb gets that spot.
Does Ty Jerome get to hang around the team all throughout the playoffs?
Yeah.
He gets to be on the bench and stuff?
Yep. Street clothes. That's cool.
It's a great gig.
It's a great gig. Get to roll a while with Stephen Curry to go to straight Warriors?
I mean, yeah.
Not bad. All right, let's get to Kerr's
I am
corner.
getting a little sick of some of the outfits by these guys on the sidelines. You should not be wearing a hat on the sidelines.
Why?
You
going to tell LeBron James not to wear a hat?
I don't know. I just think it's a weird look. Like we went from you have to wear suits and stuff to now.
We're wearing a hat indoors.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm also not getting paid millions of dollars and not suiting up.
That's more of a reason to wear hats.
I don't know.
I'm a millionaire. I can do what the hell I want to do.
It's become like a fashion show. I don't know. It's a little ridiculous to me.
I don't mind hats. Football players wear hats on the sideline.
Yeah, they're wearing team gear.
Yeah, but they're wearing hats sometimes.
They're wearing the team gear.
Sometimes.
And they're laying low.
All right, Kerr's corner. Oh, my God. You can't wear hats on the sideline.
Well, in basketball. I'm just saying, basketball, you're sitting there, I don't know.
It's hoops, man. I'm going to chill. I'm going to lay low. I'm going to put the brim down low. I'm going to be swagged out, wear a hat. I don't want people to see me. Anyway, Kerr's corner, he joined Willard and Dibley yesterday for the first time. Here's what Kerr had to say about Stephen Curry's availability today in Atlanta.
I expect him to play, but he did get banged up last night, and so he's on the injury report. Our training staff will make sure he's okay. But I think a lot of this stuff is just protocol. If somebody is injured, you have to report it, and so we list him as questionable, but I think he's likely to play.
That is good news for the Warriors that he's likely to play with a bruised left thumb soreness. So that's Steve Kerr. We're going to replay the Steve Kerr interview at 7:20 here on the road. 7:20, we'll replay Steve Kerr and have our thoughts about that interview.
So I keep coming back to the same thing because I'm hearing the Zach Lowe podcast. I'm listening to different people that have big national platforms who are very tapped in on the NBA, and there's a consensus. It's hard for them to take the Warriors serious because they can't win on the road. And they keep citing the road record and how no team in the history of the game has won a championship with such a poor road record in recent memory. Do they need to do something on the road to prove to us fans, the Warrior fans, that they can do it in the playoffs?
No, not for me personally, because I know they can do it in the playoffs. If the Warriors, they get into the playoffs, right? And they're up 5 with 6 minutes left in a road game. That other team's going to get tight because they're going to see Stephen Curry, Klay Thompson, like, oh, boy, they're going to hit some big shots. They're big shot makers. I think other teams will get tight on the road. The regular season, they're the defending champs. Again, teams sell out arenas when the Warriors come to town because they know they're the champs. And they know, like, hey, we want to get this game. This is a big marquee game, one of the biggest home games of the season. For me, I would like to see him win on the road and just get rid of that 7.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Get to 10 road wins. It's a weird season, but it doesn't have any bearing on the playoffs for me, Shasky.
Well, it has a bearing on if they make the playoffs and where they stand for the playoffs. But yes, I agree with you in terms of what their probability is of winning a game on the road in the playoffs. Absolutely, they're not going to. One game at the end of March does not equate to round 1 against, for example, Memphis.
Once they get to the playoffs, everybody's going to have a clean slate. And everybody in their minds are going to reset. Like, all right, they had a weird road record. They go on the road to the playoffs. You still one game on the road in the first 2. Now we're expecting them to win at home at Chase Center. That's the thing. Can you go? They were 11-1 in the postseason last season at home, and that one loss was catastrophic.
Yeah.
Okay, one of the NBA Finals, so they protect their home court well.
They should have won that game.
Right, exactly. Should have been undefeated at home. So anyway, Streets of San Francisco coming up. Streets of San Francisco. Shasky's back with it. We got 4 hours, so we got to bring some of our elements back. The Streets of San Francisco. I can't wait for this one. That's what's coming up. Sponsored by Fremont Bake. Full-service baking, no compromises.
Thanks to the Xfinity 10G network, my little brother's friends won't leave our house.
what's going on, Bay Area? It's your boy, Chewy Gomez from 102 Jams. Listen to me every day, 3 to 7, playing your best hip-hop and throwbacks. Now back to my boys, Bonte and Shasky, right here on 95.7 The Game.
All right, the Frisco / Payday Friday, 888-957-9570. Shameless shout-outs coming up at 7:45. Shameless shout-outs, 7:45. Want to give some love this week. Been a lot going on the last 2 weeks with us personally. So we want to do some shameless shout-outs, 7:45. Of course, we're going to replay the Steve Kerr interview from yesterday with Willard and Dibbs at 7:20. Shasky, are you ready? As the segment is sponsored by Go to State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToStateLumber.com. Shasky, why don't you take it away? Get that mic on. Get that mic on.
Let's do it. I did that 2 days in a row.
Right.
All right, are you ready? Streets of San Francisco. It's a very simple little segment where I bring up old school things. It's not just about growing up in San Francisco. You can relate to this in any aspect of your life. Bonte, growing up in the Excelsior, San Francisco, we were kids, you know, and in my family, we were kind of late to compact discs.
Yes.
All right? CDs. My sister, back in the day, used to dub tapes off the radio, and she would make these sweet mixtapes. That was cassette tapes.
Cassette tapes.
All right? So I remember when we got a CD player, a small one, and it had the little spring-like button at the top, and it was one of those portable ones where you could put batteries in it, but we plugged it in because batteries were way too expensive.
Right.
All right? Do you remember your first CD player?
Wow.
Because I remember mine, 95,
96 when I was working Park and Rec.
Me too.
I was working Park and Rec, Richmond Playground, and I would get paid every 2 weeks, $5 an hour. I thought I was balling.
Yeah.
That was $20 a day, $100 a week. And I was like, ooh, $200 every 2 weeks for a 15-year-old? That was a lot of money. So I remember my first CD player. I don't remember the first CD.
I will get to that.
But I remember my first CD player, and by the time it was done, I needed a rubber band to keep it closed.
Really?
Yeah.
You played it till the wheels fell off.
Exactly.
Well, we had one that we had to share between me, my brother, my sister.
Oh, that was a problem.
A big-time problem. And you would go different rooms and whatnot, and I'd bring it outside. So we had like one of those little portable boom boxes is kind of what it would be. It was the precursor to the boom box around 95, 96. Now, I remember, we had all these tapes. Now, all my buddies, their parents had CDs and CD collections. We didn't. We were late to this. My dad was an album guy. My mom was an album woman. All right? My dad had all his Deadhead albums. My mom had all the Motown stuff. So we had to get fresh music.
Right.
So I would go to Stonestown, Tower Records, and now I couldn't afford a full album.
Right. So you had to get the single.
The CD single.
The CD single with like basically 3 songs on it.
Yes.
That's depressing.
And I got a 2-for-1. I'll never forget it. My first CD, Candy Rain, Soul for Real.
Wow. Yeah, okay. And
Skilo, I wish I was a little bit taller. A 2-for-1 deal
I wish
at
I was
Tower
a baller.
Records.
Wow. A little bit taller.
Remember
I wish
this?
I was a baller.
So I'm asking the audience, what was your first CD? What was the first CD that you bought? All right. Now, real quick before I can move on, Spadoni, Lubman. Did you guys have CD players growing up?
Yeah, just the same. Like, so we had the little ones. They're like the little tiny portable ones. They're flat.
Yeah.
Everyone knows what I'm talking about. Everyone had this exact same one. Yeah, exact. So I was like, what, 8 or 9 when I got my first one, and I got the Marshall Mathers LP. I'm 8 or 9, by the way. So my mom was not buying this for me.
Right.
So my older
With
brother
the explicit
Sam,
label?
my brother Sam, I think is like your guy's like 40. So right. So like he would get it for me. Like he would like all hooking up all this stuff. He got me into RBL Posse. I was like 10, by the way. RBL, Audrey Nicotina, Mac Dre, all that sort of stuff. But my first album, Marshall Mathers LP.
What about you, Lubman? Quickly.
Oh no, we totally had CDs, and I remember we had the in my mom's car we had like the big book of CDs. So
we'll get to that. We'll get to that.
My first CD it had to be a West Coast CD. So it was either a Too Short or E40 CD, no doubt, or San Quinn.
So
one of my first, but it was definitely local. I don't remember the exact first one because once I started buying CDs, then I would buy everything. I would buy 8-Ball and MJG. I would buy the Hot Boys. I would buy Cash Money. I bought Biggie Smalls' double album, Tupac Machiavelli. That CD was I played it over and over and over again. So I don't exactly remember it. I'm looking at some here. I think it's Infinity Mobile text line 650. First CD, Beastie Boys, License to Ill. 415, Sony Discman, 92 and Jodeci, Forever My Lady.
Wow, that's a classic.
Cypress Hill, 650.
Wow.
Lincoln Park, 925. First CDs I ever owned were the Sounds of the 80s pack. First one I bought myself was Metallica's Black Album.
Wow. All right, so my first CD, the first full CD, and I saved up for it. It was over $20. Double disc, All Eyes on Me, Tupac Shakur.
That was sick.
Now, as we're referencing before, we had the CD player, and it was actually a lot more rugged than people remember. We'd move it from room to room. We'd fight over who would use it. Sometimes plugging it in outside. I would play ball in the backyard. Right. My brother signed up for Columbia Records.
Yeah.
You know, where they would send you,
a CD here and there.
Oh, we had Jock and Rocks. Right. We had all these different albums. Now, after a few years, I collected enough CDs that I got a CD tower.
Oh yeah,
and now
I know what you're talking about.
You had the CD tower in your room. Yep. Some people had it on the side of the televisions. Right. Some people had it on the wall.
What was the CD packs where you put it into plastics?
Exactly.
And you had your 24 pack or your 48 pack, and you would put it in your backpack.
Here we go.
And at school, you start opening up your pack. You're like, you know what? I'm in the mood for Hot Boys. Wait a minute. I'm in the mood for Master P. I'm in the mood for Explosivo, San Quinn and Messy Marv. So I had a 24 pack CD case.
You didn't have a tower.
I didn't have a tower.
So I had a buddy, Sean Fahey. God bless. I love you out there, buddy. He had the biggest tower of CDs. Right. I was so envious. Right. My buddy Anthony, his parents had the CD tower, and they'd have every single album, and it was organized perfectly.
Right.
And you'd have to pull the CD out.
Did he have an alphabetical order? Did he have the A,
I don't remember,
B,
but it was
C,
just,
D, E?
It was just always so perfect. It wasn't in alphabetical order, but some people had just glorious collections. Remember those days?
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
All right. So then you go and you would transport it when you get a Discman like we did. We'd have our backpack. Now, I started with one of those small binders. I had one that only had like 5 slots. So you would squeeze 2 CDs together and so that they wouldn't scratch, and you'd stick them in there.
You put the cover or the top of the CD together so you make sure that they didn't scratch together, even though it would scratch a lot anyway.
Oh, they'd always scratch. Okay?
All the time.
So you would have certain albums, and you'd give them to friends or someone would borrow them. I must have bought Doggy Style 15 times. I must have bought the Chronic 15 times.
I remember making the mistake of buying the Hall of Game by E40.
Oh, yeah, classic.
And I bought the clean version. And I was wondering, I was like, why is it skipping? Like, you know, when the curse words, they scrub out the curse words because you're not old enough. I was like, what's going on here? And I remember somebody said, yo, dog, you bought an E40 clean version CD because I wasn't reading the label. And so I remember making that mistake and having to buy it twice.
So there were certain girls that I knew that had the most organized CD cases I had ever seen in my life. They would have the booklet. Now, the booklet would have all of, like, the song names and who was on them.
They take out one piece of paper of the album cover, slice that out, and just have the songs on the back, and you put the CD right there in that pocket.
It was beautiful. Now, some of my other friends that were sloppy, they just had CDs all over the place.
That was basically me.
Yeah, and they were all over the place. Now, as we started to get vehicles and people were driving in cars, you would say, hey, should I bring my CDs into the car? Now, we didn't have CD players. People had the tape with the little extension and the cord that you'd plug into the Discman. Do you remember this?
Oh, absolutely.
Who was your first homie that had a car where you had to plug the tape in to play the Discman? Mine was Eric Bellato.
Yeah, Cleo Kenton, rest in peace. He actually didn't even have the car kit adapter because by that time he had the 96 Mustang. And Big Dog City and I would always be in that car. And he had the 5-disc CD changer.
Oh, bro,
so
that
we would
was
have,
next level.
So that was Hot Boys.
Wow, he had money.
That was TRU.
Wow.
Master P, remember that
Ghetto
double album?
Dope? Of course I do.
I always feel like somebody's watching me. But he had Moby Dick and Me X on that song with Silk the Shocker. And Silk the Shocker may have had the worst verse in hip-hop, no doubt. So he had the CD disc changer. He had that, no doubt.
No one skipped more than a Silk.
Marquise Gillette, he bought, so our sophomore year, he bought a green Volkswagen. Marquise, if you're out there listening, he's lost a lot of weight. He looks awesome right now.
Congratulations.
He had the little rabbit, the little Volkswagen rabbit, so small. And he had that tape, and we would put it in with the long old cord. And sometimes it worked, sometimes it did.
Exactly. And then you'd have your friend in the front seat holding the Discman
so
that it wouldn't skip. You guys have any idea what we're talking about, you younger guys in the back? You have no idea what I'm talking about. So cars had tape players.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no. The tape player part, no.
So we would plug a tape that had a cord that would connect to a Discman to play a CD.
I had one of those.
You had one of those?
I had one of those for an MP3 player, though. Like, I had one where, like, my Suburban that I would drive, it would go in, and then it would plug directly, the aux cable would go directly to my iPhone.
The aux cable, that's exactly what it was. So, B, how many times did you have a friend who would get their car broken into, and lose all of their CDs. It was like losing a member of the family.
Yeah.
Because you lost your whole entire collection of music.
I remember George Washington High, our football team, we went at the Napa my senior year to play Justice Siena. The Justice Siena Braves. That was their football team. We go up to Napa. And the day of the game, we go to the movies. So people went to go watch different movies. A lot of us went to go watch Blue Streak with Martin Lawrence.
Oh, yeah.
And I remember I had my CD player, and I put it under my movie theater seat. And I remember when I got in the van, I was like, my CD player, no! And it was lost under the seat, and I lost my CD player. And it was a good one, too. I remember I spent like $40 on it.
And your life was about to end.
Oh, it was.
Yes.
It was. And I had all these CDs, and I couldn't play them.
Bro, there were certain of my friends, some of my friends weren't into music, but most of my friends, we couldn't go anywhere without the right jams. You had to have jams.
You had to have the right CD.
And this is before burning, because burning was a whole nother level of CDs, right? Because my cousin JP Money was burning them left and right. You want to talk about the ice cream man of Napster.
Yeah,
There's John Porter.
Well, our boy was Thomas Coleman. We would go to his house and we would put a mix on.
Did he label the discs on the front end? Because if you didn't know what was on that mix, you would pop it in, and it would be like a grab bag of hitters.
No. He would give us the Sharpie, say, name it whatever you want. And so I would have different names like, this is the one.
Wet Boy Summer?
And knowing that, and so knowing that, hey, I've got a little Outkast on this one. I've got a little Jay-Z. You had to have the hits. And you, the doctor, was like, nah, this needs to be song number 4. No. This is song number 5. No. This is song number 8. Because that was the fascination with albums.
Yes.
How do they put the songs together?
Yes, absolutely. It's just that whole era, the CD era. I miss that era. I really do. Yeah. And here's the other thing, B. Do you remember when your friend had the 5-disc changer in the trunk, and to change an album,
you had to get out the car, no doubt.
Get out, go to the trunk, and then you go, damn, I'm kind of a target right now because they know I'm changing CDs.
But you would do it quickly, though. You would do it so fast. You have it out there, you put it in there. All right, E40's disc 3, Jay-Z's disc 2, Mac Dre's disc number 7.
Bro.
And so I saw something on YouTube here, which is hella funny.
What's that?
The most exciting part about a CD was opening up the wrapper and taking the plastic off.
The best part.
Now, how many people crack their CD by taking the plastic off? I would crack CDs so many times by just taking the plastic off because you're so excited you wouldn't be able to open it because the stickers are so tight.
100%.
Whether it's from Tower Records, whether it's from Sam Goody.
Yes.
Remember Sam Goody back in the day?
Oh, absolutely.
And then, of course, the Warehouse.
Oh, I mean, Amoeba Music, Creative Music. I used to go to all these places, and I would like bargain bin. The way you go to Mervyn's or Ross now, and you're looking for like deals and stuff. That's how I would look for music back in the day, CDs. And it was like, who had these collections? And everybody had collections. Nowadays, these kids, they got no clue. You've got every song that's ever been made at your fingertips.
I got Spotify and I'm good. I got YouTube Music. I'm good. I got the Odyssey app and I'm good. There you go.
But there's something lost. There's something lost in the sauce. I miss the days of CDs. Look, is it more convenient doing it this way?
Right.
With the
Absolutely.
phone? Yeah, of course it is.
But the process.
Thank you.
And being excited about an album being released on a Tuesday or Wednesday or Friday.
Thank you.
And you're going to get that cassette tape.
Thank you.
And then when the tape rips, you're like, how do I tape it together? And get it go. Remember you would tape it together with some tape rip?
How about judging someone based off their CD collection?
Oh, it was huge.
I want to see what's in your archive. I want to know what your music is. Nowadays, do you think I give a damn about what's on Joe Spadoni's playlist? No. But if you had CDs in the front seat, I would pick up the entire booklet and I would get a good feel for who Joe Spadoni is as a person based on his music.
And then also because me and Sam we're the end of the millennial generation, right? So you guys are the beginning, we're the end of the millennial generation. So when we started, it was CDs, and then it started going into downloading from LimeWire, right? So you download all the MP3s because you have the iPods. Then you got the iPods, and then what you started doing, go to the iTunes, and then YouTube to MP3 was the last thing. YouTube to MP3 was the last thing where you kind of felt like
ruin your laptop,
and then you would ruin everything, and then it went all the Spotify.
Well, what's funny is when you talk about you talk about judging people off the CD case. I'll never forget going to Woodleaf. Young Life Woodleaf kept up there in Marysville by Sacramento. And what? My boy Mike Gomez. He had his CD pack, 50 CDs. Like, yo, Gomez, what you got, man? Let me see your CD pack. I need a CD. And he had nothing but R&B. And we're like, this is trash, dude. You're the only guy we know with all R&B CDs. What are you doing, making love? No, there was not one hip-hop CD in there.
Really?
And we're like, dude, this is trash, dog. All R&B.
Did he have a girlfriend at the time?
He was into the ladies. He was always into the ladies. But it was like, come on, dog. What is this? No, nothing?
Nothing.
Explosive mode? San Quentin, the hustle continues?
There are certain albums when I see the CD itself, it takes me back in time. I open up the Chronic and there's a weed leaf.
Yeah.
There's just something about that.
Something about that.
I miss that. You don't get that
What
now.
about the Loonies? The Loonies album with the condom?
All-timer.
Yeah.
It's an all-timer. The point that I'm getting at, look, it might be more convenient. It might be easier nowadays with the way we stream music. And you know what? I might be at the forefront of it. I listen to all kinds of music. But there is something that I miss. I miss going to Tower Records, finding an album, paying way too much for the album, instantly regretting it because there's only one song on there that I really wanted to play because I couldn't sample it.
Yep.
I miss those simpler times. That's how it was growing up in my day in the streets of San Francisco.
You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM and AC West San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the most up-to-date sports coverage. How frustrating was it when you played the song over and over on the CD and that song started skipping?
It was the worst.
It started skipping. You go from half a verse all of a sudden to the third verse. You're like, what happened?
It was the worst.
And then the CD player would say, skip, era. And that was the worst thing ever. So then you try to put the rubber bands on there. You try to sit on the CD player just to get through that song.
Remember they had the spray? They had the spray with the wipe thing?
It never worked.
No, it never worked.
It never worked. It was a waste of money.
I can't believe how many wasted dollars I spent on music.
It's really fascinating. Buying the CD over and over.
Thousands of dollars. Who had the best CD collection of all your family, friends, whatever, growing up?
I don't know. What about the guys?
Because they would have like the DVDs on one side.
Because it was a competition.
Of course, it was a competition.
It was like NFL players coming in with new Porsches and Lamborghinis, trying to show off. When you go to high school, or there were some guys with the big binders, and you had big 4 per page CDs, and they'd just be flipping. They'd be like,
flipping,
just stunting on you. And then you got your little CD packet, like, I only got 20 CDs. Damn,
and then
look at all
when you're
this.
looking for an album you can't find, where is it? You go crazy.
Or because people would get you. You let somebody borrow it, you'll never pull up that CD.
We all knew a bunch of five-finger buddies.
There was a lot of CD snobs.
A lot of CD snatchers.
Shout out to Bco out there, Volume Sports. New mother, by the way. Her baby's
Congratulations.
Beautiful. She said, I steal my mom's Crazy Sexy Cool album and Brian McKnight album.
My God.
And that explains why I now love R&B. Was hyped when Brian sang the anthem at a Dubs game one year. So stealing CDs, swooping CDs from people. Then the Walkmans. We got to do one with the Walkmans where the Walkman will be on life support, and you're playing it. We'll get to that.
Life support.
There was an early, so when the Xbox first came out, you can put a CD of your own music and put it onto the Xbox.
Right.
You could put it on there, and it would download, and you can listen to your own music on the Xbox. Oh, yeah. I had so many.
I was a PS5, 4, 3, 2. I never had Xbox.
But the Xbox, that was a cool feature. That allowed you the OG one. Yeah.
I was all PlayStation. I was all PlayStation.
Guys,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Did that like when you go on a road trip, for example, right? I remember this distinctively. We went up to Oregon to go visit my boy Will, and it was literally I spent more time worrying about what the mix of the CDs was in the car than I did the outfits I brought.
So Cleo Canton, rest in peace, would have me in charge of the music.
Okay,
and it was very important.
So
to me
you were DJB.
I was never driving. I was always in the back seat.
Yeah.
You had Big Dog City in the front. I was in the back, and I was like, music is very important. If you put a trash song on for 4 minutes, it puts me in a bad mood. You had to have the right mix. Rough Riders album was a big hit for us. Classic. I mean, DMX had some of the sickest songs on there.
Ridiculous.
Jadakiss. It was ridiculous. But whoever had control of the music, it was like having control of the TV remote. You better be on point. You better know when to change the channel.
The music sets the tone.
It sets the tone for the entire trip. For the entire night.
I don't care if I'm going to go get McDonald's on the late night.
It sets the tone.
Thank you.
You got to be in a good headspace.
I do miss the days where you'd put in a good song and the 5 people in the car would literally break out into a concert at a red light.
And then you replay it.
Oh, of course.
And then you go back. Yo, run that back, man. Repeat. Run that back.
Did that bring a smile to everybody in his face on a beautiful Friday of St. Patrick's Day? Did you enjoy that?
I loved it.
I think a lot of people, when they hear the name of the segment, Streets of San Francisco, they think it's San Francisco related. No, it's things from my youth that are transferable to everyone out there.
Look at this. Look, and now we're getting tweets here, Sasky.
I hope people enjoyed that.
DJ Marcus Lee. What up, DJ Marcus Lee? Literally in the process of uploading my CDs to my DJ library. And he's got, look how cool these CDs look.
My God.
He's got RBL Posse right here.
Wow.
Look at it. 18. Oh, my God. Black and Brown. It was 17 Reasons. Then what was the next one? 18
with a bullet.
Come
on. 18 with a bullet.
By the way, I saw Be Legit.
17 Reasons.
I saw Be Legit at JP Morgan Club a couple weeks ago. And I said, Remember hit Drought Season?
Oh, yeah.
Quinn.
Come on.
Be Legit. And who was the other guy? Who was the other guy on that song?
Mac
He
Ball.
came on.
No,
it wasn't Mac Ball on that one.
Drought Season?
It was that song on 17 Reasons.
I know. I thought it was Mac Mall, Quinn, and Bila.
Was it Mac Ball?
I could swear it was.
All right.
I'm going to look it up.
Yeah, I want to look it up right now, too. But that song is hard. I was like, Be Legit. Thanks for it. That was my anthem coming in. Quinn Selsky. It was Selsky.
Selsky.
Selsky was on that.
Lakeview.
Selsky was on that song.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, that was awesome. That was awesome.
Black and Brown Productions put out a lot of great albums.
It did.
They really did. I missed the CD era.
I missed the struggle. I missed the struggle of it, too. What about when you did have that case and you just had the CD in the back of the backpack, praying to God that it doesn't scratch up?
Yeah, but that was the time when you'd listen to a whole album. Like now, like for example, Drake drops a new album. People like hammer a couple of songs, and that's it. Like we actually would listen to the whole album.
And the best part about hip hop too back in the days is that you had a legit intro that set the tone for the album.
Always.
And the intro could be 2 minutes, and it's them talking, they're doing something funny.
Absolutely.
And every 5 songs, or every 6 songs, or every 4 songs, you have an interlude. And you have a little skit.
100%.
And it set the tone, and it goes into the next chapter of the album.
Or the entire album was a story.
Right.
And it was interweaving in between the stories. I mean, that's part of the beauty of it. The Chronic, one of my favorite albums of all time, it's like intertwined, song to song.
The best part about looking for CDs is when you go to the R section, right? You're looking for RBO, and you're skipping through CDs. You're just slamming it, right? You're just like, where's it at? And then you finally find one. I remember finding SIBO Till My Casket Dropped at Amoeba Records in a 99. And I was like, oh my gosh, they don't even come out with this because he ripped the governor of California.
Yes.
Remember that?
Yes,
Pete Wilson.
Pete Wilson. He had the big Rolex on the arm that looked at the size of a Lexus.
Gosh.
God, I miss SIBO. And also at Amoeba, they put the metal detector in only the rap albums.
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
Because they knew we were trying to steal everything.
Yeah, well, shout out Tower Records.
5 finger discount?
Warehouse on Gary Street, Gary and Spruce. I mean, they got hit up a couple times, especially when the Hot Boys album came out. All right, when we come back, we have another Fix It Friday code word for you to win a $250 Curbed gift card. We got the Steve Kerr replay coming up, and that's sponsored by AC Transit.
AC Transit is offering a $2,000 bonus.
Listening to the Morning Roast with Bonte and the Butcher on 95.7 The Game.
Little river dance, Bonte?
I can do the river dance. I can do it better than Chad Ochocinco. Remember him doing it?
I do remember him doing
Soldier
it.
Field?
Shout out to my niece, Elizabeth, who's an excellent Irish dancer. Won many awards. Elizabeth Porter.
That's
if you're
a
out
tough
there.
dance.
It's very difficult. And she's bouncing and
Right.
doing all this.
Yeah,
It's
no, it
crazy.
takes a lot of talent.
And the outfits that they wear, I mean, they got to get all dolled up every single time.
You got to have some skills.
Dude, let me tell you this right now. The Irish dancing circuit is as competitive as any travel ball, sport that you see out there. It's insane.
No, it was a lot of fun going down memory lane with the CDs, and I still have some CD packs. You know what I'll do is I'll find it in my storage. I'll come in one day, maybe next week when we do San Francisco, and see some of the CDs that are left in my case. Because I wanted to keep them. Did I donate them? I hope I kept them. Did you keep your CDs?
No, they're all gone.
Gosh, I think I kept.
She made me get rid of them all.
Damn.
So what's funny is I went on to one of the old laptops. I have a burnt out laptop that only works sometimes. I fired it up the other day to pull some pictures off of it. I had so many old school hitters of music that I loaded the library with so much music that the damn computer was never going to work.
Oh my God.
You know what I'm talking about.
I know exactly
I got that umbrella spinning rainbow thing.
Oh, the
of
rainbow,
death.
the spinning wheel of death.
It just kept spinning.
It's the worst. It's the worst. This Fix It Friday's code word is brakes. That's right, brakes, in case you missed it last hour. This Fix It Friday's code word is brakes. Text brakes, BRAKES, to 20357 by 10 a.m. for your chance to win a $250 gift card from Kirby. Kirby, your driveway mechanic. Check out Kirby.com. That's Kirby, CURBEE.com. All right, we're going to take a quick break real quick because Steve Kerr, we're going to replay that interview from yesterday. He had a lot to say with Willard and Dibbs.
Yeah, you don't want to miss this.
No, you don't want to miss this. Steph Curry's availability, the roster, Draymond Green, everything with Steve Kerr. Now, here on the Morning Roast, Steve Kerr with Willard and Dibbs.
Time to have a really nice conversation with the head coach of the Warriors, Steve Kerr. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi, unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity. The all-new time slot for Willard and Dibbs here, 2 to 6. And, Coach, we welcome you in. And I'm not blowing smoke here. No joke. When they moved our time slot and let us know, I'm not going to say it was the first thought, but it was somewhere in the top 5 thoughts that went through my head. Hey, we're going to talk to Steve Kerr. So that's pretty exciting for us, and we welcome you in. Thank you for coming on.
No, well, thanks for having me. You mentioned the tournament. Can we not talk about the Arizona-Princeton game? Is that all right with you?
Yeah.
No,
well, Steve,
no.
I had it actually. Mark and I were going to bury it until much later.
Yeah,
we're going to try to start with some positives, but
we were going to give you an Arizona Draymond Green technical foul 1-2 punch that we really thought was going to get you, Coach.
Yeah, too soon.
Okay.
Too soon on both counts.
All right. Well, let's start with one of them that we're not. There's no way we're getting around. What's your reaction to the league not rescinding the technical and no Draymond tomorrow night?
Oh, I didn't expect it to be rescinded. That was pretty clear. If you throw a ball at someone, you're going to get a tech. I mean, I thought there were a couple early in the year that should have been rescinded. A couple double technicals where nothing really happened, but they just automatically sort of call a double tech just to calm things down. The problem with those are, as they accumulate, they come back to get you like on this one. But this is the way it goes, and we'll be all right. We'll bounce back. We'll be ready to go tomorrow.
Steve, does it seem now in the modern association that we've lost the art of conversation between players and officials? It feels like officials are far quicker to tech players, and players are much more eager now to argue calls than back when you played.
It does seem worse, I think, in a lot of ways. It just seems like there's more back and forth than there used to be. I mean, players have always gone at refs, and there's always going to be disputes on calls. I mean, practically every call in the game is a judgment call. But it does seem like it's a little bit worse these days. I don't know why.
Steve, I know you might get tired of this question, but I feel like it has to be asked again. And so, who's flying your plane, and how can we get them fired? Like what happens when you guys go on the road?
It's inexplicable, and I mean, if I had the reason, I would let you know. But I don't know what to say. I mean, the Ringer actually wrote a great piece yesterday. You guys should check it out on our road woes, and the shooting differential in percentages for our opponents, home and road, is just unheard of. And you look at all the data, all the shot charts, all that stuff. It just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. I do think there have been some close losses on the road that we really could have closed better, and done a better job finishing games that we didn't, and that's definitely hurt us. But some of it is shooting variability, and it's kind of a weird deal.
And we all keep waiting for that to kind of even itself out over the course of a season, yet you look at the points per game allowed this year, and it's far higher than ever before. Have you been able to pinpoint where the breakdown in the defense has been, not only on the road, but at home this year?
Well, I think that if you look at last night's game, I thought the big issue was penetration. I mean, we're down a lot of guys. That we were really shorthanded last night, and we're trying to guard Paul George and Kawhi Leonard with some smaller players with our missing Wiggs and Gary Payton. So I thought the penetration of those guys forced our big guys to come help, and then once the big guys help, you got the rebounding of Zubats and Plumlee behind the play. So I think that is, over the course of the season, if you look at our defense, when we have struggled, it's been, penetration leading to rotations and missed box outs.
Steve Kerr with us here, Willard and Dibbs. They're in Atlanta, getting ready for Atlanta first tomorrow, then Memphis on Saturday. Steve, we've heard for so many years, of course, that Draymond Green is the heartbeat of the team. He's the centerpiece of the defense, the point guard on offense. Give us the anatomy of a game without him. What do you guys do to make up for that?
Well, there is no making up for Draymond's absence. I mean, you obviously you have to figure out what lineup combinations make the most sense, and you try to put together the best game plan you can based on your opponent. But Draymond does stuff that nobody else can do. He's a defensive genius, absolute wizard on that side of the floor, and a lot of stuff that he does, we don't even scheme. He sniffs something out that the opponent is doing, and all of a sudden he blows up the play, and we're going back the other way. So Draymond is a once in a generation defensive player. So without him, it's not as simple as just saying, "Hey, here's what we're going to do." It's really just a collective effort to compete and try to get the job done.
One player who will have to step up in his absence will be Jonathan Kuminga, who seemingly has earned his minutes over the course of the last month or two because of his defense. Where would you highlight his biggest defensive improvement this year, Coach?
I think just his overall game awareness, and understanding of what we're trying to accomplish while we're out on the floor. He's got the physical tools to be an excellent defender, and that's why we put him on Kawhi last night, and we put him on the best players because that's what he's built to do. But it takes years and years in the NBA to really understand everything that's happening, understand the nuances, and so this is a great learning experience for JK. He's doing great. Getting better, but he's going to get a lot better over the next couple of years.
Coach, while you're talking about being shorthanded, I'm sure listeners are curious about the report that came out earlier with regard to Steph Curry being questionable. What can you tell us about his thumb and his possibilities tomorrow night?
Well, I expect him to play, but he did get banged up last night, and so he's on the injury report. Our training staff will make sure he's okay. But I think a lot of this stuff is just protocol. If somebody is injured, you have to report it, and so we list him as questionable, but I think he's likely to play.
Okay, that's good to hear. And then, you mentioned Andrew Wiggins, and with all due respect to the fact that you have already answered this, Steve, Colin Cowherd yesterday said that he spoke to someone, and he had a report that it was now, quote, likely that Wiggins was not going to come back this year. What's your reaction to that comment?
Well, we haven't heard that from Andrew or anyone else affiliated with him. So that's just speculation.
How challenging is it to have to go forward with a new game plan each and every game, not knowing that Andrew Wiggins will be available? Or is there frustration in knowing that Andrew Wiggins won't be there and having to rely on unproven younger players all the time?
No, it's not frustration. I think every season has its challenges and different things that happen, different things that occur, and you just roll with it. You just figure it out as you go. But we've obviously given Andrew the space that he needs to deal with something that's much more important than so it's our job to just go out and try to win games without him. But we support him and can't wait till he's back, but fully support him, and we will continue to do so.
Steve Kerr with us here, Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game, presented by Xfinity. Steve, another interesting question I heard earlier this week, and I wonder how you would respond to it, because you just said, right, every year has its own challenges, and I wonder how you would put this year's challenges into words. If someone said to you or asked you, what are the key reasons or reason why this team is so different than last year's team, how do you answer that?
Well, personnel-wise, we're quite a bit different, in terms of where we were a year ago. I think we were a much more veteran team last year, with GP and Otto Porter, Belly, Damian Lee, Juan. It was a team that had a lot more sort of experience and corporate knowledge than this one. So, it's and then this year is also different because last year we went into that year having missed the playoffs 2 years in a row. We had a chip on our shoulder. This year, we're defending champs. There's a lot that goes into that and with that, and I think. There's just a different vibe this year than there was a year ago, but that's the case. Every year's different, and you just have to figure it out as you go.
Well, you have created must-watch entertainment in the regular season. That's something that we haven't always had. So I guess thanks for that. But a lot of fans, I mean, gosh, we can't turn this thing off. I mean, a lot of fans asking about Jordan Poole. There's two camps. There's the let Jordan cook and go crazy, and then there's the Jordan Poole plays too recklessly. How do you balance out these two Jordan Pooles in terms of messaging to a young player?
Well, it's just that's what coaching is. You're trying to really help a guy get better and empower him, and at the same time learn. Kind of how to win and what's crucial in terms of going about winning a game. And so the constant battle, you want to really give Jordan the rope that he needs to attack and to be aggressive, and then you also have to work on some of his inexperience and his tendencies that can be counterproductive at times. So that's just what coaching is, and that's what part of this season has been about.
Steve, I'm sure you've heard it, because you were a part of the Last Dance when it actually happened the first time around, and people have used that phrase because at some point everything that we've known Warrior Ball to be over the last 10 years is going to be different. I wonder, just kind of what your sensibilities on that are. I mean, I know a lot of our listeners feel like transition is near. Do you get reflective about stuff like that at all at this time?
No, I mean, we get caught up in the season. We're just trying to win the next game, and I know that this has been a special era to be part of with the Warriors, and the whole thing is, how long can we keep it going? Because you watched last night's games, Steph sure looks like he's got plenty left in the tank, and you watched the night before, and Clay gets 33 in the first half, and Draymond's play all year long has been really good on the defensive end, as well as getting us organized on offense. So these guys still have plenty in the tank, and we want to keep this thing going as long as we can. But you can't get too wrapped up in that stuff. You just, in our job, we just try to prepare for the next game and keep it going.
And part of preparing for the next game is realizing no Draymond Green, Iguodala's out with the fractured wrist. What's the status of Ty Jerome and Anthony Lamb and their ability to get reinserted into the roster to give you some of that depth down the stretch?
Yeah, so we have one roster spot open, and it's up to the front office to make that decision. I know they're going through their possibilities right now, literally as we speak, and there's no doubt we're going to need to fill that spot, because between the injuries and the absences, we're a little thin right now.
All right, that's long enough. What about that Arizona game? For crying out loud, Coach. What the heck?
I mean, geez, Coach.
My gosh. We were on the plane, and we didn't have couldn't get it on the screen, and we were just following the score, and then all of a sudden we landed, and the last 2 minutes are on. We got it on, and that was tough to watch. Really, really tough. That's Tommy Lloyd's my guy. He's a great coach, and that's my school. Man, this tournament is so devastating. It's so brutal when you lose.
Do you guys have any fun bracket stuff going on, or is it just kind of like alma mater trash talk between your school and other players' schools among the team?
No, we got the bracket. I tore mine up as soon as the plane
right. And by the way, hey, what's the story? I'd be honest with you. I just heard about this not too long ago. Kerr Carissa, who's on the Wildcats, he's named after you. Is that right?
Yeah. So his dad apparently was a Bulls fan in the 90s, and so he named his son after me. And then the kid ends up going to Arizona. He had no idea that I went to Arizona as well. So now he wears my old number, and so I've got people calling me all the time asking me, "Hey, is that your son?" And the answer is no. It's just a kid from Estonia. That's a good story.
Yeah, it's a great story. So I won't mention what he went for from the field today. We'll leave that out of this fun story.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that.
That's hilarious. It's got to be a little surreal though, because Steve, you and I are about the same age, and you start to realize that your kids are old enough to already be out of college, and now you've got somebody in college named after you. It's got to be both humbling and also a little bit of a slap in the face at how old we are.
Well, I have a granddaughter now too, so age is winning. I'm losing the race to age.
Oh man, Grandpa Kerr right here on 95.7. All right, let's dive in real quick on these games, okay? Hawks, Grizzlies. We know there's no Ja. That's obviously, kind of a special matchup for you guys. There's some emotion there. But let's start with the Hawks. What are the specific challenges in this one with no Draymond Green?
Well, Trae Young is a terrific pick and roll player, great lob passer, and they've got shooters, around their lob threats. So they've always been a difficult cover for everybody. And without Draymond, that becomes even more difficult because they put you in a lot of difficult spots trying to cover that pick and roll game. So, yeah, I mean, it's, we're on the road, and I did like our effort last night. I like the grit. I like the intensity we came out with, and hopefully that continues tomorrow, but we got to try to get a W.
I know you're focused solely on your own team and winning games, but do you do much scoreboard watching, particularly with Mike Brown and Sacramento in action coming up here as we speak against Brooklyn?
Yeah, I mean, I watch the scoreboard every single night, and we're all well aware exactly where we are and where everybody else is.
And Steve, with the game that's also coming up this weekend against Memphis, is there anything, and I know, coaches try to keep things normal, but is there anything different that you do in terms of getting the team emotionally ready for going against that team for all the obvious reasons?
No, we don't need to. It's a great atmosphere there and fun matchup. So we don't have to do anything like that. We just go play.
Well, Steve, I know the men are out at Arizona, but the Lady Wildcats start their tournament tomorrow, so perhaps you can turn your attention to the other side, on the other side of the bracket.
You know it. I'll be rooting on my Cats.
Nice, Steve.
Steve, we're excited to talk to you weekly. This was a whole lot of fun. Thank you so much.
All right. Hey, thanks, guys.
And we're back. And yes, YouTube, we were smacking burritos during the interview while listening to Steve Kerr with Willard and Dibs. Yes, the roasters, we were smacking burritos.
It's Friday for us, too.
Yes. We're not mailing it in, but hey, 20-minute interview, replayed it. We thought it was good. Hopefully you got some insight in case you missed it yesterday with Willard and Dibs. And the good thing is Curry, there's no long-term effects with the left up. That's what I was focused on, Shasky.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, they can ill afford to miss Steph Curry right now for an extended period of time. There's just no other way around it. And so the Draymond absence is going to hurt. Gosh, can we just win this game? It's going to be really difficult, but can we win this game? Like Atlanta on the road, this is one we got to have.
It's funny. Since you're saying we got to have it, 510, Bonte and Joe, Xfinity Mobile text line. I'm trying to double up my tax refund. Should I load up on the Dubs tonight? I would not recommend betting on the Warriors, especially on the road. Just tell you that right now. Stay away. This is a stay-away game unless you have a sickness. Unless you have a sickness because you don't know who's going to play. By the way, 5 minutes. Line them up right now, 888-957-9570. Shameless shout-outs. That's right, shameless shout-outs. We want to get that in today. Xfinity Mobile text line, YouTube, 888-957, shameless shout-outs. Give us a call. Shout out anybody you want to. You want to shout out your own high school, want to shout out your college, want to shout out your wife, want to shout out your kid wants to shout you out. Give us a call right now. It's your chance to get out of the air and shout somebody out. 888-957-9570. That's coming up in 5 minutes as I see the calls light up here.
I'm excited for that. This game tonight, and then you've got Memphis Grizzlies tomorrow. Is that correct?
And we're going to have Evan Barnes, our buddy from Memphis. He's going to join us at 9:20.
If you, not that they're good enough to be able to say that you get one. If you could predict that they could win one game, which one would you rather have?
The Memphis game. I'd rather have that Memphis game.
That feels like the more difficult game.
What did you think about Steph Curry? They asked Steph Curry whether or not it was a rivalry. He gave a one-word answer and said no. He just dismissed it immediately. Is it more of a fan rivalry? Is it
maybe? Like, is Cowboys-Niners a real rivalry to the players?
It felt like it was last.
Well, this time it does. Like the second time it absolutely did. But the first time, did it?
The first time, no. I think the players were new to it.
Yeah. I mean, Trent Williams clearly hates the Cowboys because of the Washington football team
and he's
era.
from Texas, so he knows what it means.
Yeah,
he knows how the Cowboys roll. So,
but I look at you and I won't agree on this. I think it is a rivalry. I think it's great because I don't think the Warriors really have a lot of rivals. They got like Harden and CP3 and LeBron and Westbrook, but those are players. This is a full team that people can't stand.
You know what? I think if they meet in the playoffs this time around, then you could officially say, okay, this is a rivalry.
Did you see what Dylan Brooks did?
In Miami.
What was that?
Pushing the cameraman. He's out of control.
Yeah.
He needs to be humbled. That's why I want to see them in the playoffs, and it may come in the first round.
Did you see the outfit he wore, too, into the game?
Yeah, the vest with no shirt on and the shorts.
I mean, is he a wrestler from the 90s?
He must be, because he has a stone-cold not even a stone-cold body, but he has, he's not ripped. He doesn't have a six-pack.
He's in way better shape than you and I.
I mean, there's no doubt about that. That's not clearing a high bar there.
I'm trying to clear some high bars today. Got a little workout a little later.
Yeah, I got swim class with Baby Chance today. Nah, Dylan Brooks is definitely not using steroids.
I do want to beat them, but I want the Hawks game too. What are the chance? If you were to place odds on them winning both games back to back,
I'd rather had a Western Conference game. I'd rather had a Memphis Grizzlies.
I know, but if you were to place odds on them winning both games,
the chances of them winning both games, the last back to back of the season, I'd say that chance is less than 10%. They have a less than 10% chance of winning this back-to-back.
That's not confident.
It's not about being confident. It's about being realistic.
Yeah. Boy.
Well, the Lakers just had a back-to-back. They blew out the Pelicans. They played the Rockets. They're like, yo, we don't need Anthony Davis against the Rockets. They lose. They lost to the Houston Rockets. I wouldn't put those odds up. Line them up. 888-957-9570. Shameless shout-outs coming up in a minute and a half. 90 seconds for shameless shout-outs to see the calls lighted up. Shout out whoever you want to shout out. Yesterday was Stone Cold Day. Today is St. Patty's Day. There's a lot to get to with the Golden State Warriors. Anthony Lamb now on the roster. Draymond Green suspended because he got that 16th technical. So he's out tonight.
I'll be interested to see if Kuminga can flourish a little with the absence of Draymond Green. Yeah. Extended minutes, playing him at the 4, better spacing on the court because you don't have him and Looney and Draymond on the floor together. That's something that I'm really looking to monitor tonight.
Yeah, who will he check? Will he check Trae Young? Will he check DeJounte Murray?
You would think Murray, no?
Who guards John Collins? Do you put Clay on John Collins?
Yeah, I think you do put Clay on John Collins.
So you have Looney on Capella. You have Clay on John Collins.
DiVincenzo on...
Maybe you have DiVincenzo on Trae Young, and you have Kuminga on DeJounte Murray.
Yeah, that's what I would do.
And then who's their 3? DeAndre Hunter. Do you hide Steph on him?
Yeah.
DeAndre Hunter's a solid player.
Yeah, he is. They're an interesting team. It feels like they've really underperformed this year.
They have.
But you look up and they're probably still going to make the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, right now they're in the play-in, which will be the second straight year.
What are they, 8-9 seed?
They're the eighth spot right now. They are 2 games behind the Miami Heat in the loss column. As far as finishing in the top 6, they're 4 games behind the Brooklyn Nets for that 6th spot. So I see the Hawks being a play-in team, probably playing Miami in the first play-in game, and we'll see if they win. But very disappointing considering they were in the Eastern Conference Finals a couple seasons ago, and then Trae Young comes out with you want to talk about ridiculous comments. We get on Draymond Green about, hey, it's hard for me to get out of bed in March. Well, how about Trae Young last season saying, yeah, after one playoff run, and Trae Young comes into the season, it's just hard getting up for regular season games. Dude, you haven't been in the league long enough to say something like that. He's unbelievable.
Yeah, he is unbelievable.
All right, let's get to shameless shout-outs here on the Morning Roast. Oh, and we will right now.
It's Friday.
All right, here we go. We'll start off with the Xfinity Mobile text line today. Xfinity Mobile text line 650. Shout out to my daughter Kennedy for listening to the roast with me on the car ride to school every day like a champ. That is Travis in San Jose. Shout out to Kennedy for listening to the roast.
Fernando Villorio. We're going to shout you out. And Sequoia Billiards.
Yes.
New tables, darts, shuffleboards. Redwood City, one of my favorite places in the world.
Oh, how about this one? I like this. Certified G 415. Shout out to 3 Payday Fridays in March. 3 Payday Fridays in the month of March. Also 510. Shout out to St. Francis High School first-year varsity rugby team. They're playing for the California State High School Rugby Championship in Mission Viejo against Torrey Pines in San Diego. That's tomorrow at 2:30 p.m. Saddleback Stadium. Go Lancers! Go Lancers! Go Lancers! Spinoni, Lutman, what do you guys have before we get to the phone lines here? Spinoni, who you shouting out today?
I'm going to go first here, actually. I got to shout out my Miami Hurricanes taking on Drake today in the NC2A tournament. That 5-12, always risky in that slot, but you know what? I'm confident in my Canes.
Baby food?
They're taking them through at least the first weekend.
Baby food?
It's all about the you.
One of the best players on the team. Do you even know who I'm talking about?
Oh, I think I want to say it's Norchad O'Meara, they call him that one, but he's a baller under the
It's
hood,
all about the you. You imagine Lubman bumping
that?
It's hurricane season.
You are the whitest, pastiest man I know.
Imagine
and
Lubman.
You in the U with Uncle Luke is just a visual that I can't. I love you, Lubman.
Orange is actually in the Miami, the green orange for Sam Lubman's hair. It's perfect.
It is
perfect,
perfect.
dude. The locks, by the way, just unbelievable.
Sam Lubman, you got some Irish in you?
Oh, yeah. No, on my mom's side through my grandfather. That's where the
red locks come from. There you go.
What you got, Spinelli?
There you go.
That's like Spaceballs. My grandmother's best friend's uncle's
former
cousin is actually how I'm Irish.
Oh, man.
Shout out. I'm going to shout out Furman yesterday. It was the first game I kind of watched. It was on in the background.
Right.
I'm usually not into college basketball, but you know what?
Yeah.
It did. Bonte said at the top, stuff like that. The last couple minutes of college basketball, it just gets fun. All right. I'm not watching the first 35 minutes, but I'll turn on towards the end.
No, I am jealous of the people who get to watch it in Sacramento this weekend. Yesterday, of course, in Sacramento, they got to see Princeton beat Arizona. And then tomorrow, of course, for a chance to go to the Sweet 16 up there to go to one.
By the way, did anyone of you guys know where Furman is located?
No clue.
No clue. Georgia. Let me guess.
Nope.
Georgia. North Carolina.
South
Carolina.
There you go.
South Carolina. Wow, what was that kid doing in Virginia throwing that pass? Let's hold on to the ball. Horrible. All right, let's get to the lines. Shameless shout-outs here in the Morning Roast. Let's start off with Roman in Daly City. Roman, what's happening?
What's up, Roman?
What's up, man? I want to give a shout-out to my school, Our Lady Perpetual Help 5th grade class.
I love it.
Let's go. Are you playing baseball right now or basketball or what?
Basketball. We didn't get it this year, but we'll put in the work and get it next year.
I like that mindset, Roman. I love that
Warriors
mindset.
could use you.
Wow, look at that. We didn't get it this year, but we're going to put it at work. There you go, Roman.
OPH, I think he said, or OPL, one of those, Our Lady of Perpetual Health. Was that what he said?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Shout out my lady Cynthia for being the best mama of our little girl. Love you. That's from the 650. Shout out my wife Giselle on her birthday and being an amazing mother. Oh, that is really, really cool right there. The coach of Vallejo, shout out to Pepperdine University and the two greatest Pepperdine players, William the Bird Averett and Dennis Johnson. Rest in peace, Dennis Johnson.
Okay.
All right, let's go to Schlep Rock in the city. Schlep Rock, what's happening?
What's up, Schlep?
What's going on? Hey, shout out to Roman for putting in the work. Hey, real quick, want to shout out to the Big Easy Barbershop in San Jose on West San Carlos, Felicia Williams, putting it down. Louisiana style. Hey, shout out to the commercial Class A drivers out here. You know, hey, the ball's in our court. Don't sell yourself short. Don't take any job. Hey, it's six-figure mob in time. You know, don't sell yourself out. Thank you, guys.
Love it. 6-figure mob in time. I like that. Shout out District Barbershop there on Brandon Street. That's where I go. Shout out to Pat, B. Hill and the crew. B. Hill runs it. They're putting in a juice bar in the barbershop.
Are they?
Yeah, you got to come.
Love me a nice shake or a juice bar.
And who's your barber at the Olympic Club? Chris?
Oh, yeah, that's Cream. Cream,
man. He was in there.
I know.
Working them hands, man. He's got bars. Alex in Atlanta. Alex, what's happening? You're on the roast. Who you shouting out?
Hey, guys. I'm shouting out my mom today. I'm surprising her by taking her to the Warriors-Hawks game tonight.
Nice.
She was born and raised in South San Francisco, so I know she's going to be excited to see Curry and the guys play tonight.
That's right. You're in there. Alex, you get to see your dubs.
Nice.
And you know what, Alex? I hope you get to see Stephen Curry. I hope you get to watch him in person. No doubt. Alex comes with all the stats. We love Alex in Atlanta. Martial Arts John in Richmond. Martial Arts John, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning, Roasters. I just want to quickly shout out my kickboxing youth squad out here in Richmond, California. Shout out to y'all. And another thing, shout out to 95.7 The Game. And shout out to you guys. You guys are the best show on here. I love.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Checks in the mail, Martial Arts John, as Guru would say. 650. Shout out to my son, Adrian, and daughter, Aria. My wife, Wycidia. Oscar and EPA. Love that as well. Shout out to the whole Ude, especially the West Ude. Thanks, guys. That's Hog 510 right there. Shout out to my wife and baby girl, Neek, at Sonoma State. Both birthdays and moms is tomorrow. Big love, Mr. Bay Area Roaster.
Sonoma State, most famous alum is?
Larry Allen.
Look at you.
Well, I was going to say Tommy Call or David Taylor.
It's Larry Allen.
It's Larry Allen by a long shot.
God bless Tommy Call and his new baby girl. But come on.
415. Shout out to those 1980s DJs who don't talk over songs as I try to record. That is right. And wasn't that the worst of DJs coming in?
Master Flex.
Yeah. The last verse, you're like, let it play out. Let it play out.
The worst.
And they just start yapping.
We the best.
Oh, gosh.
Shout out to him, by the way.
Yeah.
He's putting out some amazing golf content.
Yes. Let's get to Mitchell in San Jose. Mitchell, what's happening? You're on the roast. Who you shouting out?
I'm shouting out Chef Telmo and his wife, Jessie.
Nice.
They have a beautiful restaurant in Noe Valley, Uma Casa, the only authentic Portuguese food you can get in all of San Francisco.
Yeah, Chef Telmo's good people.
He is
Good people.
Let's
Good
go
people.
Let's go to Frank and Hercules. Frank, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's going on, guys?
What's up, Frank? Who you got this week? Who you shouting out?
Hercules.
My two sons, Hercules. My two sons, Joaquin and Tyler Garcia, and my beautiful Irish wife, Connie Garcia.
Nice.
Nice.
Very nice.
Before we get to our last one, 415 Xfinity Mobile Text Line. Shout out to George Washington High School girls varsity lacrosse for destroying Sacred Heart yesterday. Let's go, Eagles. Fly, Eagles, fly. Wash house. Whose house? Wash house. That's what he said.
In the words of Fillmore Mike, wash your back. All right, San Francisco Vikings Soccer Club, girls, 2008. I don't know why it's 2008. Red team playing in the top league. The first game against Burlingame this Sunday, 3:30, Beach Chalet.
Oh, I like that a lot. Shout out to Jimmy G as our Raider. And last but not least, our main man, Duke in the City. Duke in the City.
Come on.
What's happening?
Come on, man. Y'all know what it is, man. Come on, man. My boy, Tane Shasky, man. We going to shoot out, man. Straight up to local 10, man. My boys just holding it down. Y'all hear my voice was hoarse. You know why? My daughter and them, shout out Holy Angels basketball, the 7th grade team. They had a championship game against Daly City, War Memorial. They lost the game, but my daughter balled out. Actually, the whole team balled out. So I'm so proud of these girls, man, for doing what they do, and y'all for doing what y'all do, man. For my boy Tyler Miller, man, I got heat coming for the Warriors, man. When his voice get right, we don't do this big, man. I love y'all, man. It's what we do, man. 95-7 the game, man.
Love it. We love it, Duke. We love you too. We
Holy
love all
Angels
our roasters.
winning championships.
Yeah, no doubt. They're a powerhouse. They are a powerhouse. We love it. We love you, Duke.
I love it.
We love all our roasters. We love doing the shameless shout-outs. Alex at Atlanta getting to watch the Warriors back there. That's pretty cool. He's taking his mama there. That's special right there. Shameless shout-outs. We love to do that. Love to give a lot of love. It's been a lot of toughness. Where's Bon David Hernandez? Bon, shout out to Bon in Boston. Probably cheaper right now driving Uber listening on the Odyssey app.
Yep.
Hey, it's 10:54 right now in Boston. It's all good.
Oh, and St. Patty's Day in Boston? Are you kidding me?
It's all good.
Oh, he's getting after it.
Oh, yeah, he's going to get him out. He's going to make some money today driving Uber. No doubt. St. Patty's Day in Boston. All right. With that said, let's get to the injury report. Oh, that is so funny. West Union. There's a West Union City. West Union. Hey, I'm not mad at the West Union. Where's Guru from? East side, south side, north side?
My Union City geography is not as tapped in as it needs to be. I am not the Marco Polo of that particular region.
By the way, Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yeah?
Press conference canceled yesterday?
Is it another physical thing? Not with him, just like in general. I'm triggered by the physicals.
What's going on with Donnie and Jimmy G?
Apparently, per Vic Tafer, it's a contract, something wording in the contract that he expects to get done today. So we'll see.
Uh-oh.
Or are they just going to toss him out? You know what? We don't like the physicals. Go all in Lamar Jackson. Do it, Mark. Al would have done it. Come on.
Part of the contract says no more little field throwing for me. I can't be on the baby field.
Do they even have a baby field in Vegas?
Oh, I'm sure there's a couple.
Yeah, he has to go outside in the 100-degree heat.
Just go out. It's a nice facility. By the way, New York Mets are expected to be without closer Edwin Diaz. We're talking about the World Baseball Classic. He's going to be out for the season. He suffered a torn patella tendon in his right knee Wednesday while celebrating Puerto Rico's victory over Dominican Republic. That sent Puerto Rico to the World Baseball Classic quarterfinals. The injury was so severe that Diaz had to be carried off the field by teammates. Billy Epler, the GM of the New York Mets, told reporters that the general recovery timeline for an injury of this nature is 8 months. They just lost their star closer after paying him due to a celebration. Tough blow for the New York Metropolitans. The injury report brought to you by Boxer Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Coming up next, we'll continue to talk a little Dubs. Got some Niner talk as well. I got a question for you, Shaska, about Nick Bosa. As Sam Darnold, Javon Hargrave, I got to get that right. Javon Hargrave, newest member of the 49ers, and Isaiah Oliver. We'll get into some of the moves, and we'll get to Nick Bosa coming up on the Morning Roast here. Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Come into Friedman's Appliance and
baby, oh, baby, at Frisco / Payday Friday here on the Roast and N95.7 The Game. Hopefully everybody is having a great, great morning. Good morning to all the graveyard shift workers, all the longshoremen, all the union workers, the plumbers, the janitors, the bakers, the cops, the firefighters, teachers, and students who listen to the Roast on the way to school. Good morning to the strippers, baby mamas, baby daddies, stay-at-home dads, stay-at-home moms. You guys are doing the damn thing. Good morning to everybody out there. Spinotti, Lubin, you, Joe Shasky. We are back on the Roast. Evan Barnes at 9:20 from the Memphis Commercial Appeal. We're talking about the Grizzlies for tomorrow night and what's going on with John Morant. Warriors and Hawks today. Stephen Curry is questionable, but Steve Kerr believes that he will play with the left thumb soreness. Obviously, Draymond Green picked up his 16th technical the other night down in L.A. against the Clippers. He has been popped for one game. The NBA did not rescind that technical, so he's going to sit out tonight. He'll be back tomorrow. Anthony Lamb signed to the regular roster. Lester Quinones now signed on a two-way deal. And by the way, it's Javon Hargrave. I just went to the Instagram page where he got announced. He said, "What up, Niner Nation? Good to be here. Let's get to work. Go Niners." Javon Hargrave. Javon.
I'm very excited to see him play. I'm excited to see what he can do. But he just looks like a straight-up rhino who can play all along that defensive line. Yeah. I think he's really going to help things for Nick Bosa.
No, speaking of Nick Bosa.
Why is that?
What do you think about his extension? David Lombardi joined us yesterday and said, look, the Niners do have a good track record of waiting until training camp for the players to get into camp and get inside the building to work out those extensions. We've seen it with Deebo Samuel. We've seen it with Fred Warner Jr. We've seen it with George Kittle. Are you pressed to see Nick Bosa receive that extension, which could be, I don't know, $30 million a year?
Well, Aaron Donald right now is on the AAV is what people look at. Right. I don't know what the guarantees are. We can get to the specific guarantees, but he's making approximately $31.5 million a year. Mm-hmm. And then you drop down to TJ Watt, Joey Bosa, Myles Garrett in the 28, 27, $25 million a year range. You got to think he's 30 plus.
No doubt.
Right?
Now, do you feel good, by the way, as I see E40 posts all his CDs yesterday on his Instagram page? We were talking about that
nice.
With Streets of San Francisco. After that postseason, I wouldn't be in a rush to give him an extension either. I get it. He's one of the premier edge rushers in this league. You do not want to lose a Nick Bosa. We know how hard it is to find pass rushers out there in the NFL. It's hard. Everybody's trying to grab one. It wrecks games. It wrecks quarterbacks. You see the Philadelphia Eagles advance to the Super Bowl. You see the Kansas City Chiefs have an impact with Chris Jones and Frank Clark when he was there. Of course, he's been waived basically from Kansas City, so he's out there. He's a street free agent, but he's going to break the bank. He's going to break the bank, and you got to ask yourself, does he have as big of an impact as Aaron Donald on the football field every given Sunday? And I think the answer is yes.
Yeah, he does. But you seem reluctant because of the postseason this year.
No,
he's got more sacks than anyone in 49er playoff history.
You extend them.
Right.
You extend them. I mean,
I think
it's
just
a
wore
no-brainer.
down this year. And I also think their defensive line wasn't as good as the years past.
Which is why they went out to go get Javon Hargrave.
And it's why he got double and triple teamed and, beaten off. And also, I think this is the other part. Tyron Smith did a great job against him, like individually in the Dallas game.
Right.
Like he was fantastic. I think the footing was not as good as well because remember it rained the whole week leading up to it. It's basically rained for the last 3 months. So I don't know. I think we can focus on those last couple of games a little too much. To me, look at the body of work. Look what they are when he's not there. The 2020 defense when he got hurt, it was good.
But it wasn't great.
It was nowhere near what this is.
Yeah. Bosa changes the dynamic.
Absolutely. And he's 25 years old.
Right.
I mean, this is a guy that you want to keep in the fold for a long, long time. So the other part of this factor, Bonte, the salary cap's going up because they're going to be negotiating another television deal. Mm-hmm. And so that cap's going to go up.
No doubt.
I don't see what the big hesitation is to pay Nick Bosa. You pray when you draft someone in the top 5 to be able to give you the production that Bosa's giving them and to be able to give a guy a contract on that second deal he deserves.
No doubt.
That's what you hope for from your top picks.
He's lived up to the number 2 pick. I believe he's exceeded expectations. I don't think we thought he'd be this dominant. Like you think about it.
Right.
I think he when he came in, it's like, all right, I want to Quentin Williams. You live with Nick Bosa. His impact. He changes games. Like, we were discussing Jimmy Garoppolo. What's your favorite memory of Jimmy Garoppolo? I was thinking of Week 17 of that 2019 season in Seattle. We all forget Nick Bosa in that game.
Yeah.
Was all-time great.
Yes.
Chasing down Russell Wilson. And he was by himself. There was no D Ford in that football game. I think Armstead, was he back by then? They had some injuries on our defense late in the year in 2019, and Bosa was a man amongst boys in that game in Week 17.
What about this year when you were talking about down the stretch, and I think a lot of us were like, Defensive Player of the Year, he's got to have some moments here down the stretch. And there were fourth quarters in consecutive weeks throughout the last month where he was just dominant.
Well, it all started. We said that stretch when it starts with Tampa Bay, right?
Yes.
It was Tampa Bay, it was Miami, Tampa.
Yeah.
They went on the road to Vegas. And he had the big play in overtime against the Las Vegas Raiders, against the Commanders, against Arizona. Like, down the stretch, Nick Bosa was unreal.
Yeah.
And he stole that Defensive Player of the Year, and he ran away with it. So I think it's just a matter of time. Here's what David Lombardi from The Athletic yesterday said on the Morning Roast about Nick Bosa and that extension.
It's one of those ironic things. Everybody would rather get it done sooner, but then it turns into the staring contest because everybody's trying to get terms that are a little bit more favorable to their side. So it's deadline pressure that usually makes these things move along. Once you have that deadline pressure, it's like me writing an article, right? I could write it right now, but it's not due until 3:30, so I'm not going to start it until 2:30. Kind of so it's one of those things where Nick Bosa and his representation and the 49ers, Parag Marathe, their side, in an ideal world, my article would be done right now.
And the track record for the 49ers, as David Lombardi spits balls, and I feel about the deadline stuff. I'll be the same way with feature stories and articles. You wait until the last minute. You're like, all right, now the pressure's on. We deal better. So people love the pressure of getting stuff in by a deadline. So I do think the track record of Parag Marathe, John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan, and this regime with the 49ers, they'll get it done in August. Bosa may not step on the practice field until he gets that new deal, but I believe it'll get done in August.
So forget the data for a second. Who do you think's the greatest pass rusher in 49er history?
I'm not going to go Leo the Lion.
Namalini.
Oh, you wasn't that. People know Leo the Lion on a first-name basis. I just wanted to hear you say it. To me, it's Charles Haley.
Okay. I would probably agree with you. Although, if we're saying best defensive players on the line, not sack guys.
Right.
Bryant Young throws his name in the mix. Dwayne Board, Justin Smith.
Michael Carter.
Yes, there's other guys you would throw in there.
Fred Dean.
In terms of just going after the quarterback, I think it is Haley, right? I think Ahmed Brooks was underrated in terms of his career longevity.
Well, we're just discussing Alden Smith. I was talking to him about Bully and I were talking about Alden Smith. He was like, who's the guy who had this? I was like, Alden Smith.
Yeah.
He was like LT reincarnated with those long arms. So he had the potential to be the best ever pass rusher.
Alden was with the team from 2011 to 2015. Bosa's been with the team from 2019 to 2022. Right. He's a couple of sacks away.
From Alden Smith?
Yes, in less time. And he missed almost a whole season.
Yeah, it's true.
So right now, Nick Bosa is 8th all-time in 49er sacks.
That's insane.
Okay, this year, let's say he has just a average year, 10 or 11 sacks. Let's just say that would be like an average year. I mean, think of how great he is. An average year, right? 10 or 11 sacks. Bonte, he is going to be the number 3 all-time guy in terms of sacks.
Wow.
In 49er history. Only looking up at Charles Haley and Bryant Young.
Yeah. He has a chance to be the best ever pass rusher.
Right now, 90, 88, 89.5. I call it 90 for Bryant Young.
Where's Bosa?
Bosa right now is at 43.
Jeez.
And that's just the regular season.
So he'll get to 50 this season.
This is who he would pass this year, if we're being reasonable. Justin Smith, Alden Smith, Dwayne Board, Dana Stubblefield, Ahmed Brooks.
Wow.
And all he needs to surpass those guys, 8 sacks, basically.
Yeah, he'll get that. He'll get that.
And then he'll be 3 all-time. Haley had 66 sacks.
Yeah.
Haley was with the team from 86 to 91, and then rejoined the team 98, 99. Right. He was older. It was a different version. His great years...
He was there for like one game.
Yeah, his great years were 88 through like 95.
Right. He signed for the Green Bay game. We had the little neck roll on, trying to chase around Brett Favre.
Different number, too.
Right. Yeah, he looked weird.
He did.
But it was good to have Charles Haley. It's like, man, he's literally signed his guy for one game.
So as I say that, like that... You have to prioritize this guy. Like, when you draft someone number 2 overall and he changes the face of your defense, remember what they were before he came. They were one of the worst defenses in the league.
They were not good. And I expect them to be even better if they do get to the postseason this year because of Javon Hargrave, because of Eric Armstead. And I expect Drake Jackson to take a leap. I expect Drake Jackson to be a lot better this season and get on the football field. And Cleve Farrell, who knows what you're going to get out of him? He was drafted. He was a first-round talent. There's no doubt about that. Number 4 overall, the Raiders reach. But he was a first-round talent, and I think you can get something out of him.
Yeah, I do too.
Chris Kosaric, that's why you pay Chris Kosaric. That's why he's lauded as one of the best D-line coaches in the NFL.
I think one of the things that you hear from a lot of people is like, oh, well, if you pay someone, will they continue to try hard and push themselves to excellence?
Does that ever cross your mind with Nick Bosa?
No.
When you talk to his father, John Bosa?
No. I think he's addicted to football.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So
These
that's
guys
why I
are
have
born
no hesitation
to go get quarterbacks.
Like what I would love to hear, like what would someone's hesitation be in paying him?
Well, let's go to Chris in San Jose because I do think he has a point about Nick Bosa and maybe some hesitation on paying him a big fat contract extension. What's up, Chris? You're on the roast.
No, I was going to tell him I think he's worth every penny.
I agree.
Because, I mean, he missed. You guys are throwing out, stats and everything. Didn't the guy miss, 12 games?
More.
And that when he got hurt at the Jet game or whatever? I mean,
what was that, the
he's
second game
doing
of the
the
season?
sack record in 5 years.
Exactly. He missed 14 games that
so,
year.
I mean, he's worth every dime of it.
Yeah, he missed 14, and he got hurt in the first quarter of that game against the Jets in that week 2 of 2020. He missed 15 games that year. So basically, in 3 seasons, if we were just being realistic, 3 seasons, the guy's got 43 sacks.
Yep, that's insane.
It is insane.
That's next level.
That is insane.
I thought he was going to get 20 this year.
I think he would have if he hadn't gotten hurt. Because he missed some time, and then when he returned, he was kind of easing his way back in.
Yeah, he didn't play in the Atlanta game. He was compromised in the Kansas City game. Left at halftime in the Carolina game.
The groin does give me not hesitation. That's not the right word. The groin is something that I'm monitoring because that groin injury, it did kind of linger last year, and I think that as much as the defensive line around him not being as good, I do think that groin injury caught up to him in the playoffs.
It caught up to him, and I get the disappearance act when it came to sacking the quarterback, but also
those offensive lines.
Well, not only that, but you can focus on Nick Bosa when you don't respect the other side.
Agreed.
When you don't respect Charles Omenihu, or you don't respect Ebukam, or you don't respect Drake Jackson, who couldn't even dress in half of those playoff games. And then inside, who's getting doubled? Is Eric Armstead getting doubled? Javon Kinlaw, is he getting doubled? We saw the film of Javon Kinlaw.
Mm-hmm.
This is why you bring in Javon Hargrave to take some of that pressure. You put Hargrave and Bosa on the same side, and one of those dudes are seeing one-on-ones.
Yeah.
They're getting to the quarterback.
Yeah.
So that helps.
Yeah.
And I think we will see Drake Jackson improve this season. I do think Cleve Farrell, I got hopes in Cleve Farrell that you'll get the most out of him in a one-year deal, knowing that, hey, if I don't ball out, I'm not going to get the money I'm seeking after the season. I'm not going to get that second contract.
I'll say this for Farrell, not to cut you off, Joe, but he did have a better year last year than he's ever had because he was the third option. They had Max Crosby and they brought in Chandler Jones. So he wasn't going to be he was more of a rotational player. He'd come in every third down or whatever. But you did see his impact a lot more last season. So I'll say that.
No doubt. See, there you go.
It's so funny because we start throwing around these numbers and then instantly you get texts like this. Oh, he's not TJ Watt. It's like they play 2 totally different positions in 2 totally different divisions, right?
And 2 different defenses.
Totally
2
different
systems.
defenses.
TJ Watt's a stand-up outside linebacker to 3-4.
And he's excellent. Anyone would want either one of them. But if you're banking on futures, one guy's 28, one guy's 25.
Right.
You know what I mean? So he's going to get paid at some point. And their numbers are very comparable in terms of production yearly.
And they're both, I remember we had this
studs.
discussion last year.
They're studs.
Who's the best? And I was like, TJ Watt's really good. But it's not like, hey, TJ Watt is light years better than Nick Bosa. You got to look at divisions. You got to look at quarterbacks you play. They're just different players.
If you took TJ Watt and you said, oh, TJ Watt's the guy that I prefer, fine. You like Nick Bosa? Fine. I mean, they're both the cream of the crop in terms of guys that get after the quarterback. Right now it's a short list. You got your Aaron Donald, you got Myles Garrett, TJ Watt, Nick Bosa, Parsons.
Yep. Right there.
And they all do something a little different than what each of the other guy does. They're all game wreckers that you have to scheme against.
No doubt. Nick Bosa, so he will get paid. You heard from Lombardi. I think it probably happened in August. Now, tag him. I did for a wait. I was like, hey, did you want to tag Bosa? And I thought, look, it's a tool. It's an option. But obviously, when you start to tag somebody, you play that game of them not coming to training camp. And they're like, hey, I'm not participating in training camp until I get my new contract and my guaranteed money. So that's where that is with the franchise tag. It's a delicate situation when you start tagging players.
It is. And I think that Bosa is one of the 49er fans' favorite players. I think he is. I see a lot of 97 jerseys out there. And the guy is just an absolute stud. You know what you get from him, and there's a workman-like character. The other element of this that I don't think we could talk enough about, when you pay someone guaranteed money like this, I think we've kind of just taken it for granted when it comes to the Yorks and having the money. Part of why Khalil Mack was traded was the Raiders did not have the money to put in escrow to pay these people. You have to have the cash, put it in an account. So they've done it with Kittle. They did it with Jimmy G before that, but they've done it with Kittle. They've done it with Trent Williams. They've done it with Fred Warner. They do it all. I don't think we give them enough credit for actually having the cash to put into these escrow accounts so that they don't even flirt with these guys getting disgruntled. They did it with Debo.
Did it with D Ford.
D Ford.
You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, the Raiders were broke. They were waiting on that NFL check, which is why Khalil Mack ended up moving on, and now he's back with the Chargers this season. Let's go to Julian in San Francisco. Julia, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's happening, guys? Thanks for taking my call.
No problem.
So I wanted to say in the T.J. Watt versus Nick Bosa conversation, I think I saw an interview on T.J. Watt, and like half of his sacks are on Baker Mayfield. Like, you understand that Nick Bosa is chasing around Kyler Murray, Russell Wilson. I mean, he's out of the division now. But his athleticism is just so crazy incredible. And I was wondering, do you actually think that Bart the Shark could come to the Niners? I don't know. I think it would be really cool, but whatever. Thanks, guys.
You said Frank the Shark?
I didn't hear it. It was jumbled.
I heard Mark the Shark.
Well,
what's Mark the Shark?
I don't know. I don't know who that is. Mark Ingram, maybe? Is that who he's talking about? Running back. Yeah, I don't know.
Who is he talking about?
I don't know.
I don't know who he's talking about. I don't know.
The point being is that Bosa deserves the money. He's going to get the money, and they're going to have the cash to be able to put down. If I was to guess, I would say first, second week of August. That's usually when they give out their deals.
When they do it.
You know, and I think he'll be ready to roll. He'll show up in great shape. That's the other thing.
And he said nothing about holding out or he knows he's going to get his money.
The other part of this, the NFL's a practice league. You practice 5 times more than you play. This guy shows up at practice ready to dominate.
I mean,
every drill, every 11 on 11, everything. Like I don't think people realize how this guy is a tactician at practice.
Well, they're talking about Frank the Shark Clark.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
I didn't know what he was saying.
It'd be nice to get him. I don't know if they have the money.
I wouldn't be mad at Frank Clark.
I wouldn't be mad at Frank Clark at all. That D-line would be
wouldn't be mad
with Frank Clark. You talk about Nick Bosa at practice. We went down to training camp a couple years ago, and we were walking on the side field, and Bosa was running by himself, right? And nobody was bothering him. And his legs. And we were like, oh, my gosh. And we were like, what did I say? What up, Big Bear? Hey, man. What do you do? What do you say?
Hey, I'm just working on my craft.
Hey, man. And then he sprints off.
But he doesn't sprint. He, gallops.
Right. And then you see him on a sled. And he gets angry when he doesn't win a drill. He, gets right back into the drill. To get off drills on the sled.
Trent Williams missed a couple of days, all right, for whatever, veteran, you know, they got an off day or whatever. It was basically a sprint to the quarterback. And what they do in these practices is the quarterbacks are wearing either all black or all green jerseys or whatever. And the defensive linemen, they slap the quarterback. They don't tackle. They don't hit him, whatever. They slap. And I swear to God, this guy was doing a slap-a-thon.
Yeah,
he's just running up, slap, just dominating practice. And I'm like, Jesus, I'm walking around. And Tim Ryan, the voice of the 49ers, who does the play-by-play, he goes,
who's the color analyst?
Excuse me. If this team looks half as good as Bosa looks every single day in practice, we're going to go 16-0. I mean, that's how good this guy. This is a former defensive lineman falling in love with him.
He doesn't take a rep off. Bosa is a guy. If we're going to invest in players, that's the player you invest in. And I get the injury concerns. I do. But I'll live with that. Everybody's an injury risk. You can pay. We saw them pay Jimmy Garoppolo. Look how that worked out.
Aaron Donald is, I think, tore his pec. And
right. He's been hurt. These are football players. These are gladiators.
Exactly. Defensive linemen are going to play, a lot, and they're going to get hurt a lot because they're in the trenches all day. I just think he's the linchpin of everything they do on defense. He's a great player. He leads by example in his own way. And I think even if you did, let's just say hypothetically, scheme change down the line or whatever, this guy's so good. He'll be a stud in any kind of he's not a scheme guy. He's not good because of the scheme.
What seed would you have him at? If you had to rank or seed Bay Area athletes all time, and we have March Madness going on.
Wait,
what seed would Nick Bosa be?
As in all time,
in all time Bay Area athletes
or beloved?
No, just players.
Just players.
Ballers. When you think about top seed, for example, Stephen Curry would be a number 1 seed.
Absolutely.
Joe Montana would be a number 1 seed.
Yeah.
Jerry Rice probably be a number 1 seed.
This is going to sound egregious. Jerry Rice, his performance and everything, yeah, absolutely. I think when it's all said and done, we're looking at somebody who could throw his name in the ring in terms. It's Ronnie Lott right now for most people.
For number 1 seed? Or
greatest defensive 49er ever.
Yeah.
If he stays for 10 years, and again, you got to stay healthy. Like that's a long projection.
And don't you got to win a couple rings?
No doubt.
Or at least one.
No doubt. But does Ronnie get a ring if they don't have Joe? Like, I don't know. Like, and Ronnie's part of the reason why they got him.
Without Ronnie, yeah.
No, and I know, but like, it's not Bosa's fault that they haven't won a championship.
Right.
Like, come on, Bosa. He's like the last guy that I'm pointing the finger at. But yes, they would have to win one. But he has an opportunity to be one of those. He's got a Hall of Fame resume building right now. I mean, he's got to do it for another 5 to 10 years.
Ronnie Lott, Justin Smith.
He's better than Justin Smith already.
Oh, I don't know.
I think so.
Patrick Willis?
Willis is like the gold standard. He's coming up on it. Willis is like one of the gold standards. But Willis's career was short.
Yeah, but
if
8
Willis
years.
Played,
8 years is just Hall of Fame worthy football.
Bonte, I agree. He's one of my favorite players of all time. It's Lott, Willis, who else? Charles Haley, but Charles, again, shorter longevity with the Niners.
Justin Smith would be there. Bryant Young.
Of course, Bryant Young. But
I don't think he surpassed Bryant Young yet.
Well, Bryant Young played for 15 years for the Niners and was the linchpin on some horrible teams.
Like in just terms of seeding, Nick Bosa right now, Bayer, he'd probably be a nice solid 9 seed, right? When you consider all the athletes that came to the Bay.
That. Like, okay, for example, you're going to have someone, someone like Iguodala higher than him?
So Lubman came up with this, right? His 8 seeds right now: Barry Zito, Baron Davis, Andre Iguodala, Brandon Crawford. If those are the 8 seeds, and Nick Bosa,
he's like a 4 seed then, I mean, because Barry Zito. I mean, come on, are we kidding ourselves? And like Baron was here for 2 years,
right?
I count the A's, Barry Zito too. Do you have to count the Cy Young? Got to count that season
for the A's.
Yeah. Barry Zito's an 8
that's
seed.
a good point.
And my rankings were more based on just like
he was
beloved,
horrific
not
for that.
best. I'm trying to
you're
how
the best.
people
You're
like
going
him.
beloved. Okay,
Yeah, like how people like them. So like sometimes
So number 1 seed. So then Willie Mays, Montana, Steph, Buster.
Well, beloved is a different question.
It's entirely different question. I was going best, just pure athlete.
For their respective teams, different sports. I know that. Who is going to go down as the better defender all time? Draymond Green or Nick Bosa?
Wow.
Damn.
Good tease for the other side.
Wow.
That's a tease, people.
Wow.
That is a tease. 888-957-9570.
Huh.
Who's going to go down as the better defender of all time?
I mean,
Nick
right
Bosa,
now, I think you got to go Draymond.
Nick Bosa or Draymond Green?
Draymond got the hardware.
Wow. Hell of a question. We'll come back with that, as well as a Fix It Friday code word for you to win a $250 Kirby gift card. That's right, a Kirby gift card. That's what's coming up on the game. Sponsored by In at the Tides. Book your giveaway to Bodega Bay at the iconic In at the Tides. Their midweek winter special offers, the lowest rates of the year, starting at just $1.99 per night through March 31st. It's incredible. Enjoy stunning views, refreshed rooms, and free breakfast. Book now. InAtTheTides.com.
Today,
95.7 The Game.
St. Patty's Day. Happy St. Patty's Day to everybody out there. Oh, by the way, it's a Fix It Friday as well. Kirby, the driveway mechanic. Code word is brakes. That's right, text brakes, BRAKES, to 20357 by 10 a.m. for your chance to win a $250 Kirby gift card. Kirby, your driveway mechanic. Check out Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com. Kirby.
Draymond Green and Nick Bosa both have Defensive Player of the Years. One guy has, 2 to 3 times the amount of time in his respected league. Draymond does over Bosa. And Draymond, obviously, the versatility as a defender. But I guess my question on the Draymond thing, around the league, people realize how great Nick Bosa is, but our familiarity with the NFL is different than the NBA. How do other markets view Draymond Green? Do they view him?
Oh, they don't like Draymond Green whatsoever.
No, but do they view him as a great all-time defender?
No, they view, I believe.
Okay.
From just interactions and hearing people like Kenny Caraway up in Sacramento, ESPN 1320, they just think he's a sidekick for Stephen Curry, that he's replaceable.
So why does Ben Wallace get the, for someone like Ben
shots.
Wallace? What?
He was bigger. He blocked shots. He was in Detroit in an era where bigs were still relevant and a different, I'm not going to say bigs are not relevant now, but I think the block shots, the afro, the flair, and who he was on the court, he didn't say much, right?
Yeah, I think that's a good point.
What adds to Draymond's hate, is all the stuff off the floor. The podcasting, the talking.
Yeah, but will we remember him? Rodman was the same way, and I still feel like we revered Rodman defensively.
Yeah.
And I'm not comparing Rodman to Draymond. They're not like for like, but I'm saying
Rodman off the floor.
There was a lot of weird stuff with Rodman.
There was a lot of weird stuff.
And I think that did put off a lot of people. But at the end of the day, they respected the hell out of him.
Right.
No, I think Rodman is a higher caliber defender. And was for a longer period, but I think a lot of people would, take qualms on either side.
I don't know. Don't you feel like people look at Draymond Green as like, yeah, he's just a sidekick.
Bonte, I don't have a good feel for Draymond outside of this market. I really don't. I know in Boston, they did not think he was all that at all.
No.
They thought he was not even a sidekick. He was a gimmick. He is a byproduct of the Warriors system.
Spinotti.
And a front runner,
Laker
which
fans.
I dismiss.
How do Laker fans view Draymond Green?
Oh, well, they think he's one of the best defenders ever, but they've been linked to him. See, that's the thing. So so fans I think could talk themselves into Draymond because of the intangibles. He's a player that I believe people look at, they say they love to hate him, but they want him on their team. Because they want a guy like that on their team.
Portland, Dave Lillard is like, yeah, I'll take Draymond.
Yes, because if Nick Bosa was a free agent, I think almost every team in the league would be like, yeah, love to have him. Right? And they'd be like, well, this is a great acquisition.
It's almost like he's the guy you hate him if he's not on your team, but the minute he comes to your team, you're like the
You love
biggest
him.
fan. He's kind of like a Richard Sherman type. Whenever we all hated
That's a
Richard
good point.
Sherman,
Yeah.
and he comes to the Niners, it's
That's
like,
a good
oh
point.
man, I love Richard
Sherman's
Sherman.
Why do you
good
sound
guy.
like you're out of space, love it? Where you at?
I know.
Well, it's like I got my mic on, and then Spidoni's got his mic on.
Oh,
so
that's
I'm being
why?
picked up on multiple mics.
I thought it was you at an
Gotcha.
Uncle Luke concert.
Well, also with Draymond Green, it depends on Lakers are in a unique situation because they already have 2 superstars, right? Draymond would ask to be maybe the 4th guy. I don't know if they keep D'Lo or get Kyrie or whatever. But same with the Warriors. If he had to go to the Pistons,
with a team,
that's
a team like the
thing.
Indiana Pacers want or need Draymond Green. Would the Orlando Magic wanted Draymond Green? Would the Charlotte Hornets wanted Draymond Green? Draymond Green, does he only belong on championship teams? Can you only use him as a contender?
And so you're saying you're asking out loud, and because of that, does it dilute how great he is in his? Because I feel like Dre's got the upper hand in this one.
Yeah, I think the resume is an all-time resume.
But 10 years from now, Bosa might have multiple depoys and 100 sacks.
He may.
But he might not.
But you also get
the championships matter.
You also get people who are big Michael Cooper fans. Michael Cooper and the Showtime Lakers is not in the Hall of Fame.
I think when you say
better
that
shooter
name,
than Draymond Green. A lot of people don't know who Michael Cooper is.
That's what I was just going to say.
Especially the young generation.
I agree with that.
Michael Cooper, Defensive Player of the Year.
Yeah.
The guy tasked of trying to slow down Larry Bird.
Absolutely.
Important part of that Showtime Laker team. 5 championships.
Yeah.
Started shooting the 3-ball later in his career. Very good defender. 6'9", long, athletic. He's not in the Hall of Fame. So there's an argument right now in the NBA circle hey, if you put Draymond Green in the Hall of Fame, what about Michael Cooper? Because Iguodala's starting to get buzzed for the Hall of Fame as well.
Draymond's going to the Hall of Fame. He is. No, he is. You win Olympic golds.
I
you win
agree.
Olympic golds. You're a all defensive player of the year. You know what I mean? Like you are, and you've got 4 championships. You cannot write the history of basketball without a section. Some said not a big one, but a section on Draymond Green.
See, people would argue that.
What do you mean?
I think people outside of the Bay Area bubble say, yes, you can. You can't write the history of basketball without Draymond Green.
Big 10 player of the year. Like he's done more for basketball than Tracy McGrady, and McGrady is one of
Who's a bigger impactful player?
I'm just saying.
Tracy McGrady?
I'm talking about for
Come
the
on, that's
game of
a
basketball.
bold. Tracy McGrady did a lot. Worldwide? Tracy McGrady's a worldwide superstar.
Bonte, he didn't have team success that
He didn't have the
Draymond
team
did.
success,
That matters.
But highlights, jersey sales.
Oh, I'm not
People
dismissing
wanted
those.
to beat T-Mac.
If you want to win a game tomorrow, like as much as I love T-Mac, I'm
You're
taking
taking
Dre.
T-Mac.
I'm taking Dre.
You're taking Draymond to win a game?
Draymond's one of the great winners in the game. The second he got inserted into the lineup, it changed the ethos of the
Hell of a
organization.
question.
But the highlights.
Tracy McGrady's all time.
I know, but like,
I get the winning part.
Draymond
I understand that.
Look, if you were making a list of the all defensive players of the last 40 years, he's on that list.
He is defensively.
Right?
Defensively.
So if you're talking about defense in the NBA, because there's 2 sides to the floor, like you have to have the conversation about Draymond Green. And that's the way
the history of basketball? See, I think you could write the history of basketball without Draymond. I truly do.
What,
now,
are you just going
can't-
offense?
You can't talk about the big 3 without Draymond Green, of course, with the Golden State Warriors. But a lot of people look at the NBA and say buckets win you games. I know there's this hyper focus on defense and defense wins championships.
Part
I
of
don't
LeBron-
necessarily agree that it applies to the NBA so much. You got to go get buckets because if that was the case, defense wins championships. The Pistons in the 2000s would have won 5 straight.
I don't know.
They had great defense.
I think we're underrating Draymond Green's
I don't think so.
overall body of work.
Oh, his body of work is great.
I mean, and then what he did in college is very important. When you're a Big Ten player of the year, that does
How many
matter.
college grades?
I'm just saying, like when you play for Izzo, it's different. It's not like it is different. You know it is. And the Basketball Hall of Fame is not NBA or college. It's about what you do in the Olympics.
You get this though. Aussie rules. Draymond on another team, not necessarily a winner. People are gonna if Draymond moves on after the season. If he moves on after the season, he signs with another team. We're going to be laser focused on what he does without Stephen Curry.
But that doesn't take away what he did for the
I'm not
Warriors.
saying it does. I think he's had an all-time great resume. I agree with you.
Yeah.
He's going to the Hall of Fame. But then at the same time, he's going to the Hall of Fame. There's going to be Laker fans and there's going to be OGs saying, "What about Michael Cooper?" Had a very similar track record.
Look, for me, I don't want to do the comparative shopping. If you think Michael Cooper should be in, what's holding him back? He should be in.
I don't know what's holding him back. He hasn't gotten in yet. So
I mean, I don't know, man. And the way that the games move forward in positionless basketball.
Here's another
and
example.
being able to guard multiple positions, like Dre is an evolutionary step forward.
I agree, but you got fans outside of the Bay Area like Worldwide Hef. He's not a Warrior fan at all.
Yeah,
Draymond not drafted by the Dubs is just Bo Outlaw.
Come on.
But that's how fans outside
Bo
the Bay Area.
Outlaw.
I'm serious.
Bo Outlaw. That's
how some fans outside the Warriors feel.
Hef, if you can hear me, put down the weed. I love you, bro. I know it's
He's a
Friday.
historian.
You ain't got no job. You
He's
ain't
a
got nothing to
historian,
do.
man.
In the words of Ice Cube,
I'm saying,
come on, dog.
That's a little
Come on.
snippet. That's a little a glimpse of how fans outside the Bay Area view Draymond Green.
The Steph Curry, it's like the Jeff Kent Bonds argument. Like Jeff Kent's career in many ways, like he's amazing. He also played alongside Barry Bonds. So when I talk about one or the other, they go interconnected. When you talk about Steph Curry and Klay Thompson, part of their team success is woven into the fabric of Draymond Green being one of the all-time facilitators on one end, and then on the other end, being one of the greatest versatile defensive pieces the game's seen. I'm not saying he's the best. I'm saying he's he's in the argument. If you can't acknowledge that, then you're not at the big boy table. Let's have an adult, not you, but let's have adult conversations.
Let's go to the calls. I want to hear from fans.
Yeah.
Draymond, Bosa, who's the more impactful defensive player? What was your question? Draymond, Bosa.
Who, when it's all said and done, and you're projecting on Bosa,
Right.
who will have more an impact on defense in their respected sport?
Let's go to
Bosa
Marion.
or Dre?
Marion Conquer, what's happening?
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yep.
Gotcha.
We can hear you. We can hear everyone.
Okay, good. My comparison or the argument is simple. Draymond has been, defensive player of the year and has 4 championships, and he gets to play on offense. Like Shasky just said, he's a great facilitator. But also, like Shasky said, Bosa, it's not Bosa's fault they didn't win the Super Bowl. If Jimmy makes one pass,
That's what I'm saying.
then he has one championship. And in sports math, it's harder to win a Super Bowl. So if the Niners end up winning two Super Bowls with Bosa, then this argument would be different maybe in 5-10 years.
Interesting.
But I think the last thing is that Draymond likes to talk and Bosa doesn't like to talk.
It's true.
Yeah.
So,
and that rubs people the wrong way.
They do go about it completely different.
Yeah, and that rubs people the wrong
that
way.
I will grant you.
Podcast Draymond Green, people are not a fan of that.
Yeah.
Even though he did win Sports Podcast of the Year via iHeart, which is an accomplishment.
It wasn't garlic fries and baseball, guys?
Were you guys a finalist? Deborah Pleasanton, long time
Hey,
no talk.
Deborah.
Deborah, how you doing?
Hey, Deb.
Hi, I'm great. A long-time listener.
Thank you.
But
Thank
I want to say, you guys are great. So I have to say, I love Draymond. I'd love to have dinner with him. He's a kick. I think he's done some amazing things, but you've got to count on your players. And he gets himself out of the mix way too often for my comfort. And the second thing is, yes, he has a terrific long career. Bosa is phenomenal. Yes, he's new, but I think we're going to be able to count on him for a very long time.
No
So
doubt.
it's hard for me. Love Draymond, but I'm picking him.
Well, Draymond's
What a call,
resume.
Deborah.
Well, it was a great call.
Call again.
Draymond's resume, you can't, again, the 2 gold medals. I'm not going to dispute that. 4 NBA championships, DPOY, all defensive teams, all stars. Bosa's got a long way to go to catch Draymond Green.
No doubt.
I don't even think it's a fair question yet.
Are there more accolades to be had in basketball? Because of, you're referencing Olympics. There is no Olympics for the NFL.
Well, think about how you value all-stars compared to Pro Bowls. We think the Pro Bowl is a popularity. It's a joke.
But he's been all-pro, which is a
He has
higher
been
level.
all-pro.
That's like being NBA first team.
Draymond's been all NBA. Has he been all NBA? Yeah, I know he's been all defensive team.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right
all
here.
NBA, Draymond Green. Has he
So
made a
right
third
here.
team or anything?
Okay, so he's been right here. 4-time all defensive first team.
Right.
3-time all defensive second team. I see an all NBA second team in
And third
2016.
team. Yeah.
And an
that's-
all NBA third team in 2017.
I don't think this is even close right now.
What do you mean?
Right now, it's not close. Draymond Green, by far and away, will be known as a better defensive player. Look at the better player, period. All NBA team, that puts him on when you're a defensive guru and you're known for being a defensive
all
sniper.
NBA second team.
Right. That's still impressive.
No,
In the
it's
NBA,
really impressive.
Think about LeBron James had a spot locked up.
I know.
Kevin Durant had spots
know.
locked up. Stephen Curry.
All those people could score. That's the thing. All the people next to him could actually score the basketball. He's the only one that's not known as a scorer, but his defense and playmaking ability was so good that he was able to be up there.
That year, though, 2016, he did score, which is that's the outlier.
Well, how many though? Like
no, I agree. He wasn't a 25
Exactly.
point a game night guy, but he was so good. Go back. That Luke
Unbelievable.
Walton first 25 games, whatever it was. Dre was hitting everything.
24-1.
He was so sick.
He was.
That was
sick.
the best version of Dre.
Let's go to Josh in Oakland. Josh, what's happening?
What's
You're
up,
on the road.
Josh?
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call, man. This question is not even hard, but recency bias is crazy. The disrespect for Draymond Green is crazy. All the accolades you just put out: 4-time first defensive team, 3-time second defensive team, 4-time NBA champion, defensive player of the year, should be 2-time defensive player of the year. But beyond that, in terms of impact on your sport, he was one of the guys that truly ushered in positionless basketball. People forget about the death lineup. His ability to switch 1 through 5 in legit guard centers. I will watch TV and TNT and all this. People were talking about getting the next Draymond Green, looking for the next Draymond Green to be able to play in that small ball lineup. So if we're talking about impact, people just it's his body of work. They don't even just because of what's going on now and how guys are older. But if we talking about Nick Bosa 25, Draymond Green at 25, okay, the disrespect is crazy for dude. I get it. He's soured on a lot of people, but Draymond Green is the greatest defensive player of my generation.
So I'm glad you said that because you brought up how positionless basketball, when he was drafted, if you look at a lot of the analysts saying, tweener was the word that they called it. Is he a 3? Is he a 4? What is he? And he was a tweener. Do we say tweener anymore?
No.
And now he's not the only one. There's been other, like Steph's kind of like a tweener between point guard, shooting guard, right?
He changed it. I don't think it's close. I think it's Draymond all day. But
don't you think that means he's a Hall of Famer too?
No, well, I never said he wasn't a Hall of Famer. But there's an argument, again, in NBA circles, when you look at Michael Cooper, why isn't he in the Hall of Fame?
I think there's a tougher argument for Andre Iguodala getting into the Hall of Fame than Dre. Dre's a lock to me.
Michael Cooper should have been a lock, right?
Well, but
you honor championships, team success,
but
all NBA teams, all defensive teams.
Draymond getting in shouldn't mean that Michael Cooper is excluded or included.
I agree.
He should be voted on independently.
I'll just play the other side and say what other people are saying.
Gotcha.
And what people are saying outside of the market.
But there are limits to how many go in the NBA.
I agree. But
like in baseball, if I vote for you, I can't place another vote for someone else.
There's going to be some OGs banging the table saying, damn it, what about Michael Cooper?
Yeah.
Now, the last caller just said he's the best defender he's ever seen of his generation.
Kawhi, Jordan.
I would push back on that with Draymond Green.
Wait,
Draymond Green's a great defender.
Well, how old is that guy?
I don't know.
If Josh is 25 to 30, maybe he didn't see Michael Jordan in his prime and Scottie Pippen in his prime. Maybe he only saw Scottie Pippen with the Portland Trailblazers.
Dwight Howard?
We have forgotten how great Dwight Howard was. And that people laugh at him now, but the guy was, for 10 years, one of the great basketball players of the generation.
Marc Gasol? He's got a DPOY.
Gasol's excellent.
Ben Wallace? Ron Artest.
I forgot about Gasol. He was so
Ron
excellent.
Artest.
Artest was so good.
Excellent.
Dikembe Mutombo.
How about LeBron? Yeah. I mean, we just dismiss LeBron's defense.
So I would push back on the greatest defensive player of his generation. I know Steve Kerr said, hey, he's the greatest defensive player ever. I don't know about that.
In terms of his versatility, like if you look at Bosa, sacking the quarterback, stuffing the run, I'm not asking Bosa to guard tight ends down the field. Draymond literally would be like your Swiss Army knife. He'd be more like a Fred Warner. I'm asking him to, now he doesn't do it as often, guard point guards, guard shooting guards, guard threes, guard fours, guard fives. Now he's more of a 3-4-5 guy.
Rodman could do that.
I know, and that's what makes those guys so unique.
Pippen could do that.
Yes. Although Pippen wasn't, because that era was different. He wasn't asked to guard fives, but I know he could have.
But he could.
I actually think Pippen would have been better in this era.
Yeah.
Don't you think?
Oh, he would have been amazing in this era.
Right? I think he would have been better with the no hand checking.
Ron Artest would have been so good. I mean, he played in this era without the hand checking, but he was good.
At the beginning, it was much more physical.
Right. Dwight Howard over Draymond Green. I don't know. It's a great question. Let's go to Bob in Point Richmond. Bob, what's happening?
Yeah. Good morning, fellas. I think one thing that is not in this discussion and needs to be is, and stick with me when I say this because people are going to yell at me, but I think that Draymond is a great offensive player, and I don't think that should be underestimated. I mean, when you think about his ability to pass, he's essentially been a point forward for them in one of the great offenses of all time. Yes, he's had great players with him, but still, great passer, sets screens, brings the ball up court faster than just about anybody his size other than Magic Johnson. He does a lot of good things for your offense.
He does. Well, he does.
Don't you think his athleticism is underrated? Because I think we look at him and he doesn't. I think we've underrated his athleticism.
I don't know if we have.
I'm not talking about jumping. I'm talking about being able to contort his body to finish around the rim, get up and down the court. I think we look at him like he's a lumbering dude, and he's not that.
No, I don't think people look at him like that. But we also look at him as a guy who can't finish at the rim.
But that's different than being athletic.
Yeah, I know. It's different. But we talk about all that, like being creative. I don't know about that. I will push back on that.
You don't think he's that athletic for his size?
I think he's in terms of an NBA player, when T-Mac was brought up.
Yes.
You think an athletic? T-Mac could do everything.
Yeah, but he was a shooting guard.
But he was still athletic.
I'm talking about for power forwards.
Ben Wallace.
Undersized power forward.
Is he more athletic than Ben Wallace, who was an undersized center?
No, Ben Wallace actually was a great athlete. He was. He could run.
Dennis Rodman is right there.
Rodman could run.
He's a lot more athletic.
Yes, but I'm saying I think we've underrated his athleticism.
I don't know. Is it even rated?
But that's what I'm saying. We don't even consider him a great athlete. We consider him a bruiser and a banger.
I think it's just assumed. It's out there that, hey, if you play basketball, you're a great athlete. And if you're not a great athlete, you're going to be ran out the league. Like Oliver Miller, we look at Oliver Miller back in the day with the Phoenix Suns.
Yeah.
Not a great athlete. He was out the league pretty quickly. He was out the league fast because he was out of shape.
I guess.
You know what I'm saying?
I guess.
He's in good shape, But athletic, when we think about, like, what comes to mind when I say, hey, he's an athlete? When you think of athletes, what they can do on the floor.
I'm saying relative to his body type, because his body type, when you look at him, he looks more lumbering than I think he plays.
Well, when you have, and I'm
He's
not,
a great
I'm not
athlete.
coming down this road, but there's been questions about Draymond Green being in shape. And Draymond Green has said things like, yeah, I use a regular season to get into shape. He comes into camp sometimes overweight. That's been known with Draymond Green. That's where I'll push back on that a little bit.
I don't know. I see a lot of guys like Luol Deng was about his body type. He's a better athlete than Luol Deng.
I don't know about that.
Yes, I do.
Oh, I don't know about that. I disagree.
Yeah, I think
Luol
he
Deng
is.
was a great athlete.
I don't know.
Luol Deng was sick.
He couldn't get up and down the floor the way Draymond does.
No, yes, he could. Luol Deng? Are you kidding me? In his prime?
He
no, come on.
The Lakers are still paying for him.
Exactly.
They are. Well, that's not his fault. His body broke down. Draymond Green's body's not breaking down? No, sometimes injuries happen. What are you talking about on the layup?
I love it.
Greg Oden, would you say he was a better athlete at times than Draymond Green? Body breaks down. You can't do anything about it. Brendan Roy.
You're arguing a different thing.
Brendan Roy, great athlete, right? Sometimes you can't do anything about your body breaking down. Brendan Roy was twice the athlete Draymond Green is.
You're mischaracterizing the comment. What I'm saying is when you see someone of Draymond's chest has always been barrel chested, and I think that we underrate how athletic he is.
I don't know about that. I don't know. I don't think he should be rated. Because how can you be? Yeah, he's a great how can you say we underrate his athleticism and yet he comes back into shape? Isn't that part of being an athlete? Is being in shape and your body not breaking down? Draymond's body is breaking down.
I'm talking about conditioning. That's conditioning. Like Steph Curry's amazing at conditioning. We're arguing the minutia. What I'm getting at is that when you look at Draymond walk onto the court, I think a lot of people are like, oh, he's lumbering. I don't think he's lumbering. I think we underrate how quick he gets up and down the court.
I don't know if we do. I don't know if we do. Like, would people consider Stephen Curry a great athletic marvel?
I think Steph Curry is one of the greatest conditioned athletes up there with Jerry Rice in terms of his stamina is so underrated.
When we say when people think athletic and freak athletes.
Well, there's different skills within athleticism, right? Like some people are better runners, jumpers. There's a combination of those things. Like for Steph Curry, his hand-eye coordination is incredible. That's number one. And number two, his stamina, he's got like marathon Tour de France level stamina. Not many guys have that.
That's a great point from the 5-1-0. We also say athletic teams kill the Warriors this year. And Kuminga is our only athlete.
Well, because Dre's 33 now. You know, I mean, I'm just saying. Like, I was talking about early on in his career. I think the guy got, like, for example, David Lee, skinnier player than Draymond Green. Draymond's more athletic than David Lee. Was much more athletic.
I wouldn't say much more athletic. David Lee in his heyday was double-double. Couldn't play defense worth the damn.
That's different. That's skill.
He would score. He was good around the basket. He was an athlete. Remember, David Lee was in this high school slam dunk competition.
I guess we're just talking two different
Would Draymond Green ever be in a slam dunk competition?
That doesn't mean that you're a great athlete if you just have to be in the dunk competition.
Right. But I don't believe Draymond Green's athleticism should be rated at all. He's a basketball player. Right. I expect a basketball player to get up and down the floor. That's the requirement. You should be able to get up and down the floor. Right? I don't know. I don't.
It went sideways. You're caught up in the hole of me saying that I think that when people see him walk onto a court, they think he's more lumbering and slower than he is.
I don't think
he's a quick twitch guy. I think his hand-eye coordination is underrated, and that is part of what makes his passing and his skills so good.
I disagree with that. I don't think people underrate his athleticism at all. I think we
agree. Great
we
example
agree
here.
that he's a great basketball player.
415 texting in. Pablo Sandoval is a great example. A guy who you'd look at and you say, he can't be a great athlete. And then you see like, wow, hand-eye coordination, can move. Like, I don't know. I just find it interesting.
Could Pablo Sandoval move?
Pablo Sandoval was an incredible athlete.
He's good at third base, good hand-eye coordination. But could he really move?
Yeah. He's faster than Buster Posey and Brandon Belt.
For a guy his size, Pablo Sandoval was surprisingly nimble out in the base paths.
All right. Let's go to Kurt in Oakland. Kurt, what's happening?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Draymond, in terms of athleticism in an NBA standard, he's not the upper echelon. But what he makes up for is he makes up for in study and basketball IQ.
I agree.
Where he knows where to be at the right point of time. So you could be jumping out of the gym, but you still got to put the ball in the hoop. And if he times it perfectly, he's going to stop it. And that's where he shows he looks like he's more athletic than people give credit for. but he's not on the level of
that I agree
high
with.
IQ, high.
That's kind of what I'm saying.
And the mine is. So
I think we file him under goon, and that's just not what he is.
No, I don't.
No, I'm not saying you. I'm saying the national media.
I see, but you just said you don't know how the national media feels.
Well, I see them say, like, I'm listening to
Green.
What's his name, Bill Simmons, say that he's a goon. And they file him under the goon status.
I don't even believe he's a goon.
Well,
I think he barks a lot, but
I don't think there really are any goons left in the NBA.
Right, well, Dylan Brooks is nearing that level. He's near that level. Well, I guess we could move on with the argument. I just think we disagree. We disagree. Draymond Green is a very good basketball player. He's going to be in the Hall of Fame, but I don't think we see him as, oh man, it's got it. Because anyway, I'll just move on. I'll move on. We're not going to agree on this one. Evan Barnes coming up at 9:20. 9:20. Evan Barnes. Stephen Curry questionable with left thumb soreness. If he can't play, it's going to be a tall order. If he does play, it's still going to be a tall order because Draymond Green, ding, 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 is not going to play as he picked up his 16th technical the other night against the Clippers.
They need him too. I mean, they really need him. Is he going to be all amped up because he's got an extra tech to give away for Saturday? Or is that an absurd thing to even think about?
It's just going to be amped up, period. It's going to be amped up, period.
I'm dreading these two games. If they start off 0-3 on this road trip, they need this one tonight. Like, they really need this one tonight, bad, and it's going to be really difficult. I'm hoping that Jonathan Kuminga is the one who gets the most opportunities with him out. Do you see any lineup changes? Who starts? Kevon Looney alongside Kuminga?
I would think so. You're not going to go Anthony Lamb, right?
Yeah, who's going to get more minutes to Anthony Lamb or Jonathan Kuminga?
Yeah, it better be Kuminga. But I shouldn't even say it's better than Kuminga. Because you know what? When Kuminga starts, he gets a little goofy at times, turning the ball over, shot discernment, not knowing where to be defensively. And Steve Kerr has no problem having a quick hook on him. So I don't know. Who's going to be playing well? You get the flow of the game. If Anthony Lamb's playing well, he'll get more minutes. Just trying to get a win here.
That's kind of why I've been frustrated, though, B. Like, I know you keep saying, like, oh, Lamb's not going to make or break them. I agree. But, like, listen to what we're saying right now. With Draymond out, you wouldn't be surprised if Lamb got more minutes than Kuminga. That, to me, is like, well, this is why he kind of should have been on the roster, hopefully, like a week ago.
Well, aren't we past the point, too, of whether or not Kuminga plays 30 minutes?
Well, now we are. That? Now we are, yeah. Right. We're at the point of no return.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMG, FM and AC1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And do not forget that you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. If you want to win 2 tickets as well to the Warriors-Spurs game on March 31st, all you have to do is download the Odyssey app or listen at 957thegame.com. The longer you listen, the more chances you have to win. You'll get 1 entry for every hour you listen, and every hour you listen is another chance to win, up to 8 entries per day. So download that Odyssey app right now. What are you waiting for? Come on, get that Odyssey app. Tickets courtesy of the Warriors, and as always, go to Warriors.com for your tickets now. Evan Barnes, 920, Memphis commercial appeal. We'll talk about John Moran a little bit. John Moran, of course, suspended for another 3 games.
So he's missing this game for sure.
Yeah, he's missing this game. He's out. He's out.
They gotta win this one.
Do they?
Yes.
Do they?
For their spirits.
I mean, how many times have we said that this year? They gotta win this game.
I don't want to fall into the play-in. I don't want to be in the play-in scenario. That's probably the bigger thing, is I don't want to be in the play-in scenario. And also, I want to see some of these guys play well on the road. DiVincenzo, Jordan Poole, Klay Thompson, Kuminga.
Right.
Like, we know Steph can play on the road because he's proven it already in the short stint since coming back. But I think they all need to have like one of those games where 3 or 4 guys play well on the road simultaneously.
Nice. It'd be nice. Jimmy Garoppolo, his deal is complete. Sources say Vegas officially has their new quarterback, Jimmy Garoppolo.
So that's official.
A Las Vegas Raider.
Just win, baby.
Are you going to monitor James Wiseman more or Jimmy Garoppolo more?
It's a great question. Probably James Wiseman.
Why Wiseman?
Number 2 overall pick. Didn't feel like he got a fair shot out here. Injuries derailed him. Part of it is on him. Got to play better. But I don't think he got a fair shake at it. And he's so young. We know what Jimmy Garoppolo is going to be. Right? Like, it's going to be intriguing to watch Jimmy. But after, like, week 5, unless the Raiders make the playoffs, I don't think we're going to pay much attention. It's going to fizzle. We'll be so caught up with the 49ers and what Trey's doing and what Purdy's doing and what Sam Darnold may be doing.
Yeah, I think it's more a byproduct of the Purdy mania, because if Purdy hadn't jumped onto the scene, I think there'd be a lot of people having Jimmy envy him walking away right now.
It feels like people have Jimmy G fatigue now. Well, and it feels like most Niner fans, just the feeling I get is that, good luck to Jimmy. Thanks for the memories.
But you don't think that that's because of how well Purdy played at the end of the year?
I didn't disagree with that.
Because Jimmy was playing his best ball, he went down. Let's say they had gone to Josh Johnson instead of Purdy. I just think the whole conversation around Jimmy would be different.
But I also think that, damn, Jimmy got hurt again. We can't count on this guy.
That's true.
It's time to move on. He can't stay healthy. We bring Jimmy back, boom. He's going to play 6, 7 games, 8 games. Raider fans are already worried about that. He's going to finish the season. Raider fans want him to draft a quarterback or even sign another quarterback because of the injury history with Jimmy Garoppolo. James Wiseman will linger because he's only 21 years old.
And you watched that game last night?
Against Jokic.
How'd that look?
Early on, Wiseman held his own and hit Jokic.
Well, Jokic is one of the great players.
Started putting him in a blender, and it's like, James Wiseman's getting educated. He got us 14 points and 9 rebounds. Pistons lost again. They're in it. It was a close game early in the fourth quarter.
I don't know how many fans of Warrior fans can casually name multiple Pistons. I know you can, okay? I know you can.
I was going to start rattling them off.
Yeah, I know. We all know you can.
Rodney Magruder, Durant,
Rodney.
Jalen Durant.
Most people only know Rodney Magruder through the rant of Klay Thompson and Draymond.
I can't believe we haven't even mentioned the former Golden State Warrior that they're going to see tonight, Sadiq Bey.
Sadiq Bey in Atlanta. Who hit a game winner, he's destroyed the Warriors this season.
The only guy who had a shorter stint than him was Omri Caspi.
Yeah, he destroyed the Warriors this season. In Detroit, Motown, he went crazy.
The game winner
at Chase Center, he went crazy. Now in Atlanta with John Collins and Bogdanovich signed an extension with the Hawks. He's got new money. Trae Young going against Steph. Sadiq Bey. A lot of people think they should have kept Sadiq Bey instead of waiting on GP2.
A lot of people did. Well, that's because we haven't seen GP2. I think that all of the frustration about James Wiseman and whatever he's doing away from I think a lot of it would have gone away had we seen GP2 play even a little, even if he played poorly.
Sadiq Bey, 28 points, 6 rebounds, 3 assists in that first game against the Warriors.
Damn.
4 threes. And he got to the free throw line 6 times. He's strong, too. 6'7", 6'8". He's a problem. It's a tough matchup for the Warriors.
Did you see what the Memphis Grizzlies are doing now?
Yeah, they're going to fly out when they go to cities like Miami, Houston, L.A., New York. They're flying out that night. As soon as the game's over, they're flying out.
Maybe the Warriors should try that.
It's a Ja Morant rule. Why? Why should the Warriors?
Well, I mean, you got to try something different on the road. Switch it up a little. You don't have like lucky socks or something like that. And when the luck wears off, you try something different. No, you never did that? You weren't superstitious in sports?
I was. I am. I wear the same jersey during the season. Like, if I feel like a jacket is working.
That's what I'm saying.
No, I do.
So if whatever's
you just switch it around the flight, say, hey, we're going to leave right now.
Just try something.
Steph and Joel was like, no.
Yeah, we want to go to Magic City for the wings.
And what are you going to say? Well, okay, let's delay the flight. Like LeBron James, I'm chilling. Like, I just watched Jimmy Butler have a home game in Miami, fly all the way to L.A. for Pau Gasol's jersey retirement, and fly all the way back to Miami.
Yeah, well, I also saw Andre Iguodala on a Saturday night play for the Warriors. Sunday morning, fly down to Torrey Pines to watch Tiger Woods.
There you go.
And then fly back. So
there you go.
It's not exclusive to those teams.
No.
The Warriors do it as well.
No. But should the Warriors do that? Will it help? I don't know.
Is Iggy done for the season? Is that what the Lamb thing speaks to you?
No timetable.
Or you think it's independent of the Iggy?
I think it's independent of it. And you can't count on Iggy coming back. You got 12 games left. You got to play. You guys to play. You need bodies. Now, I'm not talking about DeMarcus Cousins. I'd rather roll with Andy. Nerlens Noel. When's the last time somebody watched a Nerlens Noel game?
In Kentucky his freshman year.
Right.
Like
when they
5 seconds.
It didn't even make the tournament
Might
that
have
year.
been the NCAA. Yeah, I was going to say NIT.
He's turning into the new George Hill. I feel like I hear his name every trade deadline.
It's George Hill on Impact. What has Nerlens Noel ever done?
George Hill. How many 16 teams for George Hill?
He's the Ish Smith.
More teams, George Hill or Josh Johnson?
Not Ish Kabibbles.
It was a very good cheesesteak.
Josh Johnson went to like 4 different leagues, right?
Yeah,
Josh Johnson was with the Niners 5 different times.
He's 5 different times with the Niners. Sacramento Mountain Lions. He was in the I think he played for the San Diego Fleet.
Billy Martin is impressed with the amount of times that he came back to the team.
Better be careful going to Oakland, man. A lot of listeners. We had Josh Johnson on the show, remember? Talking Madden.
Yeah, I do. I do remember that.
No respect for Josh.
Did you guys also, as we're just kind of going around the sports world for a quick second, Shaquille O'Neal is trying to be served NFT papers. Did you hear about this?
No, I did not.
I guess he's one of the people that was named in, all these crypto banks and stuff are like going under, and he obviously was trying to get paid off of that. I don't know why he's involved, but they were trying to serve him. What do they call it when somebody of the court serves you papers to show up? Come on.
Summons.
They're trying to pay him a summons, and someone's got to go and say, "Are you Shaquille O'Neal?" "Yes, I am," and hand him that. He's avoiding it like no other, apparently.
Good for Shaq.
How does Shaq get away with that? He's so distinguishable.
I would be so afraid to serve Shaquille O'Neal papers.
Right?
I'd be so afraid. Just me. Hey, Mr. Shaquille O'Neal.
And now
here you go.
And now I'm imagining Shaq like looking through the windows, like with the blinds, like closing the blinds when he sees someone pulls up. He's looking into his Nest security camera, like, no, they're here to serve me.
Do you think someone goes up to him like, "Hey, are you Shaquille O'Neal?" and he says no? Like, do you think he can get away with that at all?
No.
Shaq doesn't have blinders. Come on.
Could wear a wig. Could wear a wig.
He's 7'2", 7'3".
Yeah, no. And the way, as soon as he talks, it's a dead giveaway.
Oh, it's me, Shaq.
Shaquille O'Neal.
Chuck, unlike you, I got rings.
When we talk about the others, you need the others to win the championship.
It's pretty good.
Have you ever been served a summons?
No.
Nor have I.
No.
Nor have I.
No.
It's called a subpoena. Whatever. Okay, it's a subpoena. Thank
there
you.
you go.
Have you guys? I've never been. Have you ever served one?
We know we didn't go to court.
Have you ever been served?
No.
How about you, Sammy?
Well, like in a dance, you got served. Shout out South Park. No.
No, I didn't do that either.
No.
I didn't even get that. So no, I've never been served anything.
Right.
Well, I mean, you are lunch loving.
Don't go there. Leave loving alone, man. All right, when we come back, we have the Fix It Friday code word for you to win a $250 Kirby gift card. But right now, it's time for the tournament update. Spadoni, what's going on in the NCAA?
A lot of brackets busted yesterday, Bonte. First round is still going on, but yesterday you had Princeton, the 15 seed, taking out Arizona, the 2 seed, and then you had the 13 seed Furman taking out number 4 Virginia. And today we got some local action. We got St. Mary's, the 5th seed, taking on VCU. That's going to be at 11. Coming up here, we got USC fight on. Number 10 seed taking on the 7 Michigan State Spartans. That's coming up here. This tournament update was brought to you by Bay Street Emeryville. Join Guru and Gary St. Jean at Bay Street Emeryville Saturday, March 25th at 2 p.m. for food, fun, local heroes, and community support. Visit BayStreetEmeryville.com for more.
That is
St. Mary's?
really fun. Yeah, St. Mary's.
You excited?
5 seed. I'm excited.
Randy Bennett and them boys?
I mean, I'll be watching the Warriors and Hawks, but I'll be keeping tabs on what's going on in the tournament.
Nice.
It's an early one, so you'll be able to,
A lot of people should drive up to Sac and go to the tournament games. It's a lot of fun.
Can you ask Mully what he thinks about Patino maybe going to St. John's? The Vampire?
I'm just going to say, I don't think there's a lot of St. John's people too thrilled with that one.
Well, he's a bad person.
I don't think that's going to happen.
Great Catholic, man.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to happen.
Everything that happened in Louisville, I mean, like, oh boy.
Let's just say I know some people writing letters saying, hey, don't do that. Don't accept Rick Pitino. So I don't know if that's going to happen. Sorry, Rick.
Larry Bird's not walking through that door.
No, he's not.
Indiana State.
Because he had Tim Duncan. He started running his 94 feet. His full
Instead,
court
he
press.
had Tony Delk.
Tony Delk, Walter McCarty,
McCarty.
Antoine Walker, and Paul Pierce. Poor guy.
Poor guy. He was
I'm
fine. Yeah, relative. I get what you're saying.
All right. What's
Couldn't
coming
have
up in the
happened
game?
to a
Brought to you
worse
by
fan base.
5-Hour Energy. Worst fan base. No, the Eagles have the worst fan base.
Boston's close.
No, Philadelphia Eagles by a landslide. Their fan base don't even get me started on that one. 5-Hour Energy. Evan Barnes coming up.
Replace your afternoon coffee with a 5-hour.
listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and The Butcher on 95.7 The Game.
Were you?
You know what? It is St. Patty's Day, but I said I wasn't going to bring this attention, but I have to. Deadspin, we made Deadspin front page.
No, I didn't.
Oh, I guess I did. Chris Party, what's happening? He's from the Bay Area, columnist at Deadspin.
What up?
He wrote an article the other day about what we were discussing with Andrew Wiggins, and everybody's like, the question is no. It's not your business what's going on with Andrew Wiggins. And we all agree with that. We all agree.
In fact, we stated that on every front end over and over, yeah.
And we did have the conversation about it for a month. We finally did. And there was fans who said, man, yeah, it's all good. We want him to do his thing.
Which was
when he comes back, he comes back. And we'll welcome him with open arms.
Yeah.
Then, when he wrote the article, I sent them a DM and said, hey, did you listen to the segment? They said, yes, sir, not live, but I did listen to the segment and saw some of the comments on the initial post. I'm a Bay Area kid, so I tap in with y'all and keep up with what's going on often. But it seems like you probably disagree with my take. I didn't even reply. I don't even care. So then this morning, I guess our YouTubers are like, yo, Morning Roast made front page on Deadspin. So I look it up, and the headline says, so the Morning Roast host wants smoke. We hate to be the ones that ask, Bonte Hill, but you mad, bro? How do you interpret that with me being angry at you? I do not care about you. I don't care about your website. I don't. I didn't even know Deadspin was a thing. After, I don't know if it went back. What happened? It just went away for a while. It came back, I guess. And
they had a lot of people leave the company. Yes,
gotcha.
A very mass
We know
exodus.
nothing about that.
Right. So one of his first lines is, great Drake impersonation. Getting all in your feelings after being called out for posting a tweet about Andrew Wiggins' personal issue, an issue he wants to keep private. Why go through the trouble of getting worked up after a tweet's been taken down? Let's not be so sensitive. Then he, cites Drake. Nice promo, BH. You even inserted a WWE reference while claiming to not know Deadspin dismissed. Wow, what a bird. Although you read the article, I actually just skimmed through it. I still didn't read it. With the turnover rate of that station, trust me, you won't exist much longer either. Wow. Nobody called your show stupid. Relax and settle your nerves. Well, Chris Party, there's your 5 seconds of fame.
Well, look.
Nobody's mad at you. Nobody cares. It's just, wow.
It's let's just move on. For everyone, let's just move on. If anyone was offended by the tweet, the wording of the tweet, which we all agree was not worded appropriately nor reflective of the conversation that we were having, which wasn't even about what's going on with Wiggins. It was more about hypotheticals of when we've had leaves of absence and how we've dealt with them and things like that, and how the team could deal with it. And it was a much more layered, contextual, nuanced conversation than the tweet. And it's our bad for wording the tweet improperly.
So his headline is, Bonte Hill, you mad, bro? Well, it sounds like you're the one who's mad.
You know what? I'll take whatever advertisement they can give. Thank you for the article, Deadspin. I appreciate it.
Like
and let's move on.
Yeah, no, I just looked at it. I was like, damn, all right. Anyway, Evan Barnes, I'm not mad at him.
If it brings one new listener, thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Chris Party, for that article. Evan Barnes, what's happening, my man? Memphis commercial appeal was so good last week that we had to get him back on this week. Of course, the Warriors play the Grizzlies tomorrow night. The Grizzlies on the front end of a back-to-back today in San Antonio. So they'll be back at FedEx Forum. And, of course, we got all the Ja news. Evan, what's happening, my man? Happy Friday.
Happy Friday, Bonte. Are you feeling Irish today? You feeling like you need to get pinched with all this drama that has been going on up there?
I do need a green beer. I may have a green beer today. I don't even drink, Evan, but I may have one. Yeah, there you go. I may get a green brew here. I didn't wear green, though, Evan.
Let's go to Shannon Arms after the show.
We should.
I mean, you tell me, man. What's the Irish love up there? I got a green shirt on here. There's a place here in Memphis called Silky O'Sullivan's. I might want to stop by a little later. Like, what's the Irish vibe up in the Bay Area?
What do we have on Gary Street? Abby's Tavern. You got Ireland 31s or 32s. I always call it 31s, but it's 32s.
There are in
of course. You got Shannon Arms. Of course. You got a few Irish
Little
bars
Shamrock over there near the park. There's plenty of them. The old Fahey's, which is now Carl's Beacon. Even though it's technically not an Irish bar, I would consider it an Irish bar. There's many of them. The Dubliner. We can go on and on. I mean, this is my wheelhouse, Evan. I mean, come on.
Well, Shafty, I'll take your word for it. Next time I'm up in the Bay, we may have to go peruse a little pub life, I guess.
No doubt.
Yeah, we could do that.
We could definitely do that. It's a lot of fun out here. How much fun is it right now with Memphis winning games without Ja Morant? Seems like Dylan Brooks is really taking the nation by storm.
Yeah, it's been interesting. Obviously, it's been like a cloud over the city, I think, with Ja, just because obviously, everyone's been kind of waiting to see what's happened. And now that news has been out that, Ja has received his official punishment, I think there are people who are, it's mixed. Like, yes, the Grizzlies have been winning games, but now with Ja coming back, I think there's a little bit of curiosity on, like, how's it going to look next week when he's back? He'll obviously be embraced really warmly here, but just where is he mentally? How is his mental state? How is this time away started the process that he's going to be on for the foreseeable future, changing his actions and things of that nature? So I think on the court, you're happy the Grizzlies are taking care of business, but I think now with Ja coming back, the next step is not just to see how they're going to continue to win games, but also how is his mood? How is he going to readjust back in Memphis, adjusted to this new chapter, really.
Yeah. The Warriors get them tomorrow, and obviously there's just a lot there between the Warriors and Grizzlies. Me and Bonte disagree here. Shocker. He does not think it's a rivalry between the Grizzlies and the Warriors. I think he thinks the rivalry is more fans, right? I think there is a rivalry. I think this is obvious. The players don't like each other. I don't think it needs to be even in terms of the amount of wins on both sides. How are you and Memphis Grizzlies players, fans, organizers, how are they viewing it? Is it a rivalry to them?
Oh, it's a rivalry here. I mean, the minute after Draymond Green said what he said, and I was in the room where Draymond said that he didn't consider it a rivalry, and I was there when I asked Steph Curry if he considered it a rivalry, and he doesn't. I went around and we asked Jaren Jackson Jr. about it, and he said yes, without question. I mean, they clearly get up for this game. They're clearly motivated for this game. I think fans see this as a rivalry because of, there's a little bit of dislike, but there's also healthy respect. I mean, there's obviously the last 2 years, if we even go back to the play-in game in 21, there's games where people have been invested in that have said, all right, that's a team that you keep your eye on. That's a team you get up for a little bit more. And Jaren even said that. Jaren said there are some games you get up for more than others, and this is clearly one of them. So I think that obviously the Grizzlies and Warriors play tonight, their respective games, but Saturday's game, even though it's not on national TV, there's going to be a little bit more hype from the Grizzlies side because they want to try to make a statement. And especially now that it looks like, there are playoff scenarios where the Grizzlies and Warriors might meet in the first round if this plays out. So, yeah, I think the Grizzlies and the fans certainly feel like this is a team that they have their eye on, and there's a little bit more juice that happens when these two teams play.
No doubt. Evan Barnes here on the Morning Roast. Of course, he writes for the Memphis Commercial Appeal, covers the Memphis Tigers basketball team. All right, are you covering March Madness, by the way? Are you traveling?
No. So we have a basketball writer who's in Columbus right now. So I'm covering the football team, and I've actually been helping out with the women's basketball team in Memphis. They're in the WNIT, but now we got our team in Columbus. They're playing tonight against FAU. So I will be watching that game and watching the Grizzlies from my home.
Had a good win in the Conference USA title game against Houston. The Houston Cougars blow them out there. I like watching Penny Hardaway coach. We're talking Grizzlies and Warriors tomorrow night. Of course, the Warriors play the Hawks today. Grizzlies take on the Spurs. It's a back-to-back for both teams, the back end of a back-to-back. So Ja Morant, your thoughts on the situation? He's going to come back, Monday against the Dallas Mavericks, 8-game suspension. What did you think about the suspension first and foremost after he went to Cal State for 24, 48 hours?
So let me give some background. So he's eligible to play on Monday. Taylor Jenkins said that he's probably not going to play because he has to ramp up after not playing for 2 weeks. So our best bet is we think Ja will probably return Wednesday or Friday when the Grizzlies play the Houston Rockets at home. Also, Ja Morant bobblehead night is on Friday, so thinking about a day that might happen, that's a possibility. We don't know, but it's more than likely he'll come back Wednesday or Friday. Now, as for the suspension, I think given what the league found in their investigation, that they clearly could not find that a gun was, that Ja brought the gun there, that he had the gun on the team plane or the locker room or anything like that. I think the suspension was kind of what people, what could be expected given that, they had to go on what they went on, and the surprise that I thought was they credited him for time served. So technically, because Ja was away for 6 games, the suspension, as far as we know, really covers 2 games. So he's suspended for 8 games, 6 games for time served, 2 games. I think that's probably a reasonable one. Like, I thought Ja would have gotten a little bit more just because the Grizzlies hadn't officially suspended him or done anything. But it's clear that Taylor Jenkins said that they were waiting to see what the NBA was going to do. That's why they probably didn't make a move. So I think it was probably a way to get ahead of things. So obviously, I think it is what it is at this point. I mean, they couldn't find the gun. Ja clearly, they couldn't find the job running on the team playing. I think 8 games is pretty fair considering the recklessness of what happened. But I also think now the question is for Ja is, can he show what he's learned over these last, few days? Because he's been in counseling really more than just 48 hours. He was there. The Athletic reported about a week ago he went to Florida. So he's been there for a while. The question is, was that enough time for him to make the changes, get the basic help that he needs so that he can continue to grow? And I said this on our podcast at commercialappeal.com. It's not enough time, but I also say that because this is a process. I wasn't looking at this counseling as he's going to have everything solved. I looked at counseling as this is a start, and now we're going to see what happens. Let's see what decisions he makes after this. Let's see how he takes this therapy that he's received, these treatments, this advice that he's gotten, but also make tangible changes with his behavior, his family, his crew, his partners. All of them have to kind of like reconfigure how they, do this thing so that they can continue to grow and help Ja become more whole and a better person through this process. So that's kind of what I see about the situation, is that it's a fair suspension. Ja did what he needed to do for taking time away. And now let's see what happens next, because that's going to be the ultimate test to see, has he learned from what's happened and what he could have lost, frankly.
We're talking with Evan Barnes here. He's covering the Memphis Grizzlies, and the Warriors play the Memphis Grizzlies tomorrow. So obviously the John Morant news that's going on right now. The organization, they can't babysit adults, right? 24/7. I don't expect them to. But in terms of maybe enabling behavior and having someone who's such a big star on the level of John Morant, I mean, like in terms of star power, is he the biggest, most powerful star the Grizzlies have ever had in that market? I don't know the answer. Maybe you can answer. But, do they bear any responsibility in what's gone down here in terms of enabling behavior, or maybe not punishing him, or at least setting rules in place prior to this?
Well, to answer your first question, yes. Ja is the biggest star they have had up to this point. Yes, the grit and grind Grizzlies were kind of like a cult hero team. Obviously, Zach Randolph is a beloved OG that, a lot of us who watch the NBA see him as right now. But as far as star power goes, there is no question. Ja is not just the biggest star the Grizzlies have had. I would argue he's the biggest star the city has had since Penny Hardaway. You're talking about somebody who has been just a comet of talent, a comet of winning, a comet of endorsements. I mean, he is as bright as anything the city has seen. So that's why there's a lot of personal investment with Ja, because obviously he's somebody who, kind of came up the same way Memphis folks did. He didn't have a lot of attention in high school. He had to earn the love at Murray State when he became an All-American. So that's kind of where Ja fits in so well. As for the Grizzlies, I think, there are going to probably be some questions, down, even now and down the road about, could they have done things differently? Could they have made some signs? Could there have been some things they could have done to kind of protect Ja? And I think the Athletic did a great story where they talked about how, on road trips, they basically had to leave some cities early because they don't want Ja or some of the other guys to go out. They want to try to, hey, we're going to leave cities early to prevent some of that. Mm-hmm. I think, this is a test for the Grizzlies too. They've never had to deal with something like this. Right. And for an organization that's been very, closed in, they tend to keep a lot close to the vest. And I think the Grizzlies have tried to do as best as they can to manage this. This is new territory for them too. So we're going to see how they handle Ja now, because I think you can look back and wonder what they could have done differently. Obviously, what did they know previously with these incidents? Taylor Jenkins has really kind of, not said a lot about that. But I think this is important for them because they have to show that, obviously there's a theory that small market teams have to cater to their superstars because you're worried about them leaving. Ja's under contract for the next 5 years. Yeah. Even if he makes a trade demand, Ja is not going to leave unless the Grizzlies grant a request. So I think they have to be firm and tough with him and say, hey, we care about you. We love you. We value you. We love having you around. But we also have to do things differently because this could reflect poorly on the Grizzlies if Ja continues to go down this path, because people are going to go from, hey, what happens to Ja to, hey, did the Grizzlies know enough about this? So, yeah, There's a lot that the Grizzlies have to look at, too, as well.
Last one for you, Evan. Evan Barnes, we appreciate the time. Memphis Commercial Appeal here on the Morning Roast. The Grizzlies, in terms of the playoffs, they're a 3 seed right now, losing the tiebreaker to the Kings. Do they want to play, say, the Warriors in the first round? Because that is a possibility. Would the Grizzlies want that smoke?
Hey, they say they want it. The fans say they want it. I don't think anybody in this city would mind one bit if they had a rematch in the first round. I mean, I think some Bonte, look, you understand this, man. Some fans probably look at the Warriors' road record and say, yeah, we'll take that chance if we have home court advantage. Right. I mean, but again, there's that risk. Do you want that? But I think the Grizzlies do. And if that happens, I mean, look, you'll love it. We'll love it as media covering it. The fans will love it. The players. I don't know if the Warriors will love it because they're probably looking at it like, here we go again. But, hey, I think it would be great for the NBA because, look, the NBA needs rivalry. The NBA needs teams that have a healthy dislike of each other. Mm-hmm. It would be great for everybody. So if it happens, I'm all for it. And plus, I would talk to you some more, Bonte.
Yeah,
so
there you go.
I'm all for it.
We're going to go to the Irish bars out here in the city. That'd be a lot of fun. Exactly. It could be fun to get you back in the Bay Area. Evan Barnes, one of our favorites. Good stuff, man. Have fun tomorrow at FedEx Forum. Have fun watching the Tigers today in the NCAA tournament. A lot going on out there in Memphis, Tennessee. Evan, thanks for the time as always, brother.
Hey, Bonte, I love you, man. Take care. Shasky, be good, man.
Thank you, buddy.
Anytime. Evan Barnes always bringing the good stuff, man. Really well informed on the Memphis Grizzlies. A lot of good insight there about John Morant and company. By the way, we didn't do this before, Evan Barnes, so let's do it right now. This Fix It Fridays code word is BRAKES. BRAKES. Text BRAKES to 20357 by 10 a.m. for your chance to win a $250 Kirby gift card. Kirby, your driveway mechanic. Check out Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com. Don't forget about Fast 5, Xfinity Fast 5, coming up at 9:49 in 15 minutes as we wrap up this week. Been a hell of a week on the Morning Roast. By the way, just got a text, man. Giovanni going to Sacred Heart Cathedral, playing on the football team. Just sent me a text. Hey, Bonte, just wanted to let you know I got into the University of Oregon. Wants to go into broadcast journalism.
Nice.
Congrats to Giovanni and his family, man. That's awesome. Got to the University of Oregon, so I got to put him up with Izzy. Got to put him up with Ralph's son, Miles, of course, Ralph from Coyote Creek. Let's go to Oregon. Everybody wants to be a Duck these days.
I saw a video of the Oregon baseball facility yesterday that someone sent me. No, it's not pretty sick. It's incredible. Legit. It's as nice as any professional. It might even be better than some of the professional fields that are out there. The facility's unbelievable.
Giants minor league team, the Eugene Emeralds, play at the University of Oregon.
Yeah, Oregon State, I think.
Nah.
Is it University of Oregon? I thought it was Oregon State.
Eugene, Oregon.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Corvallis, cool. Corvallis about 30 minutes away from Eugene.
The whole setup that they've got is just absolutely incredible, and it's got the big logo in center field. It's really cool.
They didn't have a baseball team, I believe, 10 years ago? If that?
Yeah, that I don't know.
They just built that program up, so.
Can we talk about the John Morant, Jalen Rose, sit down thing?
I still haven't watched it. Have you?
I watched parts of it. I didn't watch the entirety of it.
Well, what's you think? Is it worth it? I'm going to watch it. I mean,
I hear you. Look, who am I to judge the sincerity in someone's heart? Who am I to judge someone else's, whatever they're going? We don't even know what he's going through right now. But I will say this, as someone who comes from a family of addiction, as someone who has struggled with addiction and lots of different issues, on some level, I'm not saying it's insulting because that's too strong of a word. On some level, it's disingenuous for anyone to think, not just Ja, but people in general, that you can go away for a day or two and solve whatever, if you truly have deep-rooted issues, whatever it is. Again, it's a catch-all, and I don't want to get into things that maybe he deems are private. I'm giving you my excerpts. Right. To think that you could go away and come back like a snap of a finger, like a weekend. One weekend's going to change everything. Anybody who struggled with anything at any level of their life will tell you that it's not about a couple of days. It's about the long journey forward. Now, again, I can't sit here and make judgments on someone else's life when I don't know all of the inner details and where he's at and what exactly is going on here. I am just worried for John Morant in the sense that I've known many people who have relapsed and they've thought that they had a control on their life and it kept spiraling out of control farther and deeper and deeper. And like my buddy Ryan texted in about a week ago or 2 weeks ago, you think you're at your lowest point and then the bottom falls out and you go even lower, right? And I hope that doesn't happen for him.
I think this is rock bottom for him.
I mean, but I
think this is.
We won't know.
We won't know, but you got to let it play out, and you have to give him that benefit of the doubt.
Agreed.
To say, hey, we have to go seek help at his lowest moment, because that was his lowest moment in his NBA career. What it transpired in Denver at the strip club.
We hope.
We hope it is. But as of now, I'm saying as of now, that's his lowest moment.
Agreed.
And so how does he bounce back from that? Does he go even lower? I don't know. But I also I also think that the work's not done for him. I do believe there's an agreement, and I don't know, this isn't our record or whatnot.
He needs it with himself. Forget what he does with the NBA.
But I believe once the season is over, I think he'll continue to get that help. Whatever it is, we still don't know if it's alcohol addiction. I have no idea. No idea.
Well, yeah, we'd be speculating. Well, but Bonte, I would say that the way Zoom is now, I know a lot of therapists in a variety of fields. I know a lot of therapists will do the Zoom thing now, and that helps a lot. I mean, it does. It helps. You can sit in your car or sit in your hotel room or whatever, and boom, and bang things out. But also, the reality is, and you'll tell this to a lot of people, I know myself included, I had to remove myself from situations that I knew were triggers. And when you are an athlete that's high profile and you're out on the road and all that, idle time, there's a whole saying around idle time and what that does to you. So I
don't know. I think
I'm
that work's
not
done.
saying one thing or the other. I'm just saying I worry for the man. I really do. I truly do. I hope he betters himself because I know there were certain points in my life that I look back now and I go, that was the turning point. I didn't know it in real time, but I look back on it and I go, those were the turning points.
We all have that turning point. And I think, we're all, we hope, John, let it play out. Because as somebody here on YouTube stated, Allen Iverson went through a lot more before he entered the NBA draft. Before. And a lot of people didn't think he could even make it at Georgetown. Think about how that transpired. So I'm going to give John a benefit of the doubt. Gets back on the court. Let's see what his message is. And then let's see how he acts over the next couple years. Well, let's see if he keeps his life private. Let's see if it was an alcohol addiction or a drug addiction. Let's hope he continues to work on that in the summertime. So the work's just beginning for Ja Morant. But I think he realized, I do think their light bulb went off saying, oh boy, what was I doing? What was I thinking? I could get this all thrown away. And he just signed a new Nike deal. He just got his new shoes out there. And realizing that, boy, if I slip up again, this is all being taken away. And oh, by the way, I have a daughter that I need to be a role model for. I do believe this will be rock bottom for Ja Morant. I think he will get it together, and I think he's going to be good for the league for many, many years. One of the faces of the league. I got faith in him doing that. He's 23 years old. He's a young kid.
Dude, you don't even want to know
Tennessee, and he's got the entire weight of the organization on his shoulders.
You're right.
It's a lot of pressure, and he's made the Grizzlies relevant again. So I don't want to just say, oh, man, I'm worried for Ja. He's going to throw it. Let it play. I believe.
I worry for him, though. Yeah. I do. But that's not me being pessimistic. That's me understanding how difficult the road is ahead. That's where I'm going at with this. And I don't want to do, this is the other thing, I don't want to do comparative shopping on who had what rougher, because I saw that a lot when Ja, you're not from this. At this point, he's projecting what his current life state is, and we shouldn't comparative shop him to AI and AI to this guy. That's not fair to any of those individuals. How they came up is how they came up. What they're experiencing currently is what they're experiencing currently. And who am I to try to stick my finger in the air and figure out which way the wind's blowing on that one? I'm just saying, My heart is out there for the dude because I do think he's got a long journey ahead of himself, and it would just be a damn shame because he is unbelievably talented at what he does. And B, to your point about being 23, he has more on his plate at 23 than most people have in their entire life. Exactly. Even if they do build a beautifully successful family and a life, and they have grandchildren and all this, whatever you want to call it, he's got more going on in his life than a lot of us could ever comprehend.
Let's go to Joseph in San Jose. Joseph, what's happening? You're on a roast.
Hey, are you guys scared yet?
Scared about what?
About those Memphis Grizzlies.
What should we be scared of?
Hey, it's a changing of the guard. You know what I'm saying? Because the new generation is coming in. We know that. And with Golden State, they've been to those 5 straight finals, and there's a lot of stress on the body. And then you got all this young energy coming in. Hey, we got to concede sooner or later,
Are you a Grizzlies fan? Joseph, are you a Grizzlies fan?
No, I'm a Golden State Warrior. I'm a Draymond Green fan.
Are you
He's from South?
Are you afraid of the Memphis Grizzlies?
No, hell no. But I'm just saying, it's like when you guys were talking about facing them in the first round, it was like, oh boy, here we go again.
No, it's more so for the antics. It's more so for the antics, not because of their ability on the basketball court. It's because of the antics. We got to deal with the podcasting. Got to deal with Dylan Brooks. Got to deal with the dancing. You have to deal with the whoop that trick and everything that goes into that. So no, nobody's scared of Grizzlies. I'm not scared of anything. I don't play.
I'm not scared of the Grizzlies, but I do kind of want, just for entertainment value, I would like to see the two of them face each other. What?
Oh, no, go ahead.
No, the Grizzlies Warriors. Like, I would like to see that in the playoffs.
What about Suns Warriors first round?
Well, of course. I mean, I don't want that first round. I want that second or third because I want them to take somebody else out, or maybe get taken out before we face them.
But you imagine if that's a first round matchup?
I know. If you want to talk about the text line, Bonte, the yin and yang, these are the 2 consecutive texts coming into the show. This just encapsulates everything. Shasky, everything you're saying right now is hitting me in the heart. I'm currently struggling. I hope to get to your level one day. 510, God bless you. Take 1 minute at a time, 1 day at a time. I don't have all the answers. Believe me, I've done a lot of bad things, but like whatever you're going through right now, hopefully, you can laugh a little on this show. Not that we're sitting here changing people's lives or anything, but I know life is difficult. Good luck. The very next text, 650, Joe, you're so irritating. So, I mean, if that doesn't tell you exactly where we are as a society, whoo!
Well, you got people saying I'm mad. An article. What a week this has been, man.
It didn't rub you a little?
The last week and a half has been something else at this station and doing radio. I'm not going to lie to you. Mentally, it's been challenging. I'm not going to lie to you guys. I'm like, damn, do I need to go back to my therapist, man? What the hell's going on around these parts? Just trying to have some fun, have a conversation because here's the deal. When everybody's afraid to touch with Andrew Wiggins, and I get it, man. He's away from the team. He's dealing with something personal. But what you can't deny on the basketball court is his impact. Is the basketball player. I miss watching the basketball player. The Andrew Wiggins we saw in the postseason, I miss watching that guy. I miss watching the guy before he got hurt with the right adductor strain. Figure it out on the basketball court because he went through things with Minnesota. He was not having fun at Minnesota. We saw Andrew Wiggins show all 32 of his teeth last season. He was smiling, laughing, talking about the perfect fit. I'm getting the bag, and he got the bag. He got extended.
The image of the playoffs was the
dunking
dunk.
over Luka Doncic.
And then your referee boy ruined the moment.
Yeah, he did, Mark Davis. He also dunked all over Brandon Clark.
That's right.
So I miss the impact that he has on a day-to-day basis with the Golden State Warriors. That's something we shouldn't be afraid to talk about. It's like, boy, you're trying to replace Andrew Wiggins. And we're asking a 20-year-old and Jonathan Kuminga to do some of the same things. And he's just not there yet. And is that fair? Well, life isn't fair, right?
No.
You want to play? Well, now's your time to play.
Boy, life isn't fair. Is that just the catch-all for everything?
Basically.
I coach Little League and in basketball as well, but like in basketball, I always say the referees suck. Play through it, right? I always say that. That's like my big thing. Stop complaining, play through it. In baseball, I'm like, guys, the strike zone sucks. Swing the bat.
Right.
Swing the bat. You're not going to get a walk. You're not getting a free trip to first base. Swing the bat.
Right.
At least if you swing, you might strike out, but you might make contact. That's my theory on life. Swing the bat.
So now Stephen Curry is questionable with the left thumb sprain. Or left thumb soreness, I should say. Left thumb soreness. Stephen Curry
I thought it was his back from carrying the team last game.
Well, Kevon Looney's been carrying the glass, and he's probable with lower back soreness.
And he's got the second longest consecutive games played streak.
Behind Mikal Bridges.
Yeah.
So Anthony Lamb is expected to be available tonight. They used up his 50 games as a two-way guy, but he has been signed to a standard NBA contract for the rest of the season. For the remainder of the season, Lamb is playoff eligible, and he will be on the roster. So there you go. Anthony Lamb, welcome back. Jonathan Kuminga, he's back. Draymond Green is out tonight. He'll be back tomorrow night. Now, I do wonder how they're going to navigate this back-to-back. Will they play guys in Memphis Saturday night? Will they not? Will they not play guys tonight? Tough slate for the Golden State Warriors. I thought 3-2 on this road trip. Boy, if they lose this one, Shasky, can the Warriors win 3 straight on the road? I don't know.
They need this one tonight. I mean, I feel like this is the big one tonight. Tonight, win this one, and then, you get on that plane, you go to Memphis, you're feeling good. I think the whole aura around the team would feel better. You're getting Draymond back, He's got at least one technical to burn before he gets to the next one, and he misses another game. I'm ready for that one. I'm ready.
No doubt. All right, Xfinity Fast 5 coming up. Xfinity Fast 5. You know what? Let's knock it out right now. What are we going to do for Xfinity Fast 5 before we go to it? What do we want? Draymond Green, Nick Bosa? That question really hit a lot of people. Better defender when it's all said and done in the Bay Area. Draymond Green for his respective sport or Nick Bosa? GSN, a must-win tonight for the Warriors. See, I don't buy that. We said that over and over.
Must-win?
Just get into the top 6. Win enough games to get into the top 6. That's what you must do for the rest of the season over the next 12 games.
Yeah, for real. Seriously.
Must finish in the top 6.
I do need them to win tonight, but regarding the Bosa versus Draymond Green, I'm taking Draymond Green. To me, Draymond Green right now has got the more comprehensive resume. I think when you contrast how many great pass rushers there are and where Bosa stacks up to how many great defenders there have been over the last 15, 20 years and where Draymond Green stacks up, I think that makes Draymond Green a higher impact player in his particular sport on the defensive end.
Well, Rich Alexander disagrees with that. Says Nick Bosa is better at what he does than what Draymond Green does on a basketball court. Bosa better at what he does than what Draymond does on the basketball court.
Man, that's a good way of putting it, but I don't know if I agree with that. Bosa's pretty damn good, but he's only asked to do a couple things. Feels like Draymond's asked to do a lot.
He's handle the ball.
A lot.
Set screens.
Right.
Rebound. Guard 1 through 5, even though he doesn't do that as much anymore. Guards mostly 2 through 5.
Yeah.
Draymond Green's asked to do a lot more than Bosa.
Is Bosa playing every down?
Nope.
No.
Sure
Max
isn't.
Crosby is.
Sure isn't. Crosby
you know
does.
that text is coming.
There's a lot of games where Bosa's sitting on that sideline to start a possession.
Drives
I
me
get the
nuts.
rotations.
Like when he got hurt in the
does.
NFC Championship game when he was on the sidelines, and I lost my mind.
Michael Taylor, YouTube. Draymond is by far the better defender. By far. I'm with that. Draymond has the better resume right now.
Yeah, I agree.
Currently, it does have to be Dre Uncle Looney. Sports are much different. Bosa literally only plays on defense. It's true. Draymond's resume, Bosa can't touch Draymond's resume right now.
Right
or
now.
when it's all said and done.
Right now.
Will it? And trust me, for it to touch or even come close to Draymond Green's resume, you have to win championships, multiple DPOYs, multiple All-Pro teams, multiple Pro Bowls, and respected by your peers as one of the best at your position. Or heck, in Bosa's case, one of the best, period. Bosa's one of the better football players out there.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. That's why he's going to get paid $30-something million a year guaranteed. Well, can you imagine $30 million a year guaranteed?
That's a lot of money, man. It's a lot of money.
$30 million a year guaranteed.
God. Matthew. Bosa didn't do much in the playoffs this year.
You know how quickly I'd go through $30 million?
Yeah.
I admit it. I would run right through that money.
How would you run right through that money? It's not possible.
First off, first flight with protected security, straight to Mitchell and Ness in Philadelphia.
Okay.
And I'm spending a lot of money there.
Spending $1 million at Mitchell and Ness.
I also put a pool up in the cabin up north. I'd pay off both houses.
That's hard to spend $30 million.
Well, the government takes 40% of it. All
right, so say if you had $14 million. That's still hard to spend.
Well,
Mitchell and Ness, you could probably spend $100,000 there, max.
I'd probably be able to put 10 away and 4 to be able to pay all the stuff off that I want and then, upgrade, as I like to say.
It'd be nice to have that.
Right?
Imagine waking up one day, just bing, $14 million in your bank account. So XRP, you were talking about NFTs and Coinbase and all that stuff. XRT.
Things people saying I'm going to get.
XRT, right? On Coinbase. XRT, they had made a mistake. XRP, I believe. XRP. And it was a mistake they made. Everybody who had invested in XRP, including yours truly, all of a sudden I look and I'm like, I've got $10 million in XRP. I got $10 million in the bank. Everybody tried to transfer it. It was like, it's a glitch. It froze. Somebody hacked into the account.
Well, I know it's illegal if someone gives you money illegally, like if the bank makes a mistake and puts money in your account and then you try to pull it out or whatever, I think that's illegal.
Yeah.
Because I remember somebody had that happen and they got in trouble.
Well, but I was definitely
Banks are
trying.
collapsing everywhere.
I was definitely trying. Banks are collapsing.
The world is like, it's slowly collapsing.
Yeah, I was watching seeing it. But banks, first of all, I don't walk into banks. And 2, who carries cash anymore? That should be the Xfinity Fast 5 question.
It drives
Who carries cash anymore?
It drives me crazy.
I can't think of the last time I carry cash.
I always use cash for this one thing, when I go get my car washed.
To tip?
Yeah, to tip. I was like, what's your Venmo?
I ask that, what's your Venmo? I truly do that. Apple Wallet has changed everything.
Oh, I love Apple Wallet. Yeah, I totally agree. Or Apple Pay, is that what it is?
Apple Pay.
Apple Pay, yeah.
It's a game changer. You use it at gas stations.
Totally agree.
Anywhere.
Touchless. And now with the watch, I just go bang with the watch. Just get it close.
Yeah, I wasn't the biggest fan of the Apple Watch.
I like it, and I'm not a watch.
I didn't know you could do Apple Pay through the watch. That's actually kind of cool.
It's really cool.
Yeah.
Can also, judge all your fitness levels. I don't know if I told you that yet.
Yeah, and reflection.
Big workout guy, Joe Shasky.
Reflection.
What's the workout thing?
Okay.
What are we doing today, Joe?
We're here. Well, today I'm going to do some chest and some lats and some shoulders. The other day, there was a knucklehead running back and forth from machines. Dog, this ain't the fitness Olympics. You don't own 5 machines simultaneously. I don't care about your supersets or whatever the hell you're doing. It's rude, it's inconsiderate, and it's bad gym etiquette.
So now the guy who just started going to the gym in the last 5 months now knows what gym.
Well, I know who the regulars are now, and that person was not a regular, and I'm going to call them out on it. Just because your body looks good doesn't mean you have carte blanche to treat everyone else like second-rate gym members.
You are unbelievable.
No, I'm not.
Team Shasky on this one. You can't claim 5 machines.
That's all
you can't
I'm saying.
do that. No.
Use one machine
one station per
at
person.
a time,
Yeah.
and then either put it away properly, clean it, whatever. Like there's etiquette
Yes. In a post-COVID world too. What are you doing? 5 at a time?
100%.
Come on.
100%.
Do what you do, homie. I hope I run into him next week. All right, that was Fast 5 brought to you by Xfinity Supercharger Home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet only from Xfinity. What a week on the roast. What a week. We had a lot of fun. Goodbye to all the roasters on YouTube, Xfinity Mobile Text Line, and of course, Switch. Steiny and JD coming up next. Have a great weekend, everybody.
O'Reilly Auto Parts offers the best parts for your next repair. Has cold weather taken a toll on your car's battery? If your battery is weak or dead, trust the power, performance, and reliability of Superstart batteries. Available exclusively at O'Reilly. Visit your new O'Reilly Auto Parts in Sausalito on...
I could play for Bobby Knight. I could have played for John Wooden. Could play for Steve Kerr. Could play for Phil Jackson.
Popovich?
I could.
You wouldn't like Popovich,
though. We're 2 seconds outside the show, and JD's giving me like a piece of advice that, I mean, you better be careful I don't take this out onto the court with me and start pouting and not shooting like Kobe.
Oh, come on.
Hey, Golden State Warriors, Atlanta Hawks tonight, 4:30. Willard and Dibbs with the pregame show at 3:30. So Warriors, 4 more games left in this road trip. They got to get a win. And all right, here's where I'm going to start today, because there's sniffing some things out there. And let me just throw it out there to Warrior fans.
What's that odor?
At 888-957-9570. Could the Warriors have done more to help Steph Curry this year? I keep seeing that sentiment out there, and then I Googled it.
Oh, boy.
There have been stories over the last year or two that we're wasting seasons of Steph greatness, and I'm not sure exactly what it means, other than they have too many young players who aren't helping this year. But outside that, I'm going to need specifics. If you're someone out there that thinks the Warriors have kind of failed Steph Curry in creating a better championship environment this year.
Well, you constantly hear it after games like the other night, where he goes for 50 and the Warriors still unable to get a win. He did that earlier in the year in Phoenix. He goes for 50. They basically got blown out. They lost by double digits in that game in Phoenix back in November. I don't even know. So that's when it does pop up. When Curry has put up the numbers that he's put up since he's been back, and the Warriors' record is what? Since he came back, they've lost 4 road games and they've won 2 home games. So they're 2-4 basically since Curry's come back.
Right.
It's also not specific to the young players in my mind. It's more about, you look at this roster, and I'm obviously playing it up a little bit based on what you look at this roster, and half the roster is unplayable players. And so it's not even necessarily a statement of young versus old. It's even the Iguodalas and the two-way guys who at times have been productive, but they're two-way guys. And, not enough NBA rotation quality talent around Steph Curry when Steph Curry is still playing, even at 35 years old, maybe better than he ever has. And I think you could make the case in the last week and a half since he's been back that he is playing at a level maybe as better as well as he ever has.
Right. I think there's probably something to that. I'm just making a list of the guys. What do we got? Patrick Baldwin Jr., Ryan Rollins,
Iguodala,
Moody. Well, but
Iguodala's played 5 games or whatever it is.
But Iguodala's not who we're talking about.
Well, but no, I think Iguodala is who we're talking about, because I think that, and I get it, he's a unique.
Well,
I don't want to make it about Iguodala specifically, but I think Iguodala is a part of what people that are frustrated with the way the Warriors have built the roster, because Iguodala could be somebody that has played 70 games or 65 games.
But Iguodala
could be a different vet.
But Iguodala was also signed to be a guy.
No, he wasn't. See, I disagree with you.
Who could produce when it mattered.
Right, but he was not brought in to be a guy who could play 60 games, 70 games.
No, but he's a guy they brought in they trusted him.
Sure.
See, this is like, and I don't know that we're disagreeing with anything right now. What I'm saying is the guys we're talking about, if that's who we're talking about, they're all fringe players anyway. To me, the organization has done totally right by Steph Curry. First of all, they paid him as much as he wanted. They've kept Draymond Green and Klay Thompson fully fed and paid. This offseason, they re-signed Wiggins, they re-signed Poole, they re-signed Looney. So they have 5 or 6 guys on their roster who basically, I don't want to say are there because of Steph, but certainly with Steph in mind. And we can get into Iguodala. He's been useless, but I believe that was just like, I don't think Steph Curry's like, and you brought Iguodala back. That was terrible.
No, but the type of player Iguodala is not the problem. It's the availability that's the problem. But, But Iguodala was not going to be available. I think they counted on Iguodala playing 15 games plus the playoffs. But my point is, and I think the point of those who are on the side of the Warriors have failed Curry to a certain extent with all the it's not young versus old, it's playable versus unplayable. And Iguodala, future Hall of Famer he may be, has been unplayable. And I guess my point is, go find a 32 or 35-year-old guy that can play 55, 60, 65 games and have been in the rotation throughout. Like, go find a different guy. Like, you don't get to stash Iguodala when in addition to that, the young players are also not playing, and you're playing two-way guys a lot because it's just not a useful roster.
Steiny, you should have asked Bob Myers this. I don't have to ask Bob Myers it because I think the answer is yes. I think they've done right by Steph Curry during his entire career here with the Warriors. I don't think they've left him hanging out to dry. I don't think they've not given him pieces around him. So it's just here's the other thing that as we talk about this, and the number's 888-957-9570. The question is, are the Warriors, have they done enough for Steph Curry this year? I mean, Steph Curry clearly is not declining to the rate of a Draymond Green or Klay Thompson. Not that they're declining at a fast rate at all. I guess I should have just said, Curry's playing at an unbelievably high level still. But one of the things the Warriors, I think, have run into is, how do you build around a player who, A, is so important that when he's that on the floor to off the floor is so drastically different, but you're at a point in his career where he's only going to play 2 out of every 3 games now. So you have Curry who's going to play 60 games, and then there's going to be 22, 25 non-Curry games. Like, you got to figure out how to play those non-Curry games, but that's not easy to do because you want to build around a star who's in the lineup day in and day out.
Well, the Warriors are 14-12 in the non-Curry games.
Is that enough?
That's acceptable to me. I think if you're going 500 in games without Curry at that level, and I made the point to you in the green room that you almost have to have 2 different teams. You have to have a team that is going to have to play 20 to 25 games potentially without him and be able to be 500 or maybe slightly better. But you also have to have a team with the pieces that fit around him when he is there that you can be much better than that. And this year, they have not been good enough when they've had Curry in the fold. Now, whether that's been injuries, whether that's been players that haven't played as well when he's been around or don't play as well with him, have played well when he hasn't been there. I think you could make a case that Jordan Poole, Dante DiVincenzo, and even Jonathan Kuminga, all 3 of them, have been significantly better when Curry hasn't played, and when Curry has played and they've been closer to whole, haven't been able to be as effective with their game being a little bit more limited. And that's, in and of itself, that's 3. Like, I consider Poole now, he's a young vet now, right? He's a young vet. DiVincenzo's a young vet. Kuminga's obviously a younger player. But to me, I think what you're talking about is you almost need 2 different rosters, but you have to build your roster with that in mind. And I think it's fair to at least ask the question. Like, I don't think the Warriors have failed Curry on the grand scheme of things. They've won 4 championships. They weren't going to win championships the year that he got hurt and won 15. They weren't going to win a title without Klay the next year as we all came out of COVID. They went to 5 finals before that as his prime was coming up, and they won a championship last year. But it is something that's reared its ugly head, I think, this year, as this team has been not winning at a significant enough rate when they've had, I'm going to go Guru, the chef.
Yeah, I'm looking at, while he's, like, here's the thing that I keep coming back to. This year, he's played 44 of 70 games, 63%. Last year before, he played 78% of the games, 64. Year before that, 3 years ago, was 87.5. He played 63 of 72. That was a high point. Obviously, had the year we only played 5 of 65. But even going back before that, he played 82% of the games the year before that, and 60% of the games before that. So, and I don't know if it's a outcropping of load management, and maybe every team's going to have to deal with this to some level. But this is where, like, Jordan Poole, I think, kind of gets a bad rap from Warrior fans. Let's just take Jordan Poole. He's the guy who's asked to I don't want to say cater to Steph, but he's got to be. He's at Steph's mercy. If Steph Curry's healthy, he's gonna come off the bench. If Steph Curry's not playing, Poole's probably not going to start, or another guy. So, that's why I think they need Poole, because if you don't have Curry and Poole's not on this team, I don't think you can. Like, there won't be games you can even win 125, 122, because I don't think they'll have enough scoring. They need a guy like Poole who's at least got a 30-point game in him.
The irony with Poole is that he's fine when he plays and even starts with Steph. It's more when he's out there with Steph and Clay that their defense has really been problematic, I think, this year in particular, because Clay's not quite the defender he used to be. And when he is good, I think he's good in a different way against different players, more against bigger players or wing players as opposed to guards. And then Poole's got to be out there, and you're trying to hide Poole. And Curry's the best defender of the three, I think, now, if you just put them all in a box. And so it's been, to me, the lack of those three being able to be as effective as it looked like they were going to be. Remember, go back to the playoffs last year in that Denver series. People thought the Warriors had a new death lineup at that point with Poole out there, Curry, Clay, Wiggins, and Draymond Green, and it has just turned out to not be the case.
Right. 408. Don't forget Wiggins didn't play a lot this year, too. No doubt about it. Andrew's in Pleasanton. What's up, Andrew? How you doing, man?
Hey, everybody. So, had a thought about the two roster construction thing, where, like, with Curry, without Curry, and I feel like they were trying to sort of do that with the two timelines thing, where, like, the bench would be, led by Poole, maybe with Kuminga. You could have Dante in there, and like, while they were still trying to develop Wiseman kind of thing, like, that was the hope,
right?
Anyway, Moses Moody and whatnot, and so you have, the Hall of Famers in the starting lineup, and then you have this up and coming young, hot secondary lineup, and then the secondary lineup this year was just like, instead of being the hot new thing, it was hot garbage, so it was just it didn't work out that way,
right?
And I guess you could say in that sense that not making perhaps a more
you get those guys. Look, that was the plan.
Yeah, we talked a lot about that yesterday.
That was the plan,
no doubt.
And then what happened was, right, it doesn't work. So now, what do you do? And to me, I don't want to get into the young guys, but obviously bringing Peyton the second back is a nod to the present. But I don't like. To me, all the big moves that this team's made have all come with Steph Curry in mind, and the first two are making sure Clay and Draymond are healthy, and then I go to Wiggins, Looney, and Poole. Those are the most important players on the team. JD,
what about the trade deadline component to it? As a caller just brought up, like, should they have tried to do more than they did, or? I mean, does Peyton qualify? I think if the circumstances around his injury were different, Peyton would qualify. But it's tough for me, at least, to look at that now, even when you take the Wiseman component out of it and say, when you're accepting a player that we still don't know until he's actually out there whether he can really contribute. That's one part I just hit with you. I'd also ask about the buyout because the buyout market always comes out. I notice some people the buyout market's an eye roll. You're not going to get a quality player on the buyout market, but those are veteran, potentially playable players. Although again, it's got to be the right type of player and it's got to be the right the system thing is not specifically occur. Like I think this whenever people say, "Hey, the system," Warriors need to find players that fit the system. To me, that goes back to Kevin Durant. Curry is the system. So when you're saying the system, it's not Steve Kerr's system. It's the system that they've built around Curry.
Okay,
and so it's trickier to bring players in, I think, because not everybody knows how to play with Curry or can play with Curry effectively.
Right.
As much as Curry makes everybody better, like the guys that can, he makes exponentially better on the floor, and it all just works hand in hand, and it leads to dominance. But it's not just anybody that can play with Steph Curry. So when people complain about the system and they want to separate Kerr from Curry, to me, you can't do that. Like when you're talking about the Warriors system is the Warriors system because of 30.
No doubt. But this is also kind of what I'm talking about. He's still great at 35. Maybe it's easy to say now, but Wiseman didn't fit the system. Couldn't play with Steph Curry.
Right.
So how long do you Steph Curry's not going to be around forever. So maybe they might need players who play a different way than Steph Curry. That's the part where I don't.
Well, you better have enough players that do to where you can win with.
Hey, I mean, then they're clearly not easy to find. But I do think there's something to the fact that, okay, Steve, this is where I'm at with Steve Kerr. I think there are a lot of people that are like, they're tired of Steve Kerr. He hasn't developed players. Well, guess what? How's Steph Curry gonna sit with? We're gonna get rid of Steve Kerr. Like Steph Curry's not gonna be okay with that, right?
Do you think Steph Curry wants to run a different system than the one that's where he's flourished to the tune of multiple MVPs and 4 championships and a Finals MVP?
No,
and he's still cooking in at 35.
No.
So again, the system is Curry. Again, people want to separate Curry from the one of the greats of all time from the system and from Kerr. And the truth is, Curry would be a good player in other systems, but he's maximized himself in this system.
Yeah, and
compared to Mark Jackson's, where he didn't maximize himself, which is part of why Mark Jackson got fired.
Right. I mean, what Steph Curry has been able to do is become the best player in the end, the best guard, let's say, the best guard with the ball in the league and the best guard without the ball in the league. I mean, that's like what he has now become. And so because he can play half the game off the ball and be an unbelievable weapon, well, you need somebody then to handle the ball when he's not on the ball. Well, you have Draymond, and you thought you had Iguodala. So it's if you're Curry's teammate, if Jordan Poole's playing with, you've got to change depending on if Curry's on the ball or not.
But Curry and Jordan Poole play well together when they're out there.
It's not so much Poole.
And in the starting lineup, too. Like when Poole starts for Clay, Poole's awesome.
It's not so much that. It's that somebody needs to make a play for Curry half the time, let's just say. And Iguodala used to be able to do that. Draymond still can do it. And Poole can do it.
Yeah.
Right. But you need more players like that. And they don't and Clay doesn't fit there. So
but you can be complimentary and still not have to make a play for Curry. You can be a compliment. Not all of these players that I'm talking about that maybe they don't have to be guys who make plays for Curry half the time. They could also be in the right spot to make a shot when Curry's gravity pulls the defense into a position where you're going to be open, Otto Porter. How many times was Otto Porter just in the perfect spot?
Right.
And it was like, oh, wow, Otto Porter wide open. Yeah, he's making that. Like, and you can say just the juxtaposition of him and JaMychal Green, right? Well, JaMychal Green, been some games, a couple lately where he has, but there's been a lot of games where he hasn't, or he has been out there with some weird combinations to where it doesn't quite fit. And so, it's not playmakers. It can also be shot makers and guys who play in the right spots on the floor to score off of Curry.
888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking about the Golden State Warriors. They got back-to-back coming up at Atlanta, at Memphis. Game 2 tonight of a 5-game road trip. No Draymond Green, no Wiggins, no Peyton II. Steph Curry questionable, but Steve Kerr on 95.7 The Game yesterday seemed to indicate that he thought Steph was playing tonight. So that's good news. Patrick's in South City. Hey, Patrick. How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good.
Listen, I've been watching this team since, for 40 years, and here are my thoughts. And I called John the other night after the game, and I kind of a little bit disagreed with his assessment. I really think that Steve Kerr has become unbalanced. I think there's problems on the team internally. He has favorites. I think he's created division on the team. When you have a $350 million payroll and you're 7-26 on the road, that is a clear signal that something is wrong with this team structurally. We keep talking about this player or that.
Well, hold on. I'm going to stop you right there. If there's something wrong structurally, how's that on Kerr?
It's on Kerr because these players, for whatever reason, don't want to play defense for him. They don't want to play. When you're giving up 130 a night, it's obvious, and you have players with talent, there's something going on deeper. And another thing is, this guy just doesn't want to accept that the league has figured out how to challenge small ball. This small ball is played out. If it wasn't for Bogut, we never would have won that title. If it wasn't for Kevin Durant, we might not have won those 2 titles, and you guys know that. If it wasn't for Curry going nuts last year, we might not have won last year either. The problem is the league has figured out how to challenge and defend the Warriors.
So what do you do?
And we have not responded. And that's on Steve Kerr. When Bob Myers came on with you guys a couple of weeks ago and said, we can bring in players, but if the coach doesn't want to play them, what's the point? I mean, you can hear the frustration there.
All right, Patrick. Good stuff. How many people you think feel, well, I'll just ask because we're the Warriors flagship station. Like when I make a list of Warriors challenges to overcome, or obstacles, to me, age is one. Wiggins now Steve Kerr's probably not top 5.
No.
But I think he's top 5 for some fans.
And I'll say this, and I think Patrick made his points in a better way than he did the other night. But thanks for the call, Patrick, on both accounts. When he says Steve Kerr plays favorites, right, or Steve Kerr has favorites, and I think that is, again, a shot at the veterans, right? He likes it, but it's also, I think, a shot at the two-way guys because he plays Lamb a lot when he's available. He plays Ty Jerome a lot when he's available. And those are players that the fans can't stand, even though they're better than players that the fans love.
Right.
And so, but I also think when somebody says Steve Kerr plays favorites, that is an extension of the big 3. And it gets back to what you say a lot, which is the big 3 wanted Iguodala. Curry wanted Iguodala. These guys would rather play with Ty Jerome than Moses Moody. These guys would
right.
But that's when you come down Kerr's road. To me, you have to. It's not Kerr specifically. It's Kerr and Steph and Clay
right.
and Draymond and maybe even Iguodala, who I think is kind of an in between of pseudo coach, player, trusted voice. Like all the other 3, say what you want about Iguodala and his availability, the other 3 trust his basketball acumen to the highest degree.
Exactly.
So if Iguodala's like, man, Ty Jerome's a better fit than Moody right now, then it they're all aligned is what I'm saying. Like there isn't, the disconnect is not between Steph and Kerr. The disconnect is between the fans and the championship core players and coaches.
I don't think Steph Curry wants to play for another coach
Why do
other
fans,
than Steve Kerr.
I know we're up against it, but why do fans think that Kerr is playing favorites with Ty Jerome and Anthony Lamb? Like but a lot of people feel that way. Well, I get those calls every night when the Warriors lose after the game.
All right, well, I'll give you an example. Every coach does that. Virtually, no matter where they are.
Is he playing favorites or is it playing the best guys that give him a chance to win?
Yeah, probably the latter. But his favorites are veterans, so it's like every coach plays favorites with the guys they like for whatever reason. But yes, the reason that Lamb and Jerome have played is because Steve Kerr thinks they're better, and probably so does the big three than a lot of the other players on the roster. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number, and 714 says, how come nobody's talking about Joe Lacob not running it back? He did run it back, didn't he? It's the same team as last year on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, I'm ready to give you my NCAA scouting report. I've done this for the NFL, too, with Justin Herbert. I watch 5 clips on YouTube of a guy and then make a judgment on how he's going to be in the pros.
Is this the Alabama kid?
Yeah, I said Justin Herbert was going to stink because he looked too good. He looked like a pretty boy.
Oh, man.
How did I know he was going to be tough? So I saw when I saw his senior photo, Justin Herbert, I was like, he's going to be terrible. Look at this guy.
Yeah, because
he could be a model.
Yeah, because there's never been a good-looking quarterback before that's been successful.
He had like a natural look.
Never happened before.
He had like a natural look, like that I didn't think would translate.
Off-brand. That's.
Here's the guy who's going to stink in the NBA.
Oh boy,
Brandon Miller, the guy from Alabama. He didn't score a point. He didn't score a point.
Hurt.
Yeah, he played 20 minutes. He didn't score a point, JD, against Texas A&M Corpus Christi. Corpus Christi means the body of Christ in Latin. Take any Latin?
No.
I would advise any youngster out there, 6th, 7th grade, take some Latin. It'll help you with language. Oof. It'll help you learn another language. I didn't, but you can. It can be a real good stepping stone to learn a second or third language. We'll get back to the Warriors. They play the Atlanta Hawks. 4:30. Hawks stink. They stink.
Well, they stink.
But they stink like the Warriors
But they're
stink.
34-35.
That's right.
Which is, last I checked, a game and a half difference from where the Warriors are. Hawks are actually 8th in the East. 34-35.
And they just signed Bogdanovich to an extension.
Yeah.
So
Curry questionable still. We'll give an update on Curry. I know he's expected to play, but to every hour the injury report comes out here between now and tip-off, and he's still officially listed as questionable. Kevon Looney probable.
You know what? And here's what I'm going to. And I was thinking about this during the break, and it's an unbelievable positive. This dynasty's been 9-10 years in the making, and anybody who's watched the NBA knows that nothing lasts forever. But the way things come to an end obviously might be uncomfortable. But here's what I was thinking, JD. And I think we can go back to as recently as 2 or 3 years ago. Like, the fact that Steph Curry is playing like this at 35, to me, makes it official that there can be a window that remains open for 2 or 3 more years.
I think it changes everything as far as how you evaluate once this season ends, what you do moving forward.
But that's kind of my point, is if at the end of this season, Steph has the season he's having, and he has a good playoff. Let's say he plays 15 playoff, whatever. They lose in the second round, but he plays really well. Like at that point, you can still try to keep this thing going, knowing that Steph Curry's going to be your guy. Now, I get it. You got to be worried about injury this late in his career, but when he plays, he can still be a number one. So at that point, I think the reality is 4 or 5 years ago, we would have said about next year, this thing's going to be over when Steph's 35 going on 30. Well, no, actually, you got a couple more years to seize something that maybe you didn't think you'd have an opportunity to. And so maybe that affects how they go about the next year or two.
It looks like at this point, and it can change, obviously, in a blink. I mean, any one moment or injury can completely flip it. But it looks right now, March 17, 2023, as if Steph's got at least 2 more years, I would say.
Yeah.
At least 2 more. And what we can add to that at the back end, I know we got some calls to get to. I did want to get to one text because it's a different spin on a conversation we have a lot. 925 Xfinity Mobile text line. The disconnect between the big 3 and Jordan Poole is derailing the Warriors, and Wiggins not being around to bridge the gap. Poole hasn't arrived yet. but he has wants and to be accepted by the Big Four. That's why he plays bad from the bench. Okay. A lot of times it gets brought up as disconnect between young and old. And, I mean, what do you make of the difference between, and it's a subtle one, the fact that it's not really young and old necessarily, but it's more about Poole, who is somebody that is, yes, a young player, but considered to be more in the veteran group in terms of the minutes and the rotation slot.
I don't think, well, I shouldn't say I don't think there's any doubt, but it seems to me that...
Like, is he the crux of it all? Not Moody and Wiseman and Kuminga.
He might be the focal point, but there's a lot to it. But Poole, to me, and I just want to say Draymond, because that's what's been kind of visible of all three. You know, I do think there's a sense from the big three that while Poole really helped him last year, it's like here's the analogy I used. It's like Jordan Poole pledged the fraternity last year, and they won it, and he was a part of it. You know, he wasn't the president of the fraternity, but boy, he helped him. You know, he became a brother, and now the year started, and it almost feels like they want him to pledge again. And Jordan Poole's like, I'm not pledging again. I helped us win a title. Like, I'm like you guys now, and
Right.
they're saying, well, you're not like us yet, but you know, believe it or not, we won 4. You only won 1, and there's a delineation there whether you want to acknowledge it or okay, fine. But Poole, to me, has come to signify something bigger with the Kuminga, Wiseman, Moody. Kuminga, Wiseman, Moody, that the veterans, basically after seeing them, thought they're not going to be able to help us. So we got Poole, who we've paid. And now we got these 3 guys who everybody wants to play and develop, but they're not ready. And so I think Poole's been a focal point with that. Let's quick get to Austin, and then we'll spin off that. What's up, Austin? How you doing, man?
Hey, nothing much. Hey, I want to see if I can get this off. Hey, man, I'm going at Steve Kerr with this. Yes, I agree with that last call. He's very unbalanced right now. After we lost all our bench players from last year or whatnot, I feel like we got this championship. We stuck in the mud. Like, our starters can't get nothing done on defense. With that being said, we're relying too much on Jordan Poole to bring the bench. When the bench, how can you be a 6th man if you don't got no bench behind you? You can't be no Lou Williams. Come on, man. We got to get Moody involved. He need help. Jordan Poole need help. When Moody get in the game, at least put him in the game. Let him get aggressive. Let him get the same look that Klay Thompson getting.
What's your number one gripe with Steve Kerr?
My number one, I hate how he's doing with these youngsters. They letting Jerome come in the game and he get all the freelance and throwing the ball all over the place, making mistakes. But you're not letting your youngsters make mistakes. Jordan Poole first came to the league, made mistakes, got a chance to come back, and then got snugged for the most improved by John Morant. John Morant never got that. Jordan Poole should have got that. Now it's his turn. Now it's his time to sign for the 6th man. But you're going to need help with the bench for you to do that. You can't be no Lou Williams.
All right. Appreciate it, Austin.
Mentioned this yesterday. I'll reiterate. Jordan Poole played and made mistakes after he came back from the G League on a team that had 0 championship aspirations because Klay Thompson was out. It's a different set of circumstances, and you can make the case that Jordan Poole benefited from that.
Maybe that's part of the resentment.
If the Warriors didn't think they could win a title this year, I think they would roll Moody out there when he doesn't play now, and they would roll Kuminga out there more, and they would have played Wiseman more. The reason that those guys didn't was the fact that they believe they can still win a championship.
Who's they? Everybody?
Everybody.
Yeah, see, I think that even if Joe Lacob and Bob Myers don't think this team can win a championship, they're still stuck. Because as long as Steph, Draymond, and Klay think they can, how can you not cater to them?
You mentioned Poole. I wanted you to come back to the point you were going to make about Poole, about the resentment and the fact that he was able to. You said something about resentment.
Yeah, so I think one of the things that they look at with Jordan Poole is, he was able to establish himself Yes, because he worked hard, but B, because Clay got hurt. Clay got hurt. So if Clay doesn't get hurt, Poole never gets that opportunity. And so then Poole probably doesn't get paid to that extent. So I think there may be something where even Clay was like, so I got 3 more years left, but you're paying this guy $140 who plays my position. So it almost is like you don't think I'm going to be healthy or good. You know what I mean? Like I
also think Klay Thompson and Steph Curry didn't get that much money that quickly. I think that could, I'm just throwing it out there. Like Steph Curry, when did Steph Curry, remember he signed the 4-year, $44 million extension in 2012, I think, or 2011, 2012, something like that. So Curry didn't get paid till they had already won a title, I think. And he had been an MVP.
You might be right about that.
Like, I think he won the first MVP on the making $11 million a year and the first title, making $11 million a year.
I think he had to have, come to think of it.
And at that point, yeah, because remember, his hadn't kicked in, and I think that and this cap spike was how they were able to end up getting Durant a year later and all of that. But, yeah, I can't remember if he signed it before the 11-12 or before the 12-13. I guess it would have been, because his first full year would have ended in 10, so 10, 11, 12, 13. So, yeah, 13 would have been the last year of his rookie. So he would have signed it in 12. The contract extension he would have signed in 2012.
So his rookie contract was 2.7, 2.9, 3.1. His extension, his first kicked in 14-15.
Okay.
So that's when he first made.
So the first year he made. I'm sorry.
No,
it was the next
13,
year.
14. 13-14.
Oh, he did another extension then.
His first year, he went 2.7, 2.9, 3.1, 3.9, 9.8. So that's where the extension kicked in. He went 9.8, 10.6.
Oh, that was the 4 and 11. That was
correct.
The 444.
It started at 9.8 million, so then escalated to 12.
The 444 started in what year?
2013-14.
Okay, so he played. Wow. Okay, so 13, 14, 14, 15, 15, 16. So he didn't get the big money till 17, 18.
In 16-17.
So he had won 2 MVPs and 1 championship.
Yeah.
2 championships.
He won in 15 and 17. Yeah. He'd won in 3 straight finals, 2 wins, and they were headed toward another win.
And the 73-9 and the unanimous.
Yes.
So he had done all of that before he got a big payday.
Correct. If you're saying 44 for 4 is not a huge payday.
It's not a huge payday for a 2-time MVP and a 2-time champion.
And then he's got, starting in 17, 34, 38.
He didn't get paid till he was 28, 29. Think about that.
Yeah.
Jordan Poole got paid at 22.
I mean, Curry took pay cuts early in his career just because of his ankle. But
and again, I'm not saying there is, and Curry's not the kind of guy to be resentful necessarily of that. I know you brought up Clay, but Clay, just those guys didn't make huge money. Draymond either until much later.
That's true.
And so there could be something to that.
That's true,
and it won a lot while they were not making a lot.
Right, but they did come on to early in their careers. They came on to teams they were able to play for right away because the teams weren't that good, and that's the only dynamic to me that doesn't hold up is, Curry, Clay, and Draymond. Not that they didn't earn it or deserve it, but like they never had to sit behind anybody. Even Clay played every game as a rookie, in like 25, 26 minutes a game. And Draymond obviously had to eventually beat out David Lee. Here's one thing I want to throw at Warrior fans. I kind of threw this out to you on the text. When we talk about what's going on with the Warriors, and here's what I was thinking. So the Warriors, they got to Atlanta last night. All right? Warriors flew to Atlanta. Let's say they got there at 5 or 6. So it's dinner the night before and what? You think there's any way this team's got a bunch of guys a majority of the guys who are out together, who went out together last night?
Possibly.
I don't
really know.
I don't. And here's what I think also is kind of happened with the Warriors is they get to Atlanta and Steph Curry's got business. You know, he's got 3 sponsors to meet, and he's got to have dinner with the CEO. Draymond, to me, like I asked Spadoni this.
He did his podcast.
He did his podcast yesterday.
Which could have been, I guess it could have been.
But also, I was surprised he wasn't.
Yesterday.
I was surprised. I thought he would have popped on to TNT or something since he was in Atlanta.
Although
I'm sure he got.
Well, there's no TNT because of the tournament.
Oh, okay.
So there's no TNT Thursday.
But on another time, he probably pops over to the studio and does his thing. Clay's, who knows? What I'm getting at is, like, I do think this team goes in different directions because they all, like, Draymond's working on his brand right now. Steph Curry's got, he's going to dot all the I's.
His brand's working on him.
Exactly. Exactly. Clay's a different kind of guy. Wiggins is not there. And you know what? That's the other factor here. Wiggins is a bridge between Poole and the veterans.
And I think remember this until somebody had pointed it out, but aren't Poole and Wiggins friends?
Yeah.
Like, aren't they, like, among everybody, like Wiggins and Poole have kind of built a friendship.
Exactly. And I think some of it has to do with getting paid at the same time. But I think they were both talking about, after they won the... But yes, Poole and Wiggins are close. So I just think this is another part of the challenge. You have guys at one end of the spectrum and the other. They don't have a lot of guys in the middle. They've got old guys and young guys, and there is a generational thing I think going on. And I don't know, and I think last year they were more together because the younger players were even younger. Kuminga was a rookie. Like, he had to do whatever you told him to do. Now he's been in the league for a year. He thinks he should be playing more. Like, he doesn't have to cater to the organization or to his teammates like he had. You know what I mean? Like, these guys, again, they came in as rookies. They were part of a championship team, and I think they wanted to feel more included this year coming in, and instead it's been the opposite for whatever reason.
And I think the plan was to have them be more included, but that plan went desperately awry. And to this point, they're still fighting to try and get in a position. I mean, this is a big game tonight. I mean, I know we're talking about bigger picture stuff, and there's still 4 games to go on this trip, and there's 12 games to go overall right now, but it's still right there in front of them to get enough wins to be 6, which I think at this point is the goal.
I do too.
I know 4 is mathematically still attainable because the Suns have dropped a few here recently, but I think getting any higher than 6, unless they can win a couple of road games, is probably off the table. I think 5 could be on the table. Anyway, top 6, I think, is the goal. And now, again, I keep coming back to, on the micro of tonight, the fact that Steve Kerr's talking about not being frustrated and coming off the Clipper game and good vibes, and like that could be a building block step even in a loss. And then Draymond Green's not playing tonight,
right?
And it just like whenever it looks like maybe there's some semblance of positive momentum with this team, something happens to just completely wipe it away.
510, you think Tatum and Brown are hanging with Al Horford? Come on, grasping at straws. No, what I'm saying is they miss the players in the middle. It's not that.
And yes, and that relates back to it's a camaraderie thing,
right?
But it relates back to the question of the day here, which is, have the Warriors failed Steph Curry? Are they wasting a year of his prime this year? I think is another blunt way to put it. And it relates back to, are there enough guys that not only they relate to Steph but also just can roll with them on the floor? Like, to me, it's not about even necessarily the camaraderie, although I get where you're coming from as far as this team is less connected than other teams, but are there just enough players that are good enough to demand that time?
Let me credit the 559 because he did use the term bridge with Wiggins, and I guess I borrowed it, but
sure.
Wiggins and DiVincenzo to me are the guys who.
But DiVincenzo ain't going to be here, so.
Well, and he just got here, so you're right.
Like I almost like DiVincenzo's he's a hired
placekeeper.
Yeah, he's like I don't know what I'm searching for the right term, but
the answer to the question, did the Warriors fail Steph Curry or could the answer is no. The answer is no, and the reason it's no is because the Warriors are 6th in the West right now. And even though I think it's going to be an unbelievable uphill battle to win it all, like they're 6th. They got a shot at it if Wiggins comes back.
But if it doesn't,
they're not out of the playoffs.
Here's the other part. I think this is where we can take the conversation moving forward into the second hour, Steiny. I think what it becomes is, yes, that's still in front of them. They still have that chance. But if they don't get it done, I think they're going to look back at the way everything shook out and think that they were close enough because of how mediocre everybody else was to where they would have had a shot if they had just been a little bit better in a couple of different areas. And I think that's the frustration that leads down the path of, did they waste the year? It's the fact that, you know what, damn it, this was a year where we were 43-39, couldn't get our act together because this or that didn't go right. But if we had been a little more solid, just a little more solid, because everybody else is not good enough.
I hear you, but
you could have
I hear you.
Easily won the West.
Well, and if you're going
you know what I mean? Like,
but
to
if
me,
you're gonna
that's
do
what's
that,
going to frustrate.
Okay, well, if you're going to do that,
whenever they go out, if they go out.
But if you're going to do that, you can't call it a waste because then Wiggins is bad fortune. Like the Wiggins thing is bad fortune.
But to me, it's almost independent of Wiggins.
Okay.
It's like, why didn't you have a backup that was capable?
Well, why didn't Clay play in the summer? And they gave up all these games early. It's, like I'm definitely with you there. And
like, why didn't you have somebody that's better than Iguodala, that's not Wiggins, that could play that spot? Like to me, that's not Anthony Lamb either.
Don't you think?
Well,
don't you think they thought it might have been Kuminga?
They did, but okay, fine, it's not.
JaMychal Green.
JaMychal Green's a 5.
I'm just saying.
Kuminga, and they view Kuminga as a 4. I know that's a literal answer, but
no, I know.
But I think that's where, if you end up, and I think you could make that case even if you make a little bit of a run and you're happy with the way that things end. That, damn it, we wasted this because we didn't have to be good enough. We could have been a 47-win champion this year, but we just couldn't freaking get to 47.
I got you.
I think that's the extension of this thing.
Yeah. Hey, you want to win 2 tickets to the Warriors-Spurs game on March 31st? All you have to do is download the Odyssey app or listen at 957thegame.com. Longer you listen, more chances you have to win, up to 8 entries per day. So download the Odyssey app. What are you waiting for? Tickets courtesy of the Golden State Warriors. And as always, go to warriors.com for your tickets. 888-957-9570 is the number if you want to jump into the conversation on the Golden State Warriors. They got some big games coming up on 95.7 The Game. It's also brought to you by Bob's Discount Store. do. It's a classic Friday holiday conundrum. Do we stay in the city, sniff around a little bit, or do we get out of the city at 2 o'clock to make sure we're not a part of a zoo-like atmosphere? Or do we want to be part of a zoo-like atmosphere? It's a tough question, and we got 3 hours to figure it out. Let's go to Anthony. And you know what? Anthony's in the creek. Maybe we'll find ourselves out in the creek tonight. What's up, Anthony? How you doing, man?
I'm doing well, guys. Thanks for having me on the show.
Yeah.
Love it. Love that I got an extra hour of you guys.
Cool.
But I just want to make it real quick here. Did we waste a year of Steph Curry's prime? I think no. Like Steiny said, I mean, last year we can all agree that we got an unexpected ring for Steph Curry, which was great. And then I think we leaned a little bit more, we were thinking to lean a little bit more on some of our younger guys going into the year this year. Some things didn't work out. Some things did. But, you know, sometimes you got to take the cricket with the straight. At the end of the day, we're still number 6. We got a chance. So I don't think we wasted a year until we see how the year shakes out. And last thing is, I really don't think we should have got rid of Wiseman. I agree with you, Steiny, a few months ago when you were saying that. I wish we could have really just seen him pan out a little bit. But it is what it is now. Can't cry over spilled milk. But thanks, guys.
Appreciate the call, Anthony. We'll see you out in the creek tonight.
That has the potential to look very bad.
I think you're right. And
I'm not sure what the Warriors really could have done other than just hang on to him, knowing that they weren't going to play him and keep trying to develop him. I mean, I think I just answered my own question. But that has the potential to look really bad in a year or two.
Yes. But this is where, maybe it's just the way I look at things. It's already bad. You know, like James Wiseman developing into a 5-time All-Star, to me doesn't make it worse because you missed. You just missed. And maybe Detroit.
No, but you could have had a little some of that in 2026.
Well, that's the thing that I like. And I thought this was a little simplistic.
It's a little panicky. It was a little I thought the move was a little panicky. For
Gary Payton II?
Well, yeah, I know. I thought the same thing. I'm on record as saying I would have sent him back.
We don't have
to get lost in the weeds on that, I guess. But
let's I read this phrase, and people have said it. Well, James Wiseman couldn't play with Steph Curry.
It's true, though.
How and why is that true? James Wiseman couldn't set a pick for Steph Curry and roll to the basket?
Well, if you're going to only run that over and over and over.
I know. But
which some people think they should do that more often.
Only idiots think that.
But there are a lot of people that think. We had a caller yesterday play Jonathan Kuminga that way. Run Steph Kuminga pick and rolls, and Kuminga will score all the time. And he'll look better.
415 says they should have kept Sadiq Bey. I'm not sure that was an option.
Yeah, I don't think it was an option.
I think
the whole
and I don't
deal
think
was the
OG
whole deal.
Anunoby was an option either. I don't think they were going to get him.
That's another one that I'm on record. I would have looked hard at that. And here, as we come back to the question, because I think this relates. Have the Warriors failed Curry? Have they wasted a year of his prime? I think that the other part, Anunoby made me think about it. And Kuminga was the name that was mentioned. Kuminga and first-round picks was how that was. And the Warriors have their first-round picks tied up till, 26, I think?
Go ahead.
Okay, well, but what you hear from that side of the aisle, Steiny, is you couldn't trade a freaking 2026 pick to get Curry some help now, when Curry now looks like he's going to be pretty damn good in 2026. So who the bleep cares if about the 2026 draft? Or, you got people that'll say, well, Joe Lacob's worried about guys that are 16 years old right now and how they're going to fit into the Warriors' plan in 2028.
I hear you. I want to get this draft pick thing because it's...
it really doesn't matter. Would you give up multiple firsts, 26, 28, 30, let's just say.
No.
And Kuminga, 26 and 28 in Kuminga.
No.
And Moody for Anunoby. A guy that plugs in now.
Well, this is the way I think about this, and I'd love to hear what Warrior fans think at 888-957-9570. They could go that way and kind of become the Lakers and say, you know what? No, but then sell your pick or trade your picks, and then at some point when the iron's hot, you throw the max at a free agent. Like that's another way to do it. I wouldn't do it that way. But I mean, how can you? Steph Curry's 35. He's 35.
Okay.
How can Steph Curry's 35? How can you trade away?
Looks like he's 31.
How can you trade away Dynamite? How can you trade away your number one pick in 26 or 28 or 27?
Because it gives you a better chance to win a title this year, next year, the next year.
I'm not doing that.
And Anunoby,
I'm not doing that. They have enough of a chance this year, as far as I'm concerned.
And I don't know the deal, but and I know everybody likes Kuminga, so that's another. Like, I do think that's part of it. I don't really care about that. It's not an indictment of Kuminga, but like I know everybody's like, well, thinks Kuminga's going to be way better than Anunoby. Great, he might very well be, but he's not going to be for a couple of more years. My point is, you get somebody now. Like
I know,
but Steph, Clay, Wiggins, although. Part of it is Steph, Clay, you don't have Wiggins, but you have Anunoby. Steph, Clay, Anunoby, Draymond, Looney. You've still got Poole.
Right.
Maybe you don't have Moody. Like, basically, all you would have given up off your roster now would have been Kuminga, but you get Anunoby, who is...
Where's Wiggins in this scenario?
Well, Wiggins would be, if he's healthy, you'd have them both.
So you'd have Steph, Clay,
nobody's
Wiggins,
talking about giving
Anunoby.
up Wiggins for Anunoby. You'd have starters, Steph, Clay, Wiggins, Draymond.
Oh, and
Looney.
Anunoby comes off the bench.
You'd have Poole. And Anunoby would be your new guy in your five that would finish. What do you mean no?
I'm not doing it.
Steph, Clay, Wiggins, Anunoby,
you said
Draymond.
You said 3 first-round picks.
Sure.
I'm out on
Who
that.
cares about 2030?
I do. If I'm Joe Lacob.
I don't.
Okay.
Like, I don't care. I'm sorry. I don't care about 2030 if you might win another title or two.
First of all, they have a chance to win a title this year without having done the trade.
Sure, but again, you'd have, and you didn't know this at the time, so I think I should point this out, but you'd also have Lil Wiggins insurance now. But you need that guy anyway, is my point. You need that young backup wing that can defend and be a part of your closing lineup. I mean, that's actually the perfect player that the Warriors need. They need a guy that can defend, that's a wing, that can be a closer.
The
OG.
The difference 888-957-9570.
It gets back to
That's too much. That's too much of a mortgaging of the future for me.
And I get it, Lacob. It's kind. I mean, it's been. I don't know that he's on record necessarily, but it's been widely speculated that he really doesn't ever want to suck. Like, he doesn't ever want to be what the Spurs have become this year for a couple of years, or the Rockets have been the last couple of years.
I'd like to know. I'd like to know what Warrior fans think about that, because I think the one thing we found out this year is even if the Warriors don't win it, Steph Curry's still really, really good. So even though there may be some disappointment because you didn't win it, you might be able to get back there in a year. I like that.
But you would have been feeling a lot better about that if you had OG.
Again, I'm not giving up 3 firsts for OG Anunoby.
Those 3 firsts don't impact this team.
I know, and that's like I look at that as a disadvantage. Like, I'm not like I got to look beyond Steph Curry if I'm Joe Lacob. I'm sorry, I just do.
The thing that I keep coming back to is, let's say you don't win it, but at the end, but when you don't win it, you go, man, we were one move away.
Could you make that move this off season?
Yes.
Okay.
And I think they are going to have to reevaluate that. I mean, I think where things stand right now today,
yeah,
I think Jordan Poole's probably getting traded. Like, can that change? Sure. I think right now today, and you don't want to do it. You don't want to do it at a point in which you feel like you're doing it at at a disadvantage or you're selling low on somebody, and all of that will have to be factored in. But if you said, JD, like, what do you think the most likely move the Warriors make in the offseason is? Independent of Draymond, who has his own move and all that. Like, what Warriors move? What would be the one thing the Warriors would do? I would say trade Jordan Poole. Like, that to me is like the most likely thing today. Now it might be different if
that would scare me
2 months from now.
I mean, obviously, I'd have to know who the player is and the picks if you get those back. 510, championships are hard to come by. You go all in whenever you can. I'd rather have a championship and stink for 4 or 5 years.
A lot of fans would.
Come on, you guys talking about impossible trades and $500 million payrolls. Not necessarily. Ogiana, okay. So there's a lot of people that say go for it now. Drew Down wants to talk Warriors. I don't know, man. I don't know about not thinking about life after Curry. I got to think about life after Curry. What about you, Drew Down?
What's up, Sonny? What's going on, JD?
Hey.
Always good to hear your take, brother.
Appreciate it.
I was just wanting to call in and kind of see your guys' thoughts about a little bit of disconnect between Steve Kerr and the front office this year. I know it's been a couple of press conferences where, Bob has kind of hinted at, well, it doesn't matter who I sign if they don't play him. If I'm going to sign somebody, he's going to sit at the end of the bench. And, kind of yesterday, I think Kerr was on talking about Anthony Lamb, and he was like, well, Bob Myers and them, they're handling that. So it could just be me reading into it. I just wanted to get your guys' opinion and see if you think that there might be, a little bit of disconnect between the front office of players that they want and then, what Kerr wants on the court. So I just want to get your guys' take on that. I appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Drew Down. 888-957-9570 is the number you want to jump in on this conversation. And it's basically, how much do you go for it now, this offseason? Would you mortgage some of the future? Here's where I'm at, JD. And I'll admit, maybe this is my history. And Warrior fans, you can tell me if I'm crazy or not. I covered it feels like there's some Warrior fans out there that don't even think it's within the realm of possibility that this team could be bad in the next few years. And the reason they think that's because of Steph Curry, which is fine. But all I'm saying, JD, is I am not giving up picks in 26 and 28 to get a guy in here unless I know that guy is a big-time difference maker. Anunoby for me.
You want a better player than that. Like you'd want like Durant.
And I get it. Who is that player? We can't get him. I get it. I'd rather just kind of listen. Here's what am I crazy? Wouldn't a GM have to think like this, Warrior fans? Let's say we get knocked out in the first round. Okay, we come back next year. Maybe Draymond opts out. I don't know. And Steph gets hurt. Now he gets hurt, and now you have the 22 and 60 year.
Mm-hmm.
Now what do you do? Like now you might be in a down cycle where there is no Steph Curry anymore.
But if that happens, you try to strip it down and trade. At that point you strip it down.
But what if
like you can't just because you make go one way doesn't mean you can't adjust.
But if you're right, but what if
you're talking about the Wembanyama of 26?
Exactly.
Well, I mean that's the risk.
And that scares me for a 35-year-old as great as he is.
It's a fair point.
Ryan's in Redwood City. Hey, Ryan. What do you do with this team, Ryan? Hey, what's up, buddy?
AKA with Guru. Thank you, guys. You're awesome.
Well, thank you.
Wiseman, you guys keep talking about him. The dude had zero experience.
Yep.
You can't do pick and rolls with dudes with zero experience. You wouldn't pick that guy on the playground to play with you once you watched him for a while, right? He's got that kind of size. You can't. Anyway, I really don't understand. And Steiny, you played a lot of ball. I know you have. I'll take your comments off the air, but man, you'd see him in the playground. I don't think you pick him up on your team. You're hoping that guy misses the free throw so he's not on your team. Anyway, have a great weekend. Thank you.
You know what else? You got to wait for him to tie his shoes. He's 9 guys are out in the court, and Wiseman
you think
still got
that's Wiseman?
I'm
Come
just
on,
messing around.
I think that's a little harsh.
I'm messing around. I'm kidding. I just love those kind of analogies. I've been saying that.
It is funny.
and JD, they drafted 2 projects. That's just kind of looking back at it the way it worked out.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, but it has the potential to look bad later on down the line, and we'll see about Kuminga. Kuminga could be a good player.
240.
That's my buddy.
Is it?
Yeah, that's my buddy.
He says, what do you see in OG Anunoby? Dude ain't special.
Okay.
I would do such a trade for Halliburton or Turner. That's civil.
Turner?
Miles, I'm sure.
I'd rather have Anunoby than Miles Turner.
I would too.
I'd rather have a young wing who can
What
defend.
about Halliburton?
Well, yeah, Halliburton's untradeable. Guy's a freaking all-star.
Well, I'm just saying.
Halliburton's an all-star.
I don't know that I'd do it for Halliburton.
What?
3 first-round picks for Halliburton?
Excuse me?
3 first-round picks for Halliburton.
Right now. Like 26, 28, 30.
I don't know.
Or Kuminga 26 and 28. Or hell yeah, I'd throw in Moody too.
Well,
and then I'd
then you're gonna have to throw in more.
And then you got Halliburton. So I'd trade Jordan Poole. Like that, I mean, again, it's silly. That's silliness because Halliburton's not going anywhere. He's a franchise player now for Indiana. Guy was an all-star 2 months ago.
I know he was, but we're talking about
6 weeks ago. Actually, it was 4 weeks ago.
I think it's negligent to not think about life after Curry. Believe it or not. I really do.
Joe Lacob agrees with you.
Okay. David in El Cerrito. Well, yes and no. He wouldn't have traded Wiseman.
Hey.
What's up, David? How you doing, buddy?
How much of that was the financial?
Hey, man.
That's a good question. All you, buddy.
All right. So, I mean, just being realistic about it.
Okay.
A lot of NBA teams draft very talented players. Houston has a state of very talented players. Orlando has very talented players. You know what basketball looks like now, Stein. You know that all that is developed is the individual. You know kids play AAU. You know they don't play high school and learn to play without the ball. They're not really playing in college. They're going to the G League, okay? The Spurs had a team that understood how to play basketball, and they ran a little dynasty. The Warriors have had veterans who went to college who know how to play basketball and were overseas. Once this ends, not only do I think it ends for the Warriors, I think it ends for the league. Like, this is the last fundamentally sound team that you'll probably ever really see in the NBA that's unique, because every player that is coming up now, less so in Europe, but definitely the kids here, are not learning how to play without the ball, do not understand team basketball. So if the Warriors think that they're going to draft players for the future, and of course they should, they're a franchise, it's not as if they're going to be different than the other 30-plus teams in the league, because the players they got that make this team will be wholly different than what the future looks like for every team in the NBA.
All right, David, maybe I'm misunderstanding, but my first thought is always that's not going to happen, because the NBA champion, to be an NBA champion, you will be fundamentally sound. You know what I mean? And maybe it's just nuance, but whoever wins the title this year, they're going to be one of the better defensive teams in the league.
Yeah.
Whether that's 120 points or 110, a top 10 defense is probably going to win it this year.
Well, the first just team that came to mind, and maybe this team isn't special, but we had our guy Ben Golliver on, and I agree with him, just watching the league on a night-in, night-out basis. I think Milwaukee is the favorite right now to win the title this year. Well, if Milwaukee wins the title, that's 2 out of 3 that they've won.
Right.
That's what the Warriors did, going back to 15, 16, 17.
Yep.
You know. So what I'm
and the year they lost it, they didn't have Middleton.
Yeah. Exactly. So what I'm getting at is, and again, they didn't change the game and all that other stuff, but they're still good teams that are able to play the right way and win the championship. I mean, who knows? Maybe Giannis is even more dominant next year. They win again. Then they won 3 out of 4. Now then they've done what the Warriors did in 4. You know what I mean? In 4 years going back. So you don't know. The other thing is, and look, I do think the Warriors are different in the style of play changes and all those things. There's some intangibles that come with the Warriors. So I'm not dismissing that, but they're not going to be the last team that ever goes on a run and wins multiple championships in a decade. And I mean, it's just, like there's another team out there that's probably going to be pretty damn good at some point in the next 20 years.
Yeah, it's like we could. My question: what team are you taking over the next 10? Richard in Alameda. He's got some alternatives. I like it, Richard.
Well, yeah, I just wanted to remind you about, you were talking about Halliburton and Wiseman and the other alternatives there. Like, I think that a lot of people forget that when the Warriors drafted Wiseman, they were offered Wendell Carter Jr. from the Bulls along with their 4th pick. So essentially, you could have had Wendell Carter Jr., who's putting up good numbers, and Tyrese Halliburton for free. That's all I got to say about
Appreciate
that.
it. And
that's not really an alternative. I think you misread the.
Well, Halliburton, like if Halliburton went 3 or 4, I think we'd have a discussion. But he felt it like it's like.
See, I always disagree with that, and it's only because I had him 4 on my board.
What about? But it's like when the Warriors drafted Mike Dunleavy Jr. Like Paul Pierce fell till 10.
Right.
Well, they drafted Dunleavy 3, so 6 teams had passed on Pierce for whatever reason. Like, I just don't. They could have drafted. Like whoever had the first pick in the draft that Draymond Green went in the second round, they could have had Draymond Green. Well, every team could have had Draymond.
No doubt.
That's all I mean there. 888-957-9570. JD and I, we're talking about the Warriors now and in the future. And where are they right now in terms of their dynasty, their franchise? Do you mortgage in the future for the right player? You giving up first-round draft picks to give Steph a shot at it, a better shot at it? I mean, I think the Warriors have a shot at it this year. Maybe a long shot, but they have a shot. How do they get better? Moving forward on 95.7, The Game.
This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Timmy! That's Timmy Roy. He'll be on the call today. 4:30, Warriors at Hawks, right here on 95.7 The Game.
Tim and Jim.
Pre-game, Warriors live with Willard and Dibbs at 3:30. JD and I solving all the Warriors' problems. That's what we do. 3 first-round picks. 26, 30. We're talking about how much of the future we'd mortgage for Steph Curry and for whom. Let me just throw this one at you, JD. Warriors have, see, this is what I worry about. Okay, this is what I worry about.
Yeah.
Matt Steinmetz. Having covered the Warriors and been around this team when they didn't make the playoffs for a dozen years. What I worry about is, okay, we're going to move the 2026 and 2028 for a guy who we think is going to extend Steph's window 2 years. All right, but Steph gets hurt or something, and it doesn't work out. Okay, so next year, if you're bad, you lose your first round pick if it's number 5 or worse.
Well, we weren't talking about 24, which I don't think they can trade anyway.
No, we are talking about 24.
Okay, well, I don't think they could trade 24.
That's because it's already been traded,
right?
Essentially.
Okay.
So there's a good chance they lose that pick if it's 5 or beyond.
Okay.
So
yeah,
if they're 30 and 52,
but
now they don't even have a pick at 6. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but that wouldn't be because of a move that we're talking about.
No,
that would
no.
be a move they've already made.
No, yes, correct. But then
I'm not worried about 26. I get you're using the 24 logic as what if that happens later, and what I'm saying is I don't care.
I know, but what I'm saying is
try to be good.
No, and I no. What I'm saying is it's already in my memory bank. 24's dicey. So we start talking 26, 28. I don't know. That's a good one.
Can't be wasting Steph Curry's prime.
Well, I don't think they are. Steve in San Francisco. What do you got, Steve?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Doing well.
JD, love you on the weekend show, and it's great during the week. I wouldn't mind you being a regular partner with Steiny, but I know you guys can't say anything. What do you think of this trade? I know a lot of people have crazy trades. I think this really makes sense for both teams. But the main thing is for the Warriors is the addition by subtraction of putting together now with their new contracts that they could trade Poole and Wiggins. That's like mid-40s. Maybe throw in Moody to the Bulls for Levine. I know he's had some troubles with Donovan there, and Kerr should know him from the Olympic team. And then also one of Kerr's favorites that I think he's begging to be on the Olympic team, Caruso, and maybe even throw in Drummond. We could finally get a big guy. What do you guys think of that trade?
I appreciate it. I'm going to use that to jump off.
Steve lost me early.
I'm going to use it to jump off here, though. A couple years ago, maybe a year or two ago, when we were talking about how to improve the Warriors, and I think it was right around the time they drafted Wiseman or Kuminga, a name came up. The name isn't as important as the type of player. Bradley Beal. And the thinking then was that the Warriors needed, you talked about this all the time, they need another player like a star.
Yeah, I didn't think they needed a star, though.
And I did.
Most people did.
I thought they needed a star.
Most people did.
Or like a guy like Beal. And I'm stressing a guy like Beal, like that impact.
That impact, not that type of player.
So
physically.
So what we find out was that they could actually do it with a player like Wiggins.
Sure.
Who
they already had and got better.
Right.
Well, they already had Wiggins.
I know they already had Wiggins, but now I've lost my train of thought on St. Patrick's Day.
Sorry.
No. Who was I talking about before?
You were talking about Beal and whether they need a star or not.
Right. But even in the days before they acquired Wiggins, there was talk that after the championship run, they were going to need a big-time player. So they didn't get a star player. They got Wiggins, who many people didn't think was a star, but like a role. So my point is they won it with Wiggins. Okay, now we're 2 years ahead. Do they need a star now?
No.
2-3 years from when we thought they needed a star, or most people did.
No, I don't think they need a star if they had better, more capable role players, sturdier role players. Because it wasn't just Wiggins. It was Wiggins, and it was Porter, and it was Peyton became something, and it was Jordan Poole got better. Like, it was those four that put the Warriors over the top, with the other four being Steph, Clay, Draymond, Looney, and then you even had Iguodala, who gave you a lot early last year, which helped them. But what I'm getting at is you had four sturdy, capable rotation players that Wiggins and Poole, who got better, Poole and
Iguodala's the fourth?
No. Wiggins and Poole, who got better, that you already had, plus Porter and plus Peyton. Guys that you got from the outside, essentially, that came in last year. And to me, it's you might need better players among those four, or among the two that aren't currently on your team.
I get what you're saying. So let's put it
you don't need Otto Porter, but you need Anunoby, because Anunoby's a better player. You need a younger.
Anunoby's better than Porter.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is but he's not a star.
No, but he's good.
What I'm saying is you need a better player. Like, you may need better role players than you needed 2 years ago, but you don't need a star.
Okay, I got you.
Because you didn't need a star 2 years ago.
I got you.
Just so we're
my question.
I'm being clear with you.
If Wiggins were playing like last year, and Poole were playing like, by the way, I don't think Poole's taking that big a step back. I really don't. I mean, he's shooting the ball not as well, but I mean, he's still essentially the same player. He's going to be a high volume guy, at least early in his career, but he's capable of getting some big nights. 888-957-9570 is the number. Matt Steinmetz along with John Dickinson, and we're talking about the Warriors. They have a 5-game road trip that they're into. Game 2 tonight against the Atlanta Hawks. And the question that we've been batting around has a lot to do with Steph Curry and the fact that he is still playing at an unbelievably high level at 35 years old. And the reality of the situation is, the Warriors still kind of got to build around him because he's still that good. So how do you do it? What are you giving Steph Curry right now, but being wary of the future and draft picks? Like, how do you move forward with Curry having come to the realization that he may have 2 or 3 more great years in him that you never thought he would have at this time of his career? Now he's going to have to be load managed a little bit, but that's fine. So what do you do then? Who do you keep? Who do you not keep? The other thing is, a lot of this doesn't have to do with Steph. What's Myers going to do? What's Draymond? What do you think Draymond Green's going to do?
I think we need to see how it ends. I mean, I really do. And I don't maybe he's over it. I think a lot of it depends on the money, though. Like, can he get the money? Like, what are the Warriors willing to get? Like, I could almost see a scenario where he finds an option that maybe the Warriors don't believe is out there, and he comes to them and says, well, this is what it's going to take. Like, the Warriors may have an offer to Draymond that I might take that, but I think I can get more.
Right.
So I'm going to go try to find that offer. And then, all right, Warriors, do you want me to go? Do you want to pay me this? Because they're going to pay me this. Or am I going to go there? And it becomes
what about a sign and trade?
Game chicken. Possible. Depends on the scenario. I mean, that's getting down the road.
Well, and I think also he'd have to.
But it does relate to
sign and trade would be he wants to leave.
Sure, but it does relate back to, well, do you retool the thing in a different way around Curry to keep that prime going?
Well, if Draymond opts out, how much of a championship contender are you at that point?
You're not.
Well, I don't think so either.
Especially if you don't replace him.
Well, I don't think so either.
And the only way you truly could replace him would be in a sign and trade, in fairness to that point that you just brought up. Because you can't, if Draymond goes away, you don't have $27 million to spend.
Exactly. 408 says they already blew it unless they tank again. Well, that's kind of the point. They didn't blow it because they still have their best player under contract, and he's still playing at, let's say, a top 5 player. Like, they still have one of the top 5 players in the league who's under contract for another 3 years. I don't know what you do. I mean, to me, this thing might have. This is the year we'll find out if it's run the course. Basically, if they make a run and they get to the Western Conference Finals, and I'm Joe Lacob, maybe I'll have to look at this team and say, you know what? Maybe it is another move or two, and we win it again. So my focus will shift to the present. But right now, having watched this team, like, that's the thing. I mean, there's a big gap between now and 6 months from now.
See, to me, there's just too much unknown about the future and the high end of the players that you have as far as the future pieces to even believe that you've got major action. Like what would, if you're the Warriors, give you the belief that you have a future superstar among your young players? Like, to me, there's no reason to think
that's a very different question.
Well, but my point is, if you don't think you have a future superstar among your young players, that's all the more reason why you do everything you possibly can while you still have Steph Curry, yes, at 35, but playing at a 30-year-old level.
Yeah,
but who cares about, if you don't have a superstar player coming down the road, then who cares about, like, and I get it, it's hard,
but hold on.
It's like, who cares about the 26 team or the 28 team?
But that's why, to me, it matters how this ends. If they end up in the 9th spot, lose a play-in game,
sure.
Well, then it becomes less about maximizing Steph Curry and his window because he just had a great year and you didn't even make the playoffs.
Right. So you have to get better around him.
Exactly.
In a major way.
Exactly.
And again, we don't know. I think does Wiggins play in that scenario? Does he not play in that scenario? Because they were the 8th seed and got beat in the play-in tournament and came back and won the title.
But what I'm saying is if the Warriors make it to the Western Conference Finals and get beat in 7 games, at that point, maybe a tweak better gets them back on top. Like, that's all I'm saying is if they finish 8th and lose in the first round, it's over as far as I'm concerned. It's over. But if you telling me they get to the Western Conference Finals and lose in 6 games to the Suns, who play a great series, well, then maybe I am saying, Draymond, we'd love for you to, opt in. Wiggins is going to be back. He came back for the playoffs last year. Let's say, you know what I mean?
You think the Warriors are hoping Draymond opts in? Or hoping he opts out? I think they're hoping he opts in.
See, I was just going to say I think they're probably hoping he opts out.
Because they want to move on and can't rip the Band-Aid off, or what?
It's kind of time.
See, to me, it would be time one more year. Well, you let it ride one more year with him under contract, and then his contract's up, and then you see how far you can go.
I don't have a sense of what Draymond's going to do. I mean, I really don't. 888-957-9570 is the number. How things play out in the next 12 games is, to me, going to dictate the future. I don't know if we're on the same page there, but if they stumble to the finish and it's an early exit, I think at that point, everything's on the table. Everything. If they make a run, if they make a deep playoff run, well then, I don't know, maybe you do run it back again. But I wouldn't, believe it or not. To me, this is it. Like, this is your chance. And if you win it, you win it. But even if you win it, I'm probably still going to move on or try to in some way. At that point, I want Draymond to opt out.
Interesting. See, I think you've got more to me, if he opts in, you know what you've got. You know the big 3 are coming back. You see where you're at. You're getting Wiggins back. You see where you're at, and you look to move from there.
Let's do this. And we'll let the listeners play in here too at 888-957-9570 because we're talking about, how you keep Steph Curry in the championship conversation. So let's say there's two expectations. One is deep run. We'll call it deep run. Deep run versus early exit. Okay?
Okay.
All right. So if they have a deep run and now Wiggins is under contract for 3 years. At that point, I think I do want. Well, I think let me tell you what I think they will do. Like, then they'll run it back. I think, and maybe try to upgrade the 6th, 7th, 8th man some. But I think that if they get hit early, JD, then I think you got to give up on the notion that they're going to win a championship with his core anymore.
But you still got Clay, and Draymond makes his own decision on that, and so you might have to have those guys back anyway. At that point, you're going to trade one of them?
Maybe.
You're going to willingly trade Klay Thompson or Draymond Green at that point?
Maybe Draymond. I
mean, I guess it's possible. I wouldn't.
Okay, so
then you know.
Let's do this.
Then you know you're done.
What? Okay, the Warriors.
To me.
Okay,
so,
the Warriors.
You can at least hang on to the fact.
When are they done?
If Draymond's
with what?
gone.
Okay. What do you do? All right, here. Let's do it this way.
Because then everything that's made you special, those three, it's
early exit.
Once you don't have one of them, it's over.
Warriors have an early exit, and Draymond opts in.
Mm-hmm.
What are you doing?
I'm trying to get better at the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th spots on the roster, and I'm probably looking at, examining, exploring the option of using Jordan Poole to do that because he's really the only asset that you got to do that, and or Kuminga. I mean, yes, I would. Yeah,
a taller guy, obviously, a front court type of player,
a wing player, not a big man, but a wing player.
6'9", Anunoby
keeps coming back to Anunoby.
Well, would you trade Kuminga and Poole for Anunoby? And no picks. I forget the money.
That's probably too much.
Okay.
Like on the one hand, the picks have more value, but on the other hand, the picks in a way have less value because you don't know who they're going to
So you think if the Warriors replaced Poole or Kuminga with Anunoby, they're back up there.
It'd be better to me, it'd be better if they replaced Kuminga with Anunoby because they're more of a similar.
Okay.
And I think Anunoby gives them more of what they really need than Kuminga does. I think Anunoby is more. He's a better defender. It's just his shot's better. He's just a better player right now.
408. Are we really going to have the big three next year, guys?
You might not.
Don't we need to don't we need to reduce their game load and minutes? That's the other thing.
Well, but that's what it comes back to with the whole Curry conversation, which is you got to win enough games without him.
Thank you.
But then you also got to win enough games with him. And this year, they haven't won enough games with him.
I mean, for those, if you want to really do it this way, for those people that say, yeah, they really haven't done a lot. They haven't really done Steph any favors as you know what? Play a whole season.
Well,
that'd make it easier for us.
What has made the Warriors special is Steph above everybody, but Steph and Clay and Draymond. That's their special sauce, right? That's their secret sauce. It's the three of them, the championship core. It's the three. So to me, you want to keep that at as long as you possibly can, because that's what gets you over the hump in May and June, right? That's you need that to win a title. But you also need to be, and this is where this year to me has proven otherwise, you need players that can get you through the regular season to where you're not fighting to avoid the play-in tournament every freaking year for the next 2 or 3 years.
You know what? That team might not exist. A team that in Curry's missed 25 to 30 games can get them to a point where, and here's the other thing.
Well, but this team would be there if they could win with Curry. This team should be.
I'm not all the way in on that one.
Well, and that's fine.
I think there's a million different
But
things.
to me, if you look at just the Curry, non-Curry, and I'm not saying it's Curry's fault, by the way. I feel like I do need to say that because people are going to be like, what are you talking about? You're 2 over without him, okay? You're 500 with him. Like, to me, you need to be 8 or 10 over with him. And if you were 6 to 8 over with him and you were 2 over without him, you'd be 4th with a shot at 3rd or 2nd. Like that to me is that's the it's not that they're 14 and 12 with them that bothers me. Without them.
If the Warriors,
it's the 22 and 22 with them.
Yeah, see, I look at it this way.
That team hasn't been good enough.
You said
and it's not his fault.
Right, but I'll disagree with you that like we need, like, I don't think Clay and Draymond can get him through May and June anymore. So
okay, well that's a different conversation.
But no, this is my point. If they finish the year and a quick exit, at that point, I am saying, like you're saying, well, the big three is who we are. I'm saying, no, we still have Steph Curry. Is there any way we can find a younger player for one of these guys, maybe 28, 29, like pipe dream, like could you get Anthony Davis for something? Like a guy like that.
That's fair to that's fair to explore. I'm not saying you're wrong.
That's kind of what I would be looking at rather than, like would I mean, give up Klay Thompson for Anthony Davis and some other stuff. I mean, obviously there'd be...
That's interesting.
So I'm just throwing that kind of out there.
No, that's interesting.
Maybe...
I get what you're saying. You're saying retool the whole thing, bring in another star, but you're taking one of your stars away.
If you, get bounced early. If this season isn't an anomaly, which would mean they would get bounced early.
It's in some ways it's the difference between last year and this year, right? It's like last year they had a good enough stretch to where they
exactly
were, like you got to be good enough in the standings.
Thank you.
To where the OGs can carry in the playoffs. They haven't been good enough
exactly
in the regular season to where, like, I think most people believe they can make a run in the playoffs. You don't much as others. You don't. No, you don't.
No, I don't think they can win it.
That's what I'm saying. Okay. You don't think they can win it anymore with the big three. Right. That's fine. But
not with this team.
But my point is, if they had a better regular season, and you could have a better regular season if the other players were better, then you would believe. Like if this team had Memphis's record right now, if they were even in between Memphis and Phoenix, let's say, but 4th in the West, 10 over 500, everybody would be calling in here saying they can win the title. They're maybe even saying they're the favorite to win the title.
888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny with JD. Daryl the Guru Johnson on his way to Louisiana, taking his daughter to Grambling. They're going to sniff around the campus at Grambling State University. 888-957-9570 is the number, and we're getting deep into the Warriors. And Steph Curry's still got time on his career. So how do you manage what's around Steph Curry? How do you manage what's around Steph Curry? It's all sponsored by Bay Street Emeryville. Follow Bay Street Emeryville on Instagram for contest details to win VIP access to their Bay Break Dining Terrace grand opening event on Saturday, March 25th. Food, fun, local heroes, community support. Instagram at Bay Street Emeryville. Mm-hmm.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, yeah. Steiny and JD today. Okay. Get my bearings. It's a little late. Yeah, we'll find that out.
Yeah.
Matt Steinmetz, John Dickinson with you. 650 JD. Oh, boy, Steinmetz, your hatred and blatant disregard for Draymond and his accomplishments is so disgusting.
Wow.
Steph doesn't work without Draymond. Stop with the let's trade Draymond.
Man.
I didn't say that. Hit the pike.
I would imagine
pike.
I would imagine there's a chunk of Warrior fans that would not believe Steph doesn't work without Draymond. Like, that Steph can work just fine without Draymond is probably the best way to say it, I guess.
Steph's a great player. Draymond helps him. There's no doubt.
Yeah, he helps him, but the whole Steph doesn't work without Draymond.
Yeah,
that's come on.
Yeah, that's a little too much.
Like that, yeah.
All right, here's what's going on at 888-957-9570. And I've always looked at sports this way. All right, Warriors, they got 12 games left in their season. If you're Bob Myers, Joe Lacob, I mean, you can't not think about the future. It's like the Costanza. I can't not think about the nose. I see the nose. I think about the nose. So the question is, if the Warriors peter out this year, early exit, maybe not make the playoffs, but if so, early exit, or a deep run. Like, what do you do? If you make a deep run this year, what do you do then? If you get bounced early, is it time to look for another big trade involving one of the big three? Andre's in Castro Valley. Get us started. What's up, Dre? How you doing, man?
I'm okay, my friend. You guys both enjoy both of you guys. JD, your knowledge is superb. And hopefully you can answer this question. I was thinking that if some type of way, a couple years ago, like this year, they could have got one of the Morris twin that's over there with the LA Clippers. I think even though him and Draymond has sort of the same player, but he's a better shooter, I think he would have been a good fit. And also, Draymond is not giving the Warriors no breaks in terms of money-wise. He understands the business.
Yeah.
And so he's straight up about the business and understanding the game. It's nothing but business at this point in his career. He want to get paid, but if he didn't, to me, he's not worth a max contract. 2 or 3 year would be max because his injury prone. And I think also the Warriors, if they could have at least won 7 extra or 7 of those road games, I mean, they'd be in a better position at the end right now. So I just think they got to figure out a way to win on the road. If not, yeah, this season is going to be toast.
Appreciate the call, Dre. Appreciate it.
I'll say this for Marcus Morris. No, seriously, and you might be surprised by it. Like they could use a guy like that on this team. That's a 3-4 type that can make some threes, and he may be a little washed, although he does still start for the Clippers. But that's the kind of player that I do think Warrior fans bristle at the notion of. Like why isn't there an extra guy like him, an extra guy like Plum? Like why didn't you go get somebody like Plumlee? Maybe not as good as Plumlee, but like somebody who's a big you can put out there in a game where you're getting wrecked by bigs.
Let me ask you this:
like one more guy that you can throw out there that's not Anthony Lamb.
Okay, but
you know what I mean?
How much better is Marcus Morris than Anthony Lamb?
Not much, but he's different. He's a better defender. He brings some edge and some toughness. Like I don't want to go specifics there, like point player for player, because the Marcus Morris type is even different than Kuminga. Like he's a different type. Like Kuminga's not a 3-and-D. He's not. You know that. Like to me, it's fair to question: do the Warriors have enough? Like, could they use a younger version of Marcus Morris and not 28, but like. You know, I don't know how old he is, but he plays like he's 38 now.
No, I hear you. They could use Kuminga to be a veteran.
Well,
it's what they could use.
It's not even that. It's just that you need it's like Otto Porter would be. And again, I get it. He's hurt. He didn't play. That they didn't. That kind of player.
Steve's in the Sunset. What's up, Steve? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's going on? I got a few points, man. You talk about. I don't think Clay should be even in the conversation when it comes to any type of trades, man. Because in my honest opinion, I've been watching it from day one. And there would be no Steph without Clay, because Clay's done all the dirty work. And Steph. And one more thing, Steph and Looney. They're culpable, and if they don't go. I know Steph is Mr. Congenial, but he's culpable with his turnovers and his forced threes sometimes.
Let me ask you this, Steve. If the Golden State Warriors have a quick exit this year, do you consider breaking up the big three?
Yeah.
Yes or no?
It has to be considered. I think, but I think I think there should be. I would say no, because JP has not worked out. That was a huge mistake. Huge mistake. JP is like Kelly Oubre Jr. and Pascal.
No, he's not. No, he's not.
Thanks, Steve. But no, that's the question, Steve. If the Golden State Warriors have an early
who needs to
exit,
give up the big three when you can just blame it all on Jordan Poole?
If the Golden State Warriors suffer an early exit or don't make the playoffs because they lost a play-in game, is it time to think about moving one of the big three or getting off the big three if you get bounced early? I think that's a fair question. I also think it's a fair question, JD, or you know what? Can we move Jordan Poole for somebody that'll supplement the big three better than Poole and or Kuminga?
That's the one they're going to look at.
Okay.
I think that one they're going to look at regardless.
Well,
because there's been...
They might not if Draymond tells him he's leaving no matter what.
No, well... But
if Draymond says...
Okay, but if Draymond's leaving no matter what, and you can't get anything for him in a sign-and trade, well, then how are you going to get better?
I know.
Because you don't... Well,
that's my point.
You're still going to have to look to trade other players to try to get better.
Well, exactly. My point is...
So you're looking to trade Poole either way, is my point.
Okay, yeah, and I agree. If you move, or what you do, well, you can't do that. I was going to say, you just make a commitment to the young guys, but you can't do that either.
No,
with Steph.
No, you can't, because Steph's playing too well, and they're not going to be good enough. We've also had the young players are not going to be good enough, and Steph's still too good.
Right. Next year?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unless Kuminga,
do you think I'm disagreeing?
No, unless Kuminga's going to be a star next year. But by the way, we've already had, just in the last couple minutes, we've had someone say there's no Steph without Clay. And we've also had somebody say there's no Steph without Dre. So again, just to the point about breaking up the three of them, like, to me, I'm just, because I come back to that, I'm going as long as I possibly can without breaking up the three. I want to do everything else I possibly can do to make the rest of it better around them the best I can until I am positive that they can't make a run in April, May, and June.
Oh, well, this supposes or presupposes they get bounced early.
Yeah, but they could get bounced early and Wiggins doesn't come back.
Well, that's what the 925 says, can't break up the big three till we know about Wiggins. All right,
Wiggins. If Wiggins, like I'll give you one. Wiggins comes back, 5 games to go. Peyton comes back, 5 games to go.
Right.
Everybody's healthy, start of the playoffs.
Okay.
They lose early. Okay.
They get beat.
Sacramento beats them. First round, 3-6, 2-7, whatever.
Right.
Kings knock them out first round, healthy, everybody playing. That point, okay, let's evaluate. Like at that point, I'm with you. It's fair to say, all right, maybe this team, maybe they can't win it with this. Maybe they can't just flip the switch, and that I think would be the supreme example of the big three. Maybe can't do it because it would be the most favorable, least experienced opponent potentially too. Not like Phoenix beat you in round 3 or Milwaukee beat you in a finals.
That's kind of what I'm thinking. 888-957-9570 is the number if you want to jump in to the conversation. And it's, if the Warriors get bounced early.
But you got to have everybody to really know that. Because you're not winning without Wiggins anyway.
Well, let's just complicate it. Neither of those guys come back this year, Wiggins nor Payton, and you get bounced early.
I would still I would still view the regular season as the reason why you got bounced early. The fact that you weren't good enough in the regular season.
You could run that back. If you don't
have Wiggins.
You could run that back.
Well, you could run the three of them back in Wiggins.
And Poole.
Maybe. Like, Poole's not part of it for the purposes of...
But to me, Poole represents a big move as opposed to a tweak.
Yes, but you're not necessarily getting a star for Poole, though.
No.
Like, yes, Poole would be a big move, but it's not... Like, I'm not saying you're going to trade Jordan Poole for a star, because you're probably not going to trade Jordan Poole for a star.
You're probably going to have to trade Jordan Poole for... Well, that's kind of my point. If you get bounced early this year and Wiggins doesn't come back and Payton doesn't come back, I think they would be more likely to just come back even with Poole.
And that's fine. I understand
Wiggins
that.
And see if we can get a mid-level guy who, get a different version of DiVincenzo, and maybe Kuminga does get a little better.
Yeah, I understand that line of thinking, but to me, you'd have to be significantly better in those other role player spots than you were this year. And if you count Poole as somebody that, all right, we're bringing Poole back, then that means you're bringing your starters back in Poole, right? You already have Payton, so that's 7. So your next 3 need to be better. And I hate to have it come back to sounding like a knock on Kuminga, but okay, if he's the 8th guy, then what do we do? At that point, it's almost what are we doing? Because you're talking about your 9th and your 10th players, and you don't have DiVincenzo.
Well,
so you got to replace that. But we're also talking about your 9th and the 10th. Like, at some point, you have to accept the fact that maybe the role players are not, like, maybe Kuminga isn't good enough for everything that he brings.
Well, let me ask you this. Wouldn't it be possible to say, look, the core's the core. Steph, Draymond, Clay, Wiggins, Poole, Looney. Okay?
Okay, how many is that? 6?
6.
Okay.
So anybody you acquire is just going to be a role player.
But the guys that they acquired last year helped,
and I don't think
that's why they won the title.
But that was last year.
But if JaMychal Green had, I
don't think they'd win it this year with Porter and, if that were their bench this year, I don't think they'd be any better.
Oh, I see. I do.
You think they'd
if they were healthy and playing?
I don't think they'd be that much better.
Oh, I do. I think they'd be 4th in the West right now.
Well,
minimum.
That's not that much better.
But if they were 4th,
it's 2 games.
Okay,
maybe.
But if they were 4th in the West right now, everybody would think they could win the title.
I think a lot of people still think they can win it, and I'm saying, I think Steph, Clay, and Draymond have declined some. So if you give me Porter and Payton, and they're last year's version,
okay.
Well, and I think, here's where I put in, I think the Warriors got a couple breaks last year. I think it's going to be harder this year.
Okay.
So that's kind of where I like.
Fair. Then go get better versions of those players.
No. And I'm not saying I like where the bottom. I'm not saying I love our roster 7 through 15 because I don't. But to me, this year may determine kind of what is the problem.
Well, but you're also saying you can't fix 7 to 15 adequately, so you got to trade one of the top 4, top 3.
Maybe.
But to me, I'm always going to look at, because the most recent example, and again, maybe you make those moves and it doesn't work, but I would be more inclined, and I would think in a way it's almost easier to go find your 7th, 8th, 9th players than it is to trade one of your big guys and make that fit properly. You have the 3.
It's funny because
that can win it in May and June. Even if maybe they aren't good enough in the regular season because they aren't motivated or they're a little bit older or whatever it is. I'm even giving you that. But my point is, then then put better players around him to where you win more in October and January and March.
Yeah.
But you still have in your back pocket the champion's blood for when you need it in May and June. And eventually they're just going to be too old. But I don't think that's necessarily the case this year. Or even next year.
Well, to me, if they get bumped, let's go to Marcus. Marcus is in New Orleans. Hey, Marcus.
What's going on, guys? Yeah, this is a great conversation. I think that we may be looking at a yo-yo. I don't believe that you necessarily have to get rid of one of the big three. I think the smart play would be to make a move with Poole. His value is highest right now. Trade him for a pick and another player. Let's get some folks in here because Steph, Clay, and Dre are still great enough to win a championship. They're still great enough to be a core. I think last year's team is last year's team. It's all conjecture as to whether or not Otto Poole and Juan Toscano Anderson and all those guys would be as good this year. I think the move is to trade Poole, get another player, and get a pick, and build from there. That's how the Warriors have done it in the past. That's going to be the way they need to keep doing it.
Appreciate the call, Marcus. Yeah. See, here's where I'm at, too, on last year's title, because everybody does this. Every team gets – no. When the Warriors had Durant, all right, they won titles. They could get worse by a fair amount and still win the title. That's how good they were. Mm-hmm. They were 2 levels above everybody else. I'm saying when I evaluate the Warriors' title last year, did we win it? Yes, we won it. But you know what? 5 teams could have won it. We some good things happened. So if you say last year, could have gone either way, this year we didn't make the postseason at all, or we got bumped in the first round. I'm just saying I may be more likely to look at the top 6 guys and moving 1 or 2 of those guys, as opposed to, can we get a better 7th and 8th man? To me, if they get bumped in the first round, that I'll use that as a way to say, hey, top 6. You didn't do it. Now, if Wiggins and Payton don't play, I'm not liable to give them a huge break there, honestly.
Technical point.
Yeah.
Poole's part of the top 6.
Yeah, I know.
So you could, I'm open to trading Poole. That's the thing. That's. So I
am too, but you better be careful.
Yeah, I've said that. I'm saying, what's the most? If you're saying, well, who's your most tradable players this offseason? For me, your most. I hope Draymond opts in, and then you just keep him and play it out. That would be my hope. And then you've got Steph, Clay, and Dre. I want Wiggins back and apart. I'm not looking to trade Wiggins. Those 4. I want Looney. So those 5 to me are in. Okay. So, because that's all part of your to me, that's your true championship core. At that point, how do you get better if you're looking to make a trade? Well, you got to look at Poole and you got to look at Kuminga. And or Moody, although they keep way down the pecking order. But and your picks. So to me, I would explore what could you get for Poole? What could you get for Kuminga? What could you get for future picks and or Moody or whatever? That's the area I would look to attack first, as opposed to breaking up those other 5.
Eric in Redwood City, and that's where you always say, let's see how it ends, if it does, because that'll play into it too. What's up, Eric? Redwood City, that's, hey, boss, Redwood City is where it all comes down, right? Redwood City, my sources, Eric, say we are loved in the city. The R. Fact.
The Redwood City.
Yes, sir.
Hey, guys, I want to ask about your thoughts on when do we stop playing GM for this season and next season, and when do we start playing GM for how do we go from a dynasty led by this group of veterans, you've even said Curry has 2 good years left, to the next dynasty? And then also, has there been teams in the NBA that have been able to bridge that gap without a steep rebuilding period?
Essentially, no.
Yeah.
Essentially, no.
I mean, the Celtics went from, and I'm using this as an extreme example, the early 60s until the early 80s, right? Although they had some good teams in the 70s.
Bill Russell was the link between their first title and their last. They had no other player that was with him the whole time.
Yeah, and then
so
even
he was a common denominator.
And then like the Lakers in the '80s,
Nope.
they did nothing in the like they didn't win a title from '88 till 2000.
Right.
With a completely, Shaq and Kobe. Like, they went from the Magic Kareem Lakers to Shaq and Kobe before they were
this is
quote-unquote dynasty again.
Right, and this is where, though, I think the Lakers had a dynasty in the 80s because of Worthy. Because they got James Worthy after 2 titles.
Sure.
And same with Kawhi Leonard on San Antonio. So, like, the Warriors... Like, yeah, it'll be those same 3 guys, like almost 10 years apart.
Right.
So, like, if they win it again, that's historic.
Sure.
If they don't win it this year, no, there's not a player on the roster that's going to bridge the bridge right now.
Right, and the Bulls did have their 2 different teams with Jordan and Pippen.
Right.
It was Jordan and Pippen with one team, and then Jordan goes away, comes back. It was Jordan and Pippen with there were 2 three-peats. There were Jordan and Pippen and completely different teams around them.
Right.
But they've been searching for the last 25 years.
It would be like the Warriors would have to stumble into the first pick this year. I mean, seriously.
With Wembayama.
Exactly.
Yeah. Right. They would have needed I
mean, you want to keep the dynasty going? Miss the playoffs and win the lottery this year. That may extend. That's the best way to extend the dynasty. Seriously.
Yeah, to me, it's almost, and it's a fair question. I don't mean to put down the question, but it's almost like, well, like you're not going to do that. So just the history says you're not. So don't. And that's kind of my point. Is
what if it happened naturally?
Worrying about the next dynasty. Well, yeah, if it happened naturally.
I see what you're saying.
But my point is, quit worrying about the next dynasty. And worry more about trying to win 1 more or 2 more. Why not? Because you're closer to winning 1 or 2 more. You're closer to winning 1 or 2 more with who you've got than you are with this mythical next dynasty. Because you know how many pieces you have of the next dynasty right now? Probably 0.
Well, you could have had 1, maybe.
Well,
what?
Who?
Maybe LaMelo Ball.
Oh, okay. I thought you were going to say Wiseman. That's why I laughed.
Well,
I apologize.
Well, I
apologize.
Wiseman or a name for Wiseman. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But that's, to me, that's why.
Like, who's
just
worried about the next dynasty, really? Like, I get it. I mean, maybe Joe Lacob is.
I'm not worried about the next dynasty, but I'm worried about, you know what I'm also saying? When Steph leaves, we're going to need an attraction.
Well, what did Shaq say back in the day?
Why do you think it's a sellout?
No, I don't. Well, but it's also, he said that, I can't remember what team he was referencing, but he goes, well, they're going to go back. They lose him. They're going back to expansionism.
Right, yeah.
Well, like the Warriors aren't going to be good for every year till the end of time. They're not. They're just not.
Well,
like no team is. No team is.
Well,
the Lakers have been bad.
But
the Celtics have been bad.
Joe Lacob's goal is to go to the finals more in the next 30 years than the Lakers went in the past 30.
Guess what? The Lakers didn't go for win for 12 years.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's jump into this conversation. Warriors are 2 games over 500. They have the Atlanta Hawks at 4:30. How this year plays out is going to dictate the future, right? I mean, if they lose in the first round, the avenue will be different than if they make a run this year, right? You tell us, 888-957-9570. It's all sponsored by AC Transit.
to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, no Guru today. John Dickinson in instead. Warriors, Atlanta Hawks, 4:30 today, right here on 95.7 The Game. And Willard and Dibbs will have your Warriors live show at 3 o'clock. Man, we've really gotten into the Warriors today. It started out, we just had a conversation about Steph Curry and how great he's playing at 35 years old. And the fact that no reasonable person could have thought that he could be this good this late in his career. I know. You guys all knew it. But the point is when you look at Steph Curry right now, I think you got to say, man, he's going to be one of the best players in the league for the next couple years. So how do you get him another title? Are the Warriors doing enough for Steph Curry? That's where we embarked on the conversation today, and we have splintered into a lot of facets of that, and it's been interesting. Let me just get this one off my chest from the 415. Steiny, I turned on the radio for 30 seconds and heard the stupidest take out of your mouth. Missed the playoffs to get a lotto pick to extend the dynasty. It's context. Context. Here's how I said it. Oh, you want to continue a dynasty? I'll tell you, I can continue a dynasty. You missed the playoffs this year and you get Wembanyama. Tongue in cheek. 888-957-9570. But what we are talking about is, depending on how this year ends, what do you do moving forward with Steph Curry and the Golden State Warriors? And we're just exploring some possibilities, JD. One is, what if they make the play-in game but don't even make the postseason? What if they get bounced in the first round? What do you do with Curry and the big three? Similarly, what if you make a run and you get to the Western Conference Finals? Or maybe you get to the finals and lose. Well, then maybe you don't do much. Maybe just tweak.
It's how does this team ultimately need to get better, and how can they get better based on their financial
and
situation
how much
and who's
better
on the roster.
Do they have to get? See,
Sure.
That's kind of where I'm at. And I think they get bounced early. It does kind of mean they've got a long way to go. If they get to the finals, then that'll mean, to me, maybe a tweak.
And I do think it's also, are there Warrior fans out there that do feel like, depending upon how this year ends, that the Warriors have wasted a year of Curry's prime playing at an elite level? Whether you thought he could be doing it at this age or not,
right.
He's doing it. And the last 2 weeks since he's been back are proving it. Yet, I mean, you look up at the end of the year, you're not getting that year back. You know, and I know he's been out 26 games, but the Warriors have been able to do enough
right
when he hasn't played. They have not been able to do enough when he has played. And I think that's something that will leave a lot of Warrior fans and a lot of Steph fans with a bad taste in their mouth, regardless of the circumstances as to how it doesn't get done. It's just that it didn't get done.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. Jump into this conversation. We'd love to have you on, how they move forward with Steph Curry after he's having an incredible year. It's all going to start with Bob Myers. I was going to say it's going to start with Draymond Green, but it's going to actually start with Bob Myers. See if he's back or not, and then Draymond will have a decision to make.
Well, Bob and then Bob Kerr. I mean, Bob.
That's the one nobody's really talking about.
Yeah.
Steve Kerr's got one more year left on his deal. Bob Myers is up at the end of this season. So if Bob Myers isn't back next year, what does that mean for Steve Kerr? Does that mean...
Well, they have to make a decision on Kerr regardless.
Well, no, they don't. They didn't make a decision on Myers.
Yeah, but coach is a little bit different. GMs...
I mean, yes and no.
Coaches are... there are not a lot of coaches that go to the last year of their deal. Like, usually you get to within 1 year of your deal, you're either getting extended or you're getting fired. Like, that is 90% of the time, that's how it happens. Maybe 95% of the time.
I think 90% of the time, a GM of a team will know what the deal is next year.
That may be true. But regardless, we're already here with Bob. There's a decision that needs to be made on Steve no matter what.
Yeah. No doubt. And my feeling is, while there's some people that think the Warriors maybe should sniff around for another coach, like, You think Steph Curry does not want to play for another coach? Probably, right? Can we say that?
Not right now.
Exactly.
Like, why would you right now when you're still at the peak of your powers in a lot of ways?
Right. Let's say in the off season. Hey, Golden State Warriors. Bob Myers not coming back. Draymond is coming back. Draymond opting in for his last year. I'm doing the hypothetical here. All right, what are we doing with Kerr? He's got one more year left. You know what? Joe Lacob's like...
you add 2 years to that. I mean, to me, that's a no-brainer, unless you feel that they need another voice.
But wait a minute.
There's a certain set of the fan base that thinks they need another voice.
But we don't know that there's a certain set of the front office that thinks they need another voice. So
it's possible.
Like that's kind of what I'm saying is it's easy for you to say, well, you better get Steve Kerr back here for an extension.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, well, yeah, that's easy to say, but Joe Lacob might be done with him.
Right. Well, and that's...
Like he was done with Mark Jackson. I know it's totally...
Sure.
But so, like, we have to acknowledge that Lacob might be thinking differently than us.
He might be. There's no question. And that's where I would say, okay, well, then you're done. If Kerr's gone, you're done. Like, if Kerr's not back next year, you could bring the big three back.
Do you think Kerr...
You're done.
Do you think Joe Lacob is disappointed, upset about Kuminga, Wiseman, and Moody and how much they've played? Is there any disappointment?
I think he could be.
Okay.
I think he very well could be.
Who do you think he's upset with, if anybody?
Probably the coaching staff.
Okay. So you get bounced in the first round this year. You know what? Maybe that's when Joe Lacob says it's over. It's over. And we're now going to move. We're going to try to get, we're going to try to get a young player in here, maybe, and move a Dre or a Clay.
Okay.
I'm just saying, I'm not saying that's what they should do.
That's the point where I say you're done. That's where I just say it's over.
The dynasty.
Yeah.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is we have to acknowledge that there's a lot we don't know. So Joe Lacob might be over this dynasty.
He might. Well, okay.
Right. They're gonna play it out this year because they have to. But if they lose in the first round, I think Joe Lacob might be like, first of all, I hope Draymond opts out because I want to save the money. I think we're done. He might just do that.
It's plausible. And then all right, then it's because to me, if Steph, Clay, Draymond, or Kerr, and I think you could even make the case Myers, although in some ways I think Myers would be the one piece, as much as we all love Bob, and I think the Warriors could do a lot worse with pretty much anybody that they currently have on their staff. I actually think if Bob goes, you better hire from the outside and not from the inside. Like that, I know that's another branch of this thing.
Right.
I feel like you better, regardless of all of that, to me, if Steph, Clay, Draymond are gone or if Kerr's gone, it's over. That is an inherent, okay, then I'm on your side. They can't win it again. They're done. Because you're taking away at that point a core piece of the fabric of why this is special. It's the whole conversation about why we believe this team can win a title when they're clinging to avoiding the play-in tournament right now. Why do we believe that? We believe that because there's a secret sauce. And and maybe you don't believe it, but that's irrelevant.
Sure.
The secret sauce is Steph, Clay, Draymond, Kerr.
Okay.
That's what they have that none of these other teams have that are trying to win titles. So at any point, if you don't have one of those pieces, night.
Right, night for winning titles.
Right.
Yeah. I think that there's an aspect of this that is completely underplayed. And that's this. Knowing Joe Lacob, the little I do, he knows that Steph Curry was here when he was here, when he got the team.
Mm-hmm.
Steph Curry preceded Joe Lacob. I absolutely, positively think, because this is how competitive Lacob is, that, he won't be complete until the Warriors win a title after Curry. Now, I'm not saying that he wants to move off Curry right now, but to me, Joe Lacob doesn't get to be Joe Lacob without having a fiercely competitive streak. And it's like okay. He can be like Steph Curry. Like, guess what? Up until last year, hey, you never won a Finals MVP.
Okay.
Which was ludicrous, but it was out there. So I can say, hey, Joe Lacob, Big Talk Joe, talk to me when Steph leaves and you win a title.
Sure.
And I think...
And you know what?
Yeah, I think that might be something that's a factor.
You might be right about that. And Lacob, like, if Lacob may go on to win another title.
Okay.
It's not even impossible that Lacob does go on and win another title without Steph. Like
sure.
that, like, but
it's possible.
But here's the way that's going to happen. You tear the whole thing down to the studs and you tank for a few years and you're terrible and then you get good again. Like, that's the way. It's not going to happen with, Poole and Kuminga and Moody and Wiseman and they're winning titles. Like
right.
That's the part. Like, you're not going to. I think in some ways the Warriors thought they were going to be able to cheat the system a little bit. Like, you've got these guys and you're just going to hand it off. And I think that was, if they thought that was foolish.
Well,
but I'm not saying Joe Lacob can't win another title in 2032.
Sure.
With guys that are in 10 years old right now.
Jocko's in the city. Hey, Jocko, how you doing, man?
I'm doing all right, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
As far as the original question about whether or not the team's done enough for Curry, I think that's a slam dunk yes. And I just want to go back to, Curry brought us the first title in 14-15. And what do they do after they lose the next year? They bring in another max player in KD. They win 2 more. They become a dynasty. And then they kept that salary slot and the core together all these years, which is more than any organization has done for a star, whether it's Duncan, whether it's Jordan, anybody you can name. This team and organization has done more for Curry than any superstar could ask for. So, that's my number one thing.
All right.
One thing that's been bugging me is hearing about past trade rumors or hypotheticals that get looked back on in hindsight like it was fact. And the one that's bugging me today is the Wendell Carter Jr. number 4 for White.
That's fair.
You got JD smiling here.
Fact. What's that?
You got JD smiling here. He agrees with you.
Yeah, that same year there were other rumors saying that the Warriors were trying to move off number 2, and there were no trade partners because it was a historically weak draft at the top. And people talk about Paul like he's some superstar, but he's been off the court almost as much as Wiseman has so far in his career. And in the 2 play-in games, he was awful on defense. He was a turnstile. And his, all-flash offense didn't really work in the playoffs. He was a terrible 3-point percentage. It just doesn't translate to
right.
season. But also, it's like, the Hollinger rumor from, they could have traded Wiggins and all their picks for Pascal. That was just Hollinger's opinion.
Gotcha.
That wasn't really something that was even discussed.
I got you. Good point, Jocko. Good point. 415 Steiny, you're crazy. Lacob needs Curry because 30 is box office. He's not going to be able to. Of course, no. I'm not saying he's going to kick Curry out.
You're saying that there's a part of Joe that's, and correct me if I'm wrong, that's kind of unfulfilled until he wins without him eventually.
Yeah. If Steph Curry is at 40 is the same player he is now, and he wins titles for the Warriors, he'll still be here.
Yeah.
But
you're just saying that Curry could win the next 5, and it would still be he was here before I was.
I'm just saying, Jeannie Buss could go to Joe Lacob and say, "Win one without Curry." Be like my dad, where we had iterations and won with different guys.
Well, he's the one that said the Jerry West example.
Yeah.
Of I'm sorry, Jerry West,
the Lakers.
Jerry Buss.
Oh, right, exactly.
Of winning it, whatever it was, 12 finals in 33 years or whatever it was.
Bill's in Marin. Hey, Bill, what's going on, man?
Well, Steiny, I just have to say, I think this whole conversation is ludicrous.
I mean, the idea of moving on from Kerr, moving on from Myers, moving on from Steph and Clay from this team, you ride it as long as you can. And I don't think Lacob has to win on its own. I mean, the idea of breaking this all down and tanking for a few years and saying we'll win a title after that, we could be in the woods for 20 years. I mean, everybody, even this year, you watch this team, it's still magic on most nights. Fans love it. You know who loves it is national television. They're a completely unique squad, and they're not that old. I mean, you look at the different parts. Wiggins comes back, and I hope everything works out on that front. But in JP, you know, hopefully they keep Dante DiVincenzo. But why would you break this up? I mean, anybody who's followed the Warriors for 25 years.
Bill, I said, depending on how, I wouldn't have minded engaging Bill.
The flip side to that is, well, who are you riding? It's a 500 team right now.
Well, yeah, and the premise of the argument was if the Warriors get bounced early or the Warriors fail in the play-in. But clearly what he was saying, Bill and Marin was saying, is even if all that happens, you ain't touching the big three. And that's fair. Because they give you a better shot at winning it next year than not having them, which is kind of my point. Like if you don't have all three of them, then you got no chance. Probably
then
not.
You know you got no chance.
Right.
Then there's no more debate about whether you got a chance or not. Then you got no chance.
Here's where you and I are. I'm telling you, if they lose in the first round, that is the debate.
Well, you're kind of already there, though.
No, I'm not.
Like you don't think they can do it this year.
I don't.
Right.
But they might. It's possible they could. But if they don't and it ends, like I think it may end with essentially a 500 team getting beat in the first round, like that's it. It's over then at that point. It just is.
Sure.
Now, I understand you saying, well, they're going to be worse than the next year if they move off these guys.
Right. Well, or have less of a chance to win a title.
Or, well, I would say, yes, you'd have to make a great move to, but like, here's the thing. And you may think I'm crazy, but this is where I think there's more stuff going on. Like, Draymond punched Poole. Myers is not under contract for next year. Steve Kerr, we'll see what happens with him. Draymond may opt out. Like, there's a lot going on. And to me, you lose in the first round and you bring the same 6 guys back next year, top 6, I wouldn't do that after a 42-40 year and a first round exit. Now, I'd only do that if I didn't have, maybe they won't be able to do anything. Maybe they'll be handcuffed, JD. But I'm just saying, if after they go 42-40 and lose in the first round to the Denver Nuggets in 5 games, then everything is on the table. And if I'm Joe Lacob, now everything's fair game. And if I can move one of my guys, even if it's Clay or Draymond, and get better, hard to do, I'm going to do it.
The only way you could do it would be if you go get like a superstar.
Anthony Davis. You know, like,
yeah, I mean, Anthony Davis 4 years ago.
Well, I know. Like
Durant. Like if it was, hey, you're trading, Clay, but you're getting Durant, and now it's Stephen Durant, and then you fill it in around like that. Like then I'm open, but that like those kinds of those options don't exist anymore. It's like had the Warriors kept Durant going back 4 years and traded Draymond or traded Clay, then sure, could you have a shot to win a title with Stephen Durant? Yeah, but like tell me the player of that ilk they're going to go get. And I'm sorry, I like Anthony Davis. I don't think Anthony Davis at this stage is even good enough.
I'm trying to think of a guy.
Go get Luka. You know what I mean?
No, I'm trying to think of a Zion. How about a guy like Zion Williamson?
That's interesting.
Okay.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe.
What about, and he's not.
Good luck keeping him healthy.
Well, I know. What about a guy like Brandon Ingram? Not quite there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like proven superstar.
I hear what you're saying.
Like it would have to be a proven superstar and not the Bradley Beal ilk. Like not like it's like we're talking super Kevin Durant. I think Davis would have applied 5 years ago, but doesn't anymore.
Okay.
But how are you going to get that? You're not going to get that guy for Draymond Green and picks and, maybe Draymond Kuminga and Poole and picks.
Maybe. I'm just saying, we lose in the first round. And here's the other thing. You never know who could come available.
I'm out on all of that unless you're getting a bona fide superstar. That would be my one caveat. But I don't think that exists. So,
Zion.
Again, what are we giving up? What are we giving up for Zion? What are you giving up for Zion?
Well, we're going to give up
Draymond.
One of the two, Draymond or Clay. And then
it would have to be Draymond.
Okay, Draymond and Poole or Wiggins, something like Kuminga. I'll tell you what. Let's go.
That's interesting.
Let's go.
Zion's an interesting name.
Kuminga and Draymond Green, something like that,
and picks.
Okay, sure.
I'd consider that.
That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. There you go. Luka is awful to watch. He can't. I'm
but the point is,
those players are hard to find.
But the drawback is also, even with Zion, is he ain't going to be around. Like, so what? You're going to get Zion and Curry, and they're Zion's going to miss 40 games, and Curry's going to miss 20.
And that's probably the only reason Zion is interesting.
You going to be good enough next year to avoid the position you're in now? Because that's the thing. So
Siakam doesn't fit for you.
He's not a superstar.
Okay. I take it Karl Anthony Towns doesn't do it for you? I'm throwing names out.
Towns is interesting.
Okay.
I don't think he's a superstar either.
Okay. Julius Randle would probably be a no.
Nope.
Brooklyn. What about a Bridges?
He's not a superstar. He's a nice player. The Warriors would love to have Bridges.
Well,
shoot.
But see, Bridges could turn into a star.
I'd trade Kuminga for Bridges.
Of course. Well, Bridges could be Kawhi Leonard.
But that gets back
Would you agree with that?
Maybe.
Possible.
Maybe.
That's the other thing
Bridges.
that could happen.
I like Bridges.
Is you get a young player like that, and he takes the next. Bridges is a guy who you acquire him, he could become a superstar.
I would see, and that gets back to the Anunoby thing. I would can you do that? To me, I would want Bridges with the guys you have.
Oh yeah. No. Yeah.
Can you get Bridges?
If you put Bridges
can
on
you get Bridges for Kuminga, Poole, and picks?
Would you get Bridges if it cost you Wiggins? 888-957-9570
and picks, because I don't care about the picks.
It's the number. How the Warriors get? You tell me how the Warriors season. How does it end up? 888-957-9570.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, no Guru, John Dickinson in. Hey, guess what? 2:30 today. 2:30. Logan Webb. Logan Webb on with Willard and Dibbs.
Awesome.
2:30, Logan Webb. And then at 3 o'clock, Dibbs and Willard will be doing Warriors Live.
3:30.
3:30. Thank you.
Yeah, 3:30.
Thank you very much. JD and I are Kennesaw State. You know where Kennesaw State is?
I did not. I do now.
Okay.
But I'm going to be honest with you. I did. It's in Georgia.
Correct. Apparently outside Atlanta.
Yeah.
Or
so
I
I know now. I did not know about an hour and a half ago, and then Craig told me.
Look at Pitt. You know what they say about Pitt? Pitt is it. Mm-hmm. Pitt's up 19-2 on Iowa State. The Cyclones. Kelvin Cato.
Love that.
Who else went to Iowa State? Jeff Hornacek.
Tyrese Halliburton.
Marcus Pfizer. Iowa State. Pfizer. You see who else? Iowa State. Let's go to No Cap 757. What's up? No Cap. How you doing, my man?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
You hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I wanted to know, I just tweeted you guys the snippet from Bill Simmons after the Clipper game saying that the Warriors front office did nothing to get him any help. I just tweeted it to you and JD.
Tell you what.
What you guys think about it.
No Cap. Stay on the line.
Yeah.
And we'll play it because we have that sound for everybody to hear, and then we'll get back to you. All right, so let's hear what Bill Simmons had to say on his podcast.
Yeah.
There you go. That's Bill Simmons. All right, No Cap. That's what you were referring to.
Yeah.
All you, buddy.
Yes. Yeah, and I totally agree with Bill. They didn't do enough. Just the Ryan Rollins, the PBJ signing, the bringing back Moody, just a lot of bad signs. The Andre bringing him back. He should have retired after this championship last year. I totally feel like they're just not maximizing Curry's window. To be honest, there's too many kids who cannot play right now.
Appreciate the call, No Cap.
See, and I don't even think it's the kids. It's just too many empty roster spots, or too many roster spots where you're not getting enough. Now, could also make the case that the big three haven't. Well, Clay and Draymond at different times have not done enough, and Curry maybe hasn't been available enough.
Right. I would say we don't know what Curry does and doesn't do behind closed doors. Because let me tell you what I could say. Who do you think got Wiseman traded? Steph Curry got him traded. Oh, he couldn't play with Steph. Get him out. Just because Steph's more diplomatic. How about Steph lobbying and the boys lobbying for Avery Bradley? Lacob had to tell him to hit the pike.
Yeah, they wanted Avery Bradley over
Gary Payton II. So I would take a little exception. Of course, Curry's not LeBron James. We understand that. I do agree with you that it's not just Kuminga and why it is Rollins, and it's, you know what? And here's the thing. It's also Lamb and Jerome, because Curry and those guys, while they respect Ty Jerome and Lamb, because they've put in the time and are better than their young players who haven't paid their dues, they still don't think they should be playing with them because they're not good enough. They're two-way players, but they respect them. Mm-hmm. But they look at Lamb and Jerome as, that's not a lot of help.
Yeah, why are these guys?
And neither's Kuminga, and neither's Wiseman, and neither's Moody, and neither's PBJ, and neither's Ryan Rollins. So
that's
they have
a lot of names you just mentioned.
Exactly. That's where I think the disconnect comes from. And maybe Poole represents that the forces that are turning this team over to the younger players and the veteran players just aren't into it. They don't think they're ready. Eric in San Francisco. What's up, Eric? How you doing, man?
Hey, Steiny, JD. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
The previous caller took a lot of my thunder. I was going to reference the Bill Simmons podcast.
Okay.
Whether the Warriors have failed Steph or not. And I actually think the failure took place all the way back in the 2020 draft. They needed to either make a commitment like trading down to the 4 pick, picking up Wendell Carter and the 4 pick, or they should have traded it for a veteran. This obsession by Lacob of the 2 timelines has done a real disservice to the Warriors now and the Warriors going forward because, I mean, what, out of those 3 lottery picks, Kuminga's a keeper? That's all we get? That's not very good for the future. And we didn't trade for any help now. And now we have 6 useless worth of roster spots. So we failed him by not acting properly 2 years ago, or at least that's my thought.
All right. That's fair enough. They failed him 2 years ago. I don't know. I mean,
They also won a championship since then.
Let's face it, that complicated a lot of stuff.
Well, but what I'm saying is it's hard to say you failed a guy in the last 2 years when you've won a championship in the only season.
So let's keep it to this year. Because I think that's specifically what Simmons was talking about.
Was this year. Yeah.
So I don't believe they failed him this year because look, the Gary Payton, the second trade for Wiseman was done because of the veterans. Like, I'm going to tell you something about that trade.
That's true.
If
it's
Joe
a very short-sighted trade.
If Joe Lacob still thinks Wiseman's going to be half decent, they made a big mistake. That's why I have to believe that the Warriors, they just don't think Wiseman's going to be any good. I mean, that trade, you're right, that has the potential, the pick to me has the potential to haunt them. And that's the other thing. How do you continue the dynasty? Well, smack dab in the middle of a dynasty, you find yourself with the number 2 pick, the number 7 pick, and the number 14 pick. Smack dab in the middle of your dynasty.
And you hit on them.
Who?
Well, you have to hit on them for it to...
Well, exactly. But you either have to hit on them or you have to move them and show how the team's been upgraded in the immediate.
Right, and that to me has already... I mean, you trade Wiseman for a guy you already had. So that to me is to me that's all... We already know that. Kuminga... Right. We don't know yet.
To me, Kuminga's fine.
Right. But it is a. There's no or check. Like it's an empty box.
Okay.
I think at this point, and Moody doesn't look good, but Moody's also still an empty box.
He is. But like if.
But it's right now because he's not playing.
Right. I'm more talking about. If you draft those 3 guys, 14, 7, and 2, and all you have right now within the 2-3 years down the line is Kuminga, who's a role-playing 15-minute-a-game player. You had a chance. Like, I get the text line said, they had a chance, and I guess they did have a chance when they had number 2. But what I'm also getting at is the dynasty, with the way Steph Curry is playing, it's still out there. I mean, success is still out there because you have one of the top 5 players in the league. So, what do you do?
I think even if you can't answer the question as to whether the Warriors have failed Steph for this year now, I do think there's depending upon how it ends, you could double back on it and go, damn, yeah, you did fail him because you realize that the rest of it maybe was good enough if you had another piece or 2.
Well, to me, the piece is Wiggins. And that's where the word fail is too harsh. Like the Warriors didn't fail.
In addition to Wiggins.
Okay, but I think they can't win it without Wiggins.
Right.
So if Wiggins doesn't return.
But that's what I mean. If Wiggins my scenario is Wiggins does come back.
Okay.
And, like, let's say you get to the conference finals and then you get beat and you're like, damn it, if we'd had one more freaking wing bench player, we could have won it. Or if we'd had one more, this or that, we could have won it. Like this year, we could have won it, even though we won 44 games.
Yeah. See, that's
like that.
And that's where I hear you. And part of me says I get it.
Like that's the part that would want to make me go through the wall.
But I would say, dude, this year was predetermined. Was destined from the minute they went into camp and there was a punch and the GM isn't signed for next year and Kerr and you got this and Draymond Green wanted an extension before the season started and Poole and Wiggins got one and that changed the dynamic. Like that set the table as far as I'm concerned.
And you're not wrong, but I'd still say, damn it, we were close.
Yeah.
And it still could have been overcome.
But I'll tell you what I'm not doing. I'm not saying next year we'll be able to do it. I'm saying no, next year the table will be set again because we're not crazy about each other. D's in Walnut Creek. What's happening, D?
How's it going, you guys? Hey, this is my point. Everybody's crying about how the Warriors are a 500 team. If you take those 26 games that Curry missed, add those 13 games, what position would they be in? And we wouldn't be having this conversation. Next year, you get rid of Poole because he's worth a lot of money and upgrade to a bigger man. That's all I got to say.
Yeah, D, they have a worse winning percentage with Curry, so it's not like you can't do that.
So
you can't do that. You could do that if you were 10 games over 500 with Curry. You could say, well, if Curry played all these games. Like, you can't do that. Like, what he's saying is he wants to say if Curry had played more, they'd have a better record. And maybe they would. But to me, you can't count that as an automatic when they actually have a better record without him.
Well, and I would say, what's their record with Steph Curry?
It's 22-22.
Okay, so they're 500 with Steph Curry?
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, then I could say...
He's saying, well, take all the games he didn't play, they'd be 500. Well, they are 500.
Well, and what I'm saying is they're 22-22 with Curry. That shows you the big three's done. Like, they're done, right?
Well,
if I want to take it to the extreme...
You can say that. What I would say is it also... that's one plausible option. The other plausible option is you don't have enough other quality veteran players on the roster that can play with Steph and the big three.
And I'm starting with...
In addition to Wiggins.
Right. And I'm starting with... Because Steph's not the issue. That's where I'm starting with Draymond and Clay, I think. Because they are the big three, and to me, they're the second and third most important players. Doug's in Berkeley. Wants to jump in here. What's up, Doug? How you doing, man?
I'm good. I just turned you guys on.
Okay.
Running in between hospitals.
Nice.
I just heard you talk about, the three guys they drafted and, that kind of stuff. And my comment, I got a question and a comment. My question is the word dynasty has been thrown around. Who's more of a dynasty, the Spurs, the recent Warriors, or the 3-in-a-row Lakers? If you would rank them, who's more of a dynasty? I'm going to answer the question. I say the Spurs, the Warriors, and the Lakers. A dynasty is not just because you win 3 in a row. A dynasty is excellence over a long period of time. They had the right idea starting out when they drafted Wiseman and Kuminga, and they weren't patient enough. We didn't have to win this year. We had to develop the guys so that they would be good in future years, let's say next year, and you needed to see what Wiseman was and decide if you're going to build a team around him in the future. You didn't want to try to plug this basically high school kid in to what the Warriors are, which is a small ball, fast break team. They blew it by trading Wiseman. They had the right idea in the beginning, and they got impatient.
Thanks, Doug. You can argue that.
Yeah, you can. I got nothing for you on that one.
I mean,
you can argue for it. Yeah.
Well, that's what you did argue, basically.
Well,
it may go down as a panic move.
It could go down as a panic move, but again, he also wouldn't be helping you this year.
Correct.
Like that's the part where I do disagree is that
but what
I think some people are thinking, well, he could be helping him now. Well, he wouldn't be helping him now.
No, he wouldn't be helping him now.
And I'm not saying the caller was saying that, but a lot of people do. Well, they need I get people that he would have played against the Clippers. He could have helped them against the Clippers bigs. He wouldn't have played a lick against the Clippers.
I think it's more he would have played if he played this year. Here's what people believe. You could have played a lot of the young guys more. You'd still be about the same record. They'd be better off now heading into the playoffs with a young team. And then in 2 years, Kuminga and Wiseman are actually pretty good.
Yeah. Like starters.
Yeah, exactly.
Which neither one of them are now, although Kuminga's going to start tonight for Draymond. Tonight you're going to get your 30 minutes of Kuminga, Warrior fans.
They can win this game tonight.
Let's see how he does. Yeah, no doubt. Atlanta's low level. They absolutely can win. More because Atlanta's low level, but that's fine. More because Atlanta might not play hard, but that's fine.
Matt's in San Rafael. Matty.
Hey, guys. Hey, so first, regarding the Wiseman thing, I understand what the Warriors' kind of thought process was. They swung for the fences, but I thought that they were greedy. I think that they were greedy and trying to do something that was a real long shot. But that's not what I wanted to talk to you guys about. I think the Warriors have a couple of problems regarding this team, aside from the dynamic between Draymond and Poole. I don't think that Jordan Poole can play with Steph Curry. I think that he resents not being the number one. I think he resents coming off the bench, and I don't think that he's got the right sort of mental wherewithal to play that role. Whether he grows into it or not, I don't know. The second thing is, and it's weird, I don't think Clay plays well with Poole and Curry at the same time. When he's with Curry, he plays well. When he's with Poole, he plays well. When it's with both of them, it seems like he really just kind of falls off the face of the earth. So I'm curious as to your thoughts on that, because I've been watching this going, what's going on with Clay? Because when Steph was out, he was lights out. When Steph was playing earlier on, he was playing a little bit better. But now that Steph and Poole are both there, he's really just kind of deteriorated as a player.
Go ahead, JD.
It's harder for Clay to fit his game in a box where he is only going to take 15 shots and be effective. Like, I think Clay kind of needs to know he can take 22, 23, 24 shots if he wants to on a given night. And I think when one of those guys are out, he knows he can just do it. And there's still nights where he makes a bunch of shots, and and if he makes them and they're finding him, he'll take more and have big games. But it's just, he seems just more out of rhythm. Like, it's just like am I going to be super aggressive, Clay, tonight? Am I not? Steph's got to do his thing. Like, there's something to that. What'd you think I was going to say? Because I don't think I said what you thought I was going to say.
Well, I mean, to me, Curry and Poole, they can play okay together. I mean, here's
well, I thought he was talking about Clay.
He was, but he was saying that he said Poole doesn't play well with Curry also.
No, that's not true. Poole does play well with Curry.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Poole has shown he can play okay with Curry. Look, you want to know what it is? It's 3 scorers. They're 3 guys who need to take 20-plus shots. And guess what? More than half of the shots are 3-pointers. So, like that, we're talking about how does 63 shots get divvied up?
Well, Clay can't consistently take 15 or 16 shots and have a big game.
Not anymore.
He used to.
No.
Even now, even though he still has some big game, to me, it comes back to Clay in that he needs to know that nobody's going to keep him from taking his 23. If you know what I mean, even if he's, and so I think there's nights where he gets a little out of whack still. And I mean, we broke it down yesterday as far as a lot of these road, like Clay hasn't really shot it well the last month on the road.
No, not at all.
Like, he's been awesome in every home game pretty much, but on the road, it's like there's a lot of the 7-18 and 3 of 11 from 3, and it hasn't all quite tied together for him in similar ways than it hasn't for the rest of the team.
Matt Steinmetz, John Dickinson with you on a St. Patrick's Day Friday. Warriors versus the Atlanta Hawks. That's at 4:30 right here on 95.7 The Game. Willard and Dibbs, they have Warriors live for you at 3:30, and they're coming in here at 2 o'clock. Well, they'll be in here at 1:48, and we'll be done at 2. And they have Logan Webb, Giants righty, Logan Webb, 2:30.
It's an awesome get.
2:30.
Yeah,
Logan Webb.
Looking forward to that. And also Steph Curry, questionable.
Right.
Still listed as questionable. If we have an update for you on that, we'll pass it along. We're checking that report.
15-9.
Every hour.
Logan Webb goes 15-9 this year. 3.44 ERA. Not bad.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty good. Has he been named the opening day starter yet? Has Kapler done that yet? I don't think he has. It's always a big deal when that.
It is.
Yeah. I'm not being a joker. You thought I was being a Johnny jackass?
Doesn't everybody kind of know who their number one is?
Yeah, but it's still
It's
like
gotta be Logan
Yeah, but it's
Webb.
still official. Like it's still like there still is a day where like they backdated out or whatever. Yeah, and there is still an announcement. Like you know how this goes.
I know, but
like all the reporters go around and. One day, eventually, it's like, so are you ready to?
I got
are you
you.
ready to name your opening day starter
I got
game?
you. Well, and I know
And
I
you'll be
got
like,
you.
Yeah, it's going to be Yankee Stadium,
And I would say-
161st Street and River
I would
Avenue
say,
in the Bronx.
Hey, Gabe, when are you going to make it official that Logan Webb's starting the opener? And he'd be like, well, I don't think we're ready to do that
Okay,
yet.
Mark Willard. Willard says yes. Logan's been announced. So there you go.
He didn't.
He just texted me.
Well, he didn't text me.
Well, so
my point is that we know who's going to start opening day for most teams.
Well, yes, and
That's all.
and obviously he would be, and so I missed that. I usually I would have remembered. Okay, they made it official.
Father Time's in Napa. What's up, Father Time?
Oh, hey guys. Yeah, a little reality with the Warriors.
Sure.
Back in the summertime, we were talking about who they should sign, who they should not sign. I was an advocate for, trading Draymond. Bill Walsh, again, one of the greatest in the Bay Area, always let guys go early rather than late, and that's going to bite the Warriors in the behind. It has. Not to mention punching teammates in the face. The Warriors can't run on the road, and the playoffs, they won a game every time on the road. All I want to say about them is, Steph Curry can play forever. He could, shoot jump shots in the corner, Ray Allen style. Clay, I don't know. Draymond has been okay for the season. But I would ask you guys, I really appreciate your answer, why are the Warriors fans thinking that this thing can last forever? It just never happens. Again, Father Time comes for everybody, and it has come for the Warriors.
Father Time, I'll tell you why, is because they see Steph Curry still a top 5 player at 35, and they believe if you put the right pieces around him, you can still win a title. And I don't disagree with that. Now, I think it's going to be real. I think it's really, 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 really hard to put that team around Steph Curry now. But yeah, that's the thought process.
I think Warriors fans have also been sold that they are like they've got a little bit of a secret sauce.
Gotcha.
That that they're going to do something different than's been done historically.
Yeah.
They're just that good.
You ready? Got a little update
Yeah, I'm
for
ready.
us?
Yeah, little tourney update.
Yes, sir.
Well, tourney update here on 95.7 The Game. Look at some of the scores that are final. A morning action here on a Friday. Michigan State getting it done earlier in the East region as they beat USC 72-62. Xavier, they outlasted Kennesaw State. Come from behind victory by 5, 72-67 the final there. Baylor wins over UC Santa Barbara 74-56, and St. Mary's, the local guys, get the job done 63-51. They knock out VCU. Couple of games in progress currently. 2-seed Marquette in the East, a 14-point lead on Vermont, 58-44. Pitt leading Iowa State. They jumped off to a 19-2 lead. It's now 26-19 in that one. And Creighton and NC State, Creighton by 5 middle of the first half of that one. This tournament update brought to you by Bay Street Emeryville. Join Guru and Gary St. Jean at Bay Street Emeryville Saturday, March 25th, 2 p.m. for food, fun, local heroes, and community support. Visit BayStreetEmeryville.com for more.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, John Dickinson in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. Be here till 2 o'clock. Turn it over to Willard and Dibbs. They got Logan Webb at 2:30. They got Warriors Live at 3:30, and they got tip-off Warriors at Atlanta 4:30.
Yeah, and Steph Curry still questionable for this one with the left thumb soreness that on the 1:30 injury report. So the absolute latest there. Draymond Green out, league suspension. Of course, Iguodala's out with the broken wrist, in addition to Gary Payton II, and Andrew Wiggins still out due to personal reasons. This will be the 14th game that the Warriors will be without Wiggins.
And this update also, Kennesaw State, gutless. They had Xavier beat. By the way, is it Xavier or Xavier?
I think it's Xavier.
Okay, because I know it's Moscow, Idaho, not Moscow. Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Yeah.
You were also
Moscow.
busting my onions about that, like the opening day starter being a thing.
You know what? Why don't we just agree it's a thing for you and it's not for me?
No, it's a thing.
It's
period.
not a thing.
It doesn't have to, but it is commonly viewed as a thing. Like the day that somebody's officially named the opening day starter.
Danny Ozark never had a name Steve Carlton, the opening day starter. We knew it was going to be Carlton Lonborg. We were going to get Larry Christensen on the third day.
He didn't have to, but I guarantee you there was a day where all the reporters gathered around and said, "Hey, is there going to be an opening day starter?" Yeah. Carlton's out there April 1.
Has anybody ever not started their best pitcher for a strategy reason on opening day?
Probably.
Okay, but you don't know offhand.
I mean, I can't remember a specific time. I mean, I'm sure there's probably some team that started an opener on opening day. Reliever.
St. Patrick's Day.
Tuesday, by the way, it was announced. So it was not like, in case you missed it, it was a couple days ago.
St. Patrick's Day today.
I got my green on.
You do have your green on.
Yeah.
I was thinking, and we were talking about this earlier. You've never been to Savannah, Georgia. No. One of the...
I've never been outside the Atlanta airport in Georgia.
Okay.
Like, I've been there a few times, but I've never actually left the airport.
I see a couple of my buddies from back easter in Savannah. They go down there for St. Patrick's Day. It's just an unbelievable brouhaha.
Yeah, it's a party.
Apparently,
What is it, number 2?
Number 2 to Boston. That's what I'm hearing.
I had Chicago as number 2.
Well, they do the River Green.
Yeah, apparently, they're number 3.
Yeah, Chicago. Yeah, tell you what. You would talk about an overrated city.
Oh, no. No.
Chi-town.
No, sir.
Is Nahegan still back there? That's why I'm saying it. All right. Little game? We got a little game to play?
It's a quick game.
Who we taking?
Yeah, who are we taking to win the title? You got a grand to bet.
Okay, I got $1,000.
I'm just giving you $1,000.
Okay.
Who are you taking? Denver or the Warriors?
To win it all?
To win the title.
Denver. I'm taking Denver.
Okay.
You?
I would take Denver today.
Okay. That's one team.
Who you taking, Memphis or the Warriors? Warriors. Easy. I'm taking the Warriors. Easily.
Now, why? Because of the job stuff?
Memphis, here's one thing I know.
What about Memphis dismantling the Warriors last game?
That's great. Here's one. It's not who's going to win head to head. It's who you betting your $1,000 on to win the title.
Oh, that's true.
And here's the one thing I know, Steiny. No matter what you think of the Warriors, they're a better bet than the Grizzlies. The Grizzlies ain't winning. They ain't winning squat. That I'm more confident. You're confident about the Warriors not winning it?
No.
The Grizzlies have no shot.
I'd have to take the Warriors there.
No shot. All right, who you taking?
I'd take the Warriors.
Who you taking? Sacramento. They've won 10 of 12 since the All-Star break. Or the Warriors.
I'm taking the Warriors.
I'm taking the Warriors too.
Okay.
How about Phoenix? Right now,
Phoenix.
Durant iffy.
I'm taking Phoenix.
I'd probably
got to take Phoenix.
I'd probably take Phoenix.
All right.
No, probably about it.
Okay.
All right. How about the Clippers? Clippers right now or the Warriors? I'm giving the Warriors. That's another one like Memphis. I know the Clippers ain't winning it. The Warriors are a long shot, but there's a difference between being a long shot and no shot, and the Clippers are a no shot.
I would have to take the Clippers. I'd have to take the Clippers there.
You feel smart money, Clippers.
No,
best version of the Clippers, best version of the Warriors.
I think
best version of the Clippers, best version of the Warriors. Warriors have a better shot, in my mind. Clippers don't have it. They don't have it. They're going to be playing Memphis and Dallas in the well, we could have been something if we'd given a damn about the regular season tournament. Warriors might be in that tournament too, actually.
All right, who else?
Who else?
Lakers.
Who else you taking? Who you taking? Lakers?
Lakers or Warriors to win it all?
You get $1,000. I just gave you cash.
Man.
Ice.
This is going to come back to bite me. Why do I know it? I'd probably have to take the Lakers.
I'd take the Warriors in that. The only two for me are Denver, and even Denver I feel some kind of way about, and Phoenix.
So you think the Warriors are going to the Western Conference Finals, essentially?
No. Again, no. That's not what this is. This is
okay, but if the Warriors were to play, you would bet on the Warriors for every series except Phoenix and Denver.
That's not. I know you're trying to pin me down, but that's not what the conversation was. The question was not, do I think the Warriors are going to beat these teams head to head? It's, will they win the title? Who's a better chance to win the title?
Kind of semantics.
It's not semantics.
Yeah, it is. I'll tell you why it's semantics.
It's not
because
semantics.
I'll tell you why.
Because the Clippers could beat the Warriors in a series, okay?
But you would still pick
pick the Warriors as the team that would have a better shot to win the title.
But you're not going to pick a different team there.
Not on that one.
Okay. Give me an example of where you would pick a different team. In other words,
right now?
In other words, you would pick what? Against the No. There's 4 teams you would pick to beat the Warriors head to head. Denver, Phoenix, Milwaukee, and Boston.
Right now, yes.
Okay.
But, I say right now. I say fully healthy, yes.
Okay.
Right now,
sure,
there's more.
I'm assuming.
Right now, there's more. I'm talking Wiggins. At least Wiggins is back. Peyton, it's kind of like, I know it's funny. I mean, Peyton, for all we know, Peyton's more of a sure thing than Wiggins.
True.
I mean, we don't know that that's not true at this point.
No. All right.
Yeah, see? Yeah. Well, who would you take? All of a sudden, it's 143.
I thought you were talking about in the NCAA tournament. Kennesaw State lost to Xavier. All right. When we come back, we're going to be joined by Mark Willard and Dan Dibley. They'll come in for the changeover. They got Logan Webb at 2:30. Warriors Live 3:30. Warriors tip-off 4:30. And one of the things that I do here at 95.7 The Game when it's 142.50 is I'll milk a few seconds just to stick it to the boss. We'll be right back on 95.7 The Game. Dibley. This is the changeover. And you guys have a
It is weird.
big stuff going on.
I'm not gonna lie. It's weird, Mark.
Yeah, it is. It is. It's like wife swap, but radio version.
Okay. What these gentlemen are referring to
What are you doing over
is
there?
the fact that rather than me,
Oh, thanks, Dibs.
I was just doing Mark Willard a solid.
There
I'm
we
moving
go.
over to the B chair now so that he has a 6-minute break to get situated into the A chair, as opposed to me stay there, and then we cross over, and you've got 1 minute. So people are seeing a side of me that maybe they haven't seen.
First of all, it's the C chair.
It's the giving. It's the giving, Matt
Selfless. I did
Steinmetz.
3
Thank
years
you.
in the C chair.
Selfless.
Thank you.
It's hilarious that you think that it's selfless. It's actually one step closer to the door so that you can be
Gone.
Thank you, Mark.
And
That's
we
great teamwork.
We wonder, why would this happen for the first time on a Friday? It's
yeah.
almost as if maybe your mind and heart and portions of your body are already out of the room.
Shut up the liver.
I've walked
It's a
in
payday
here.
Friday.
I walked in here 4 minutes ago, and you've referred to this as a get out of the city day already 12 times
Yeah.
in the last 4 minutes.
This is
So, no,
unbelievable.
listen,
This is
thank you.
unreal.
No,
I'm
thank
in
you.
the studio. I'm playing. All right, that's the bottom line. I'll never blame injury. How late do you need me here, guys? You want me to talk to Logan Webb? I'll talk to Logan Webb at 2:30.
No,
that's a great tease.
How
Actually,
excited he is about being named the opening day starter
We'll
Tuesday.
take care of Logan, but if you want to do 2:45 to tip off, and,
Yeah,
so I can get
exactly.
myself into a koozie and a cozy before this game starts, I'll take you up on
We
that.
got a Bevmo order that's on the way, so
Right.
we want to make
Right.
sure that everything on the backs of that Marquette win. And you're welcome, everybody who follows me on Twitter. I'm out here giving out winners
Dibs
like
is-
Halloween
yeah.
candy, babe.
Dibs is
Okay.
the Willard
Your
and
boy's
Dibs
in a
show.
little bit of a mini heater.
It's gonna get the Willard and Dibs show is going to get a
But that's-
little kinder and softer.
That's the good kind of heater.
Oh, the best kind of heater, no doubt, no doubt.
Well, and there's nothing better in gambling than grabbing the front end of the parlay.
Oh, so
and
good.
that's right, because then you go into the afternoon action and you're just like, okay,
Well, let's go.
let's boogie, let's boogie. So Purdue, feel free to
and
drop
for the audience,
beat.
we're taking Purdue. We're laying the 23 and lay back and watch the Boilermakers open up a can, boiler up on whoever they're playing. Fairleigh Dickinson.
It's going to be a fairly big blowout.
Uncle Fairleigh.
We used to call them
Thank
fairly
you.
ridiculous.
Exactly, and they will be today. Final score prediction 96-51, by the way. So there you have it.
Wow.
So, speaking of betting,
Sure.
when I took a few days off, even
Which
JD.
time? Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you can say
I got
in
that
the
Friday
chair.
feeling,
So I can just
Steiny.
walk out anytime. Even JD noticed, Steiny, I couldn't help but notice you went on vacation and the Warriors won 5 in a row. The minute you
true.
came back, they lost
It's true.
3 in a row.
That's a 3 for your
Yeah.
JD.
Just busting you.
Yeah.
Dude, and what I said is, why do people think I dislike the Warriors? They won me money on that trip. I bet on the Warriors 3 of those 5 home games.
No, everybody knows you don't dislike the Warriors, but the negativity is like a cloud over the entire organization. That I think that so the thought is it's not your emotion. It's as much as the heebie-jeebies that you clearly put on this basketball team.
I looked at them playing the New Orleans Pelicans 2 weeks ago at Chase Center, and I said, there's no chance the Pelicans win this game. The Warriors were...
And you were right.
Yeah, Warriors.
Yeah.
Right.
Hung around for 3 quarters, and Warriors won by 11.
Well,
They won every game that
real
week
quick,
by 11.
if we can, then
Sure.
for you to give to the audience,
Sure.
because you're a giver. Warriors plus 4.5 tonight in the ATL, coming up on the tail end of a truncated Willard and Dibs performance. What do you think, Steiny? Steinstradamus?
Man.
What's the number?
I'm gonna let you go first.
Warriors are laying 4.5.
Dude,
They're getting 4.5.
Yeah.
Why is the number?
It's
No
a road
Draymond.
game, Mark.
No
I understand
Draymond Green.
that, but
No Draymond.
No
only
Iguodala.
They were only +2 the other night against
Thank
a much
you.
better team.
Who's that?
The Clippers. They were only +2.5 against the Clippers.
They think Draymond matters that much.
Draymond is worth 2 points.
Shout out Buckhead, too.
I would
They got
think
to
so.
Atlanta
Wow, that's
yesterday.
I
I
would
mean, the
think
Buckhead
so.
factor.
Well,
I like the Warriors.
I
like
actually
the
do
Warriors in
too.
the
I
points.
hate the Hawks. I hate the Hawks.
Whoa.
Wow,
I noticed you stopped wearing Hawks gear.
Never.
Is that because of what
Yeah,
they did
they
to
did-
our good friend?
Yeah.
They did him wrong.
Fired him.
Yeah.
Burn it.
Did
Fired
they
him.
fire him or did they kick him upstairs? He didn't get fired.
He doesn't
Whatever he's got to do to keep those checks coming.
He doesn't go into the building anymore.
But
put it
when
that
he
way.
checks
he
his-
doesn't use their weight room anymore.
But what is his direct deposit like?
That hasn't changed.
Okay, thank you. So he didn't get fired. You've been fired. I've been fired a bunch of times.
no, it's a severance paycheck, essentially.
Well, he has a job.
No.
And he's talking about Travis Schlenk.
He's
He's
free
former
to-
GM.
He's free to look for another job. He's free to
Right.
move about the country.
Okay.
Ding.
Yeah. So
He had a guaranteed contract, is what it is.
Right. So if he wants to think about input, he has to call Grant Liffman first.
He doesn't input anymore.
That's where I'm
That's
at.
for you, JD.
Wow.
There is no input.
Talk about a joke franchise.
There is no input.
I mean,
Hey,
that
maybe
tells you the story.
Hey, maybe Bob Myers takes a year off and
Takes
Schlenk
over-
comes back
takes
to the
over
Warriors.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying that he's going to
I
go to the
thought
Hawks.
you were saying he was going to
Yeah.
team up with Liffman and
Yeah.
run a team.
Yeah.
It's a power combo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, listen, Sam Amick wrote a phenomenal story on what's going on with the Atlanta Hawks.
Yes, he did.
Incredible story. In fact,
That's a tease.
There's some interesting stories in that. But the owner's son in Atlanta is involved.
Yeah. What are you going to do? What are you going to do?
Kirk Lacob and
Yeah, what are you
Kurt
gonna do about
Lacob
it?
And isn't one of the minority owners interested in buying the team from Michael Jordan? I saw that yesterday.
Apparently, yeah. Jordan,
So-
thank goodness. What a joke. Absolute joke, Michael Jordan as an owner.
I love you in the C chair.
I know. Yeah, you're very laid. In fact, actually, it's a little too whimsical. I think we're being a little bit too whimsical about this game that's starting here in 2.5 hours.
No, seriously.
This is a massive,
I know it is.
massive basketball
It's not
game.
3 massives.
No, it is. It is. Dibs, it's a must-win.
I think they all are. Stop it.
No, listen.
You're
listen.
trying to make me angry.
I am.
I'm giving you winners
I know.
like Halloween candy.
I know.
And you're trying to make me angry, Mark.
We
You
can't.
won't like me when I'm angry.
We can't turn this show into milk and cookies. We can't do that.
It's not a must-win.
It's not a must-win.
It's a big game.
The Warriors could be back to 500 in 36 hours. They could be 0-3 on a 5-game road trip.
Oh, boy.
They could be in the play-in tournament in 36 hours. And they're having to do this without Draymond Green. And Steve Kerr told us yesterday 2 things. A, he has no answer for why they look the way they do on the road, combined with there is no replacement for Draymond Green. I look at this game as 2 things because tomorrow night in Memphis gets real scary if you lose tonight. And so this is of the highest intensity. Put whatever label you want on it. The highest intensity. And I also look at this as an audition of sorts for Jonathan Kuminga. Kuminga has not been a good road player this year. He has been one of those role players who has not looked good on the road. He is a plus defender on a night when Draymond Green is not there and it's a big game and Draymond might opt out and all of those things. This is a show us what you got type of a game for Jonathan
You know
Kuminga.
what? I've just actually changed my mind. But go ahead.
Wait, you want to be back in this chair?
No. On the game
Cue up
tonight.
the Humpty Dance
on
right
the
there.
game
That's an
tonight.
old school
And it's
bit.
also a night where Jonathan Kuminga, you're going to get your 30 to 35 minutes,
right,
as well that you may think you should get every single night. So you better play well. Like I think that it's like, and you know what, Warrior fans have wanted to see more Kuminga, more Kuminga, more Kuminga.
Yeah, here you go.
Here's your more Kuminga. So absolutely, go get it. I still like the Warriors, by the way.
more I think
he's gonna
about
play
it,
well.
I mean, I think that if I had a bet on a team to win, I think the Hawks are going to win the game. The more I think about it, because the Hawks, even though they're not very good, they haven't quit yet, and they score a lot of points at home.
Although tonight would be the kind of game that might make you think they have.
What do you mean?
They don't play well. Like
Right,
tonight might be the kind of game where you said they haven't quit yet. Well, what if tonight's the game that, oh, wow, they've quit?
Oh, well, yeah, I mean, that could
Like,
happen.
there's
but
potential
but
any
also
night with them
Draymond
right
Green.
now.
I mean, the Warriors not having Draymond Green, it's big. I mean, it's big. And Clay is not like, how about this? I cannot bet on the Warriors right now on the road. Like I can't
Exactly.
Like I
I
can't
had that same
continue
discussion with
to
Mark,
lose
yeah.
bets by making I can't. I'd have to do something different.
And the thing that I was thinking about as we were talking about the betting angle of this is, oh God, this feels like an over bet. The over under is 247.5. What they're telling you is that the Hawks are going to win 125 to 122. And I mean, think about that in terms of the modern NBA. It might be a race to 130 tonight in Atlanta.
The Hawks have been at this homestand. This is game 3 of 3. So they've been home for the first 2. They lost them both, and they gave up a total of 270 points in those 2 losses so far on this homestand. They're not playing any defense.
Right.
And we know what the Warriors do on the road, which is not really playing any defense.
Exactly.
So Lawler's new law is first to 135.
Exactly.
First to 135 wins the basketball game. Can the Warriors just outscore them tonight? I mean, that's the one thing.
Lose to Minnesota and somebody else?
Yeah, Boston.
Okay.
So good teams. Well, good team and okay team.
Sure.
But yeah, this is a bad defensive team. So I guess the hope is if the Warriors come out defensively challenged as they are on the road without their best defensive player, maybe they can still outscore the Atlanta Hawks tonight. That kind of game has not worked for them very often so far this year, but you'd think, in theory, that's how this one should play out. Warriors 131 to 125 tonight.
That kind of ball game, yeah.
And 30 for Sadiq Bey.
Exactly.
Well, yeah.
Just because.
Former Warrior.
So 130. The Hawks win 131.
No, the Warriors.
Would you really put a bet on the Warriors on the road?
Probably not, because
No,
I literally
God, no.
I literally said to Dibbs 2 days ago as we were getting ready for the Clipper game, I said I'm done expecting anything. Like I in fact I likened myself to a Men in Black character that has seen the flashy thingy after every Warrior game. Hit me with the flashy thingy, and I'm sitting down and acting like I'm watching them for the first time, because nothing that they did the last time that you saw them ever has anything to do with what they do next. So I have no predictions anymore. None.
Yeah, I just I guess if I'd have to bet tonight, I'd bet on the Warriors because they probably will cover. They'll probably cover.
You've bet on both teams now twice each in the last.
What did it say?
in the
Coming
last
up in
6
8 minutes, Steiny takes a
Yeah.
stand.
Yeah.
Not likely. That sounds like
On his
something
bed.
that I would say.
I don't
Steiny.
Yeah.
I don't have a strong opinion
Well,
on this game.
I'm sitting in
But
this
see,
chair. So
but hold on, like
Steiny, before you make
but
this
I am
point,
incredible. I'm looking forward to the game in an unnatural way. Put it that way.
Before you make this point, repeat after me.
Yeah.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game,
KGMZ,
KGMZ,
FM, and HD1,
and HD1,
San Francisco,
San Fran,
Cisco, always live
always
on
live
the Odyssey app.
on that Odyssey app.
All right.
You really
Download
are.
it. Yes, you are.
Yes, you are.
See, now I don't know
I
if
did
that's
that from memory too.
I don't know if that's Mark saying, "All right, let's run along."
No, it's not.
No.
You guys know my rule here. Stay as long as you want.
Yes, it's the Mark rule.
Except for when Logan gets here, then you can go.
Well, seriously, JD and I are talking. We know it's St. Patrick's Day, but it's also
Yeah.
you really want to be in the city at 5:50. Oh boy, now I got to
No.
keep the car
No.
here.
let's ask the two guys that are going to. Well,
I took the boat today.
Yeah,
I've been driving in today. I took the ferry to make sure that I get out of the
That's a good
city.
idea.
I actually had an appointment with my tax guy today.
Oh.
A guy who is a friend of a friend. Who, Dana actually turned me on to him, and we were going to meet up today. And he called me yesterday and said, "Dibster," and I'll be fair about the transparency. He is African American, and he said,
Tax guy call you Dibster?
Yeah, he calls me
Okay,
Dibster.
all right, go ahead.
Dibster, I can't come on Friday. It's St. Patty's Day. And I said, what? He's like, Dibster, the roads, they're crazy. And I'm like, I'm Irish. I feel like this is personal here. And he's
Wow.
like, it is, and I don't trust any of you. And so he took a pass on my tax appointment today. So
I'm glad he actually had a reason. Most people who go out on St. Patrick's Day don't even know the reason.
No, he
There's
won't go out today.
Right, but he has a reason. It's not I can't. I thought you were going to say I can't come. It's St. Patty's Day. We're going out to celebrate.
No, it's the other way.
I thought that's what.
He's not going out because of all of the St. Patty's Day celebrants who can't be trusted.
Gotcha.
One, it's a Friday in the city.
True.
And then two, it's also St.
Patrick's Day.
Yeah.
And I got nothing against getting drunk on Cinco de Mayo or St. Patrick's Day. I just ask people to read on Wikipedia first what it is you're going to celebrate, and then turn into a lump on the corner. That's fine.
That's fair.
I always feel like that's how you could. Well, you could keep lines down at the bars if you interviewed people on the way in. I'm an interviewer. I like to ask questions. On your way in, you got to answer a question. If you say it's Mexican Independence Day, go to the back of the line. Try again. And if you get the answer right, then you get a free margarita.
Well, today is Irish Independence Day.
Yes.
As you know.
Of course.
Whatever.
Something.
Listen,
we're celebrating St. Patrick, but you wouldn't know St. Patrick from St. Francis of Assisi.
Yeah, we're celebrating St. Mary's. That's who we're celebrating today.
No, the bottom line is
Looking good at the half.
more
they already won.
important.
Yeah.
It's more
I think they
important
covered, too.
that it simply is a Friday rather than St. Patrick's Day.
Well, Friday. I don't know if you know this. Friday happens every week. I know
that's right.
You're usually not here.
It does. So I'm not going to be beholden to a St. Patrick who I'm going to get mine on anyway.
Yeah, Steiner's just fired up this time next week.
I don't need to get. Okay, fine. Irish Mexican. It's just a Friday, baby. We're going out. I don't know where we're ending up.
He does not discern, and I respect that. I'm normally in Vegas for this, the first 2 days of the tournament.
Right. Yeah, how are you doing, man?
I'm actually jonesing. If it wasn't for all these damn winners I keep picking, I would be super, super mad. But the one thing about being in Vegas on this day is it's an absolute shamrock show. And I say shamrock for a different word because if you go to like anywhere mid-strip or anywhere on the Vegas Strip on this day, St. Patty's Day, it is just an absolute debacle of drunken white people.
How's O'Shea's doing?
O'Shea's is off the charts.
Yeah.
And have you been to the new O'Shea's?
I have. It's not
because it spills out the back now into that new street that they created. It's pretty cool.
And it's part of the link, right? Or it's attached to it.
It all kind of spills out into that.
For me, it's not. And this is just the normal cadence. When something's special to you in your 20s, you go back in your 40s and you're like, it's not as good as it used to be.
Totally.
So it does. I don't know if it's not, but for me, it's not. It's not. It
no,
doesn't
it's
have,
not. It's
does
not
have the same romance that it had 20 years ago.
The young people who go there for the first time to go to O'Shea's with the $1 beers and the $2 craps, it's as good as it was for us.
Oh, man. Do you still get a hat when you get a blackjack?
I think you do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the best.
Yeah. Cost you about $29.95, but.
There's a big soccer tournament this weekend in Vegas, yeah.
Okay. Are you going?
No, your boy's got the house to himself.
Oh, what a win.
Yeah, the rest of the house went, apparently.
Well, I mean, I got a dog and a cat. So
they didn't go to Vegas.
Now, is this a new cat? Because I know one of your cats turned out.
It's an outdoor-indoor that's now becoming more of an indoor.
Because I know you had the one cat, and it was like the cat was gone for a while, and I wasn't sure if.
That cat's dead.
Yeah, okay.
Got raccoon.
Yeah.
I should say plural, raccoons. She went missing for about 2 weeks.
Yeah, I remember that.
So the writing was on the wall.
Whiskers, right?
We found a carcass.
Oh, God.
We did.
I think you took that. You took the story one sentence too far. That's all.
Well, I can take it even further. I got the shovel out. I got the shovel out.
How do you know it was their carcass? Did you do a DNA test?
He did.
Could have been some other cat.
He did.
Got the shovel out.
Whiskers from down the street's missing too.
Got the shovel out. Put the cat in recycling.
Oh, God.
Then
you recycled
later,
your cat?
My partner
Green
took the cat out of the recycling
compost
and buried it. So after it was in the recycling, it was out of my hands. I didn't really care what happened to it.
I like you in this chair over there.
I love him in this chair.
Yeah,
I need him in this chair. When my cat died, and shout out Furby, and this is a long time ago.
Furby
turned up dead in my driveway, and I was like, oh man, Furby. We adopted Furby from the neighbors. The neighbors moved and abandoned this cat. We adopted the cat. 10 months later, the cat dies in my driveway. So I call up Oakland and the pet people, and I said,
animal control or whatever.
Exactly.
Yeah,
the pet people. I've got a dead cat. What do I do? And they said, did it die on your property? I said, yeah. They said, we'll be there in 3 days. I said, wait, what? They said, if the cat dies on the street, we'll be there in 12 hours. Mm-hmm. I said, so you want me, if I want you to come get my cat, I need to take my dead cat and shovel it into the street, and then you'll come up right away?
Well,
and
that would be unfair for you to do. That would be lying.
Well, I didn't say that I did that.
Okay.
So they actually said, yes, if the cat's in the street, we'll be there in 12 hours. And I said, well...
Cat's in the street.
No, but that would be disingenuous.
But I didn't do that. Okay. Turns out they have a drop-off in Oakland, 28th and East 14th, where you can go there and you can shovel your cat.
A mailbox.
I had
it basically is.
What would you all done here? Because I had something that's sort of like kind of related to that. I had a dead deer in the backyard.
Man.
Now, if the deer, and I found this out from the neighbors, like the deer is off your property, the city and animal control, just come get it.
Pet people
on your property, that'll be about $175, and we will come remove it from your backyard. And, the way I am, I'm like, I got a pair of gloves.
No way.
See you later, deer. And then, because the deer had been,
So it's diseased deer, probably.
And the birds had gotten to it. So before I did it, I stopped, and I wrote the check for $175. But
such a good guy.
There's no chance I'm touching that deer.
I didn't touch the deer.
Oh, my God. I wouldn't have come out of the house, even into the backyard until it was removed.
I was like, just leave it. The coyotes will be here tomorrow,
Exactly.
But no.
And the vultures, too.
Exactly.
But
they had already come.
Yeah.
Then you have the horse flies and the maggots. It's not a pretty scene.
It's not pretty. No,
not at all.
It was not. It was
So
not good.
great.
It was not good back there.
From my family on YouTube, okay, Steiny and JD, adios. Drive safely.
Love it. All right.
JD's already half in the car.
And scene.
Nobody ever says, just I didn't mail it in. See you guys.
Okay. Bye-bye. Bye, JD. Something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, here's the deal. I promise you, hereby, I promise you, I'm not going to use the phrase must win.
Thank you.
Because it's not. It's not.
It's not.
Here's one thing I would say from emotional standpoint, though. They better not lose 2 in the next 36 hours. They better not. I'm not, so I won't use whatever phrase you want me to use. You're all lollygagging. I'm listening to the station every day, all day long. Yeah, Atlanta, Trey Young, Grant Liffman. Yo, wake up. 36 hours, play-in tournament, 500 record. Steve Kerr on with us yesterday. I got no answer for why we stink on the road and there's no replacement for Draymond. And I'm sitting here going, hey, wake up. Let's go. Wake up.
You just need a split of these two.
You're right.
You need a split.
But you better do that.
Right.
You better do that. This is, as far as, and maybe it's because it'll be a 4:30 start, the East Coast start right here on 95.7 The Game. This is about as, I don't know what the word is. This is about as
urgent?
angsty. This is about as angsty as I've felt going into a Warrior game so far this year.
Well, and each and every one of these games gets a little bit more angsty, if I can borrow your word, because, as you sit in the 5-6 spot, you might dip to 7, and then it gets even a little bit more angsty in terms of, what must happen. A little bit of
it was Friday. That was too much beer.
Exactly.
What'd you have? A Truly?
What'd you have? About 7 Trulies on the way in? You absolutely need to be in a spot where you're not in the play-in game. And we know that. And if you're the 7, then you get 2 shots in the play-in game. Not a big deal, but you want to be the 6. You want to be the 6 and face Sacramento, ideally. So, this game is a big game.
This is a big deal.
Truly?
Thank you very much. I'd like to. If anybody delivers, can we DoorDash some alcohol? I'm in the mood, We got a shorter show. We're going to take you right up to a very, very big basketball game. We're winning money. March Madness is happening.
And you're welcome.
Hashtag Ken Palm.
Thank you.
Honestly.
Hashtag the system.
I know the boss is here, but whatever. Come on.
Come on,
If
people.
there were alcohol in front of us right now, let's get the weekend started.
Let's do
go.
it. Let's do it.
Let's go. It's
You
that kind of
texted
day.
me about 9:30, and you said,
"What do we got today?"
Yeah, and my immediate response was, "Oh, I think we have Logan Webb at 2:30, and we got Warriors pregame." But before I responded, I'm like, "Oh, I think he's asking me for picks."
How expectant and privileged am I? I'm just
Totally.
sending one text. Hey, Dibs, what am I betting on today?
Right.
Give it to me. What do we got? Okay, great. But it's winning. It's winning. You
Yeah.
said Marquette was your favorite bet of the day.
Yep.
I didn't even hesitate. I read the text straight to the app. Boom. Slap. Bang. They win by what? They win by 17,
More than
18,
10 and a half.
whatever the hell it was.
More than 10 and
So
a half.
then-
yeah.
and then you gave me another one a little bit later. And we rocked that one too.
Fingers crossed.
Let's
We'll hope
parlay
we
this
got-
sucker.
Yeah.
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 And I won't be. The beauty of that. If we split, we split.
Sure.
Which, by the way,
Sure.
would be a great T-shirt for the Warriors this weekend.
Exactly.
If we split, we split.
Agreed.
That's fine.
And it would be, if you're going to split, then lose this one and beat Memphis.
Well,
In
right.
terms of the soul,
Right,
Mark.
but again, I just want to let's go through the visual exercise. This is not me being defeatist or negative. If you lose this basketball game tonight, to me, there is a feeling that starts to move toward that game in Memphis. Or let me think, was it here? Game 6 against Memphis in the playoffs last year. Do you remember? It was here.
It was here, yeah.
And the Warriors were in
Yeah.
the closeout mode. And it was wonky. And they got to the fourth quarter, and they did not have control of the game. And for a moment, it felt like, oh my gosh, this is it. This is where it's going to end. This is the changing of the guard. The Memphis Grizzlies are going to win this game. And game 7 in Memphis, nobody would have liked the Warriors' chances. It was a terrifying quarter of basketball. And then Klay Thompson finally hit a couple three-pointers. They got control. I remember where I was. I was at Oakland Arena on the floor getting ready for Eddie Vedder to take the stage and watching the game on my phone, and I was terrified.
Klay Thompson spoken.
Exactly.
Totally.
And that was it. And the Warriors moved on, and they ended up winning a championship. If they lose tonight, sure, it's not game 6 of the playoffs tomorrow in Memphis, but when you look at the standings, when you add in the Dylan Brooks and Draymond returning from suspension stuff and all that would go into tomorrow night, that would be a terrifying basketball game.
It'd be tough, yeah, but I'm here for it either way, and I know you are too. And I said it to Steve Kerr yesterday when we had him on in our debut interview with Willard and Dibs with Steve Kerr. I said, Steve, thank you for making all these games absolute must-watch, because if they beat Atlanta, I'm still all in on Memphis. If they lose to Atlanta, I'm still all in on Memphis.
Yep.
It's where we are with this team, and this year, all these games matter a ton.
Speaking of Steve Kerr and what he said about the road struggles, here is what he said to us yesterday.
It's inexplicable. If I had the reason, I would let you know. But I don't know what to say. I mean, the Ringer actually wrote a great piece yesterday. You guys should check it out on our road woes, and the shooting differential in percentages for our opponents, home and road, is just unheard of. And you look at all the data, all the shot charts, all that stuff. It just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. I do think there have been some close losses on the road that we really could have closed better, and done a better job finishing games that we didn't, and that's definitely hurt us. But some of it is shooting variability, and it's kind of a weird deal.
Yeah, look, shoulders all the way up after listening to him yesterday. What's going on the road? No clue. How do you replace Draymond? No clue. All right, go get him. Warriors and Hawks tonight.
Hands in the middle.
By the way, some of you are circulating. I want to welcome in our Twitch and YouTube audience. Thank you always for watching there. Hello to the radio audience and those of you using the Xfinity mobile text line. Thank you so much. Willard and Dibs now 2 to 6 here on 95.7 The Game. But some people are batting around the idea on YouTube that they've got some sort of a report that Steph Curry is out tonight. I do not have that report. We do not have that report. And remember that Steve Kerr told us yesterday he absolutely does expect Steph Curry to play tonight. So something would have to go sideways.
Right.
And I've heard that thrown around a lot today that Steph might be out tonight. That would be surprising. if Steph does not play tonight. I think he'll be there.
And the spread is still sitting at 4.5. And if something that you told me, and you're absolutely right about, Mark, Vegas knows before the public knows. So if that game comes off the board, or if the spread goes to Hawks -9, then yeah, that news would be true news. But in the meantime, it still sits at 4.5. And so as of right now, there's nothing that's been corroborated, nothing been confirmed about that news.
Speaking of Steph Curry, I also wanted to say this. If you're one of those who's been listening for a while, just about an hour, maybe an hour and a half ago, Steiny and JD took a caller who, and I thought they had a really interesting discussion today about whether or not the Warriors have done enough for Steph Curry. A caller calls in and goes, look, the Warriors had the right idea. And if you're in a dynasty, you don't have to win it every year. Patriots, Spurs, even the Warriors. You don't win it every year. So the Warriors had the right idea, but they got impatient and they blinked. And the trading of James Wiseman and the benching of Moses Moody and all of that stuff was just a terrible idea by the Golden State Warriors. And as I'm listening to this caller, who had interesting points and was clearly an educated Warrior fan, I thought to myself, you know what is missing from this conversation is how powerful Steph Curry is in this organization. And I think many of us downplay the power of the player in today's sport. So in other words, as we fans go, hey, we're in the middle of a dynasty, and so if we don't win every year, that's okay. My response to said caller would be like, how do you feel like Steph would react to that thought? I know you're turning 35,
right?
But we're not worried about this year.
We'll get him next year.
Steph would have been like, sit down right now in this chair and I'm going to kick you.
Right.
I'm going to kick you in the shins until you realize the urgency of this year. Aaron Rodgers is holding two organizations by the you-know-whats right now in the NFL, and all of them are dancing. I believe Lamar Jackson is going to be the one who ends up with the power in his situation, and it's no different with the Warriors. Steph's got all the juice. This is always and always will be and should be about Steph. So why is Wiseman on the Pistons? Steph.
Exactly.
Why is Moody on the bench? Steph. Why is Anthony Lamb getting more minutes than Jonathan Kuminga? Steph.
Why does DiVincenzo start and not Jordan Poole? Steph.
There you go.
It's all Steph all the time.
And that's the way it should be. We're good. We've won 4 rings. We'll wait for another year. That doesn't jive with him, so that doesn't jive at all.
Do you think that Steph is happy with 4 rings to the extent that he's thinking, you know what? I got 4. I don't even really want to risk it for 5 because I am here for the organization long term. I want to make sure that Wiseman develops and that Kuminga and Moody get all the minutes they want. I'm not really that interested in one for the thumb. I'm here only for the 4 that I've gotten. I'm good, guys. I just want to go out there and dribble and shoot and make my money and not really compete for a title.
2 days ago, did it look like Steph was like, whatever?
Right.
Is that what it looked like?
No, not really. When he put up 50 in a loss?
Right. Like these players, they have a screw loose. We know that. Steph, Brady, Jordan, Tiger, screw loose. Like,
Kobe.
Tiger, you can't walk. Go home. No, I think I'm going to try to win the Masters. I'll
give you 3.
It's like a dog.
It's like, you doing me doing Tiger right there. That was good.
Why are you so intense still? Like, I think the normal human being is in Bora Bora by now if you're Steph.
Or if you're Tiger, exactly
right. Like, especially if you're Tiger. Like, you can't even move. Seems like you've been close.
He's so competitive, he locked his own girlfriend out of their house to break up with her.
The guy
he wanted to win the breakup so badly, he changed the locks.
It's almost as if he's tried to kill himself about 5 times. Like, not purposefully.
Wow.
But he's taken liberties with his life multiple times. But, like, all in the name of what? Right? Just intensity
chasing down Jack.
Golf or whatever. And, like, so, yeah, these people are crazy competitive.
Yes.
And Steph is not okay with, we don't think we're going to win this year.
Well, and add Draymond to that and
Sure.
also Klay Thompson to that because they're all, I think, in the same bucket in terms of competitiveness. They all show it in different ways. Klay Thompson didn't work his way back from 2 career-ending injuries in order to just go out there and run around and shoot jumpers and see if he can average 20 points a game for a team that goes 30 and 52. I don't really care. And Draymond Green, I can't imagine and watching him play Candyland with his children and like the trash talk and, the moves and shoots and ladders and all the rest of it. And sorry, lighting his kids up when he gets a sorry and he's able to move his piece and knock one of his kids out. These are competitive human beings.
That's how they are, man. They do not let the kids win.
They don't know how.
Yeah. I used to get this advice. Get the drip, drip. Here we go. I used to get this advice from Michael Thompson when I was hosting the show with him.
You.
And Clay was just getting drafted by the Warriors. He's coming out of Wazoo. He wasn't even in the NBA yet. And Michael, little guy, Abe, who's now 16, how many years ago would that have been? Whatever. Abe probably like 6.
12, yeah.
Yeah, Abe's 6, 5 years old. And he used to look at me almost with anger in his eyes. Don't you dare let that kid beat you on the basketball court in your front yard. Don't you dare let him win. That is not how you raise our kids and set them up for success. I mean, he's offended by the idea.
Right?
Offended by it.
By the whole idea of letting your kids win.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and
absolutely.
I'm with you. I mean, I never let my kids win, and even when they did finally beat me, and when Keon was able to beat me on the golf course, I did everything I could to prevent it. Noonan. Right. Yeah. That's a two-stroke penalty. I saw you grounded your club in the bunker.
It's all sponsored by Bob's Discount Furniture. We're here for your Warrior phone calls throughout the next hour. And then we're going to have Warrior basketball, 888-957-9570. But how about this for a special treat also coming up next? How about the Giants opening day starter, huh? Logan Webb is going to join us. Yeah, he is. I want to talk about Casey Schmidt, too. Casey Schmidt, everybody's waiting for a homegrown player. I got a prediction about Casey Schmidt. But we're going to talk to Logan. And, yes, we'll talk Giants. We'll talk Sacramento Kings. We'll talk Garoppolo like it's all on the table with the ace and the face of the Giants coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Hi, Little Bob here from...
Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Do you know what I mean?
I do, actually.
All right.
I do.
It's Willard and Dibbs, 2-6 now, 95.7 The Game. Thank you for being with us. We are on a bullet train toward Warrior basketball in Atlanta. Warriors live starting in an hour. But my gosh, have we been waiting for this and excited for this to go live out to spring training in Arizona and hang out for a bit with the opening day starter for the San Francisco Giants, Logan Webb, joining us here on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Logan, how you doing?
I'm doing good. Thanks for having me on, guys.
Yeah, we're so excited about it, and don't you worry. We saw you on the big board at the Raider-Niner game on New Year's Day, and you're a huge Kings fan, and we're going to get to all of that. But let's talk a little Giants baseball first, and I'm really interested in how you see your leadership role this year, and how did that sort of affect your World Baseball Classic decision?
Yeah, I think a lot of conversations that I had with Cap and Andrew Bailey and a bunch of guys are just about it's hard because I'm still a younger guy, so I don't want to I can't step on any toes or anything, but like really trying to just if we want to change some of the stuff we're doing around here, like being a part of that. And I thought it was important to be here. We got a lot of new faces in here and a lot of great dudes, and I just want to be a part of that. And I wanted to see it in spring, and be around the younger guys that we'll probably have come up later this year, and be as much of help as I can for them as well.
And that's great, and I'm sure Giants fans appreciate it. But are you going through any degree of FOMO, fear of missing out, knowing that the USA takes on Venezuela in the quarters tomorrow?
Yes. So when they came to play here at Scottsdale Stadium, I did have a lot of that. I saw them all in the field taking BP. I was watching the game, and I was like, man, that would have been cool to play with those guys and wear that uniform. But, I just think at the end of the day, I wanted to be here with the guys and with the team. And, I don't really regret the decision. Hopefully I have many, I play as long as I can play, and have, maybe some other times where I have the opportunity to play.
Logan, I was just thinking, in the two questions that you've answered so far, if this were a baseball game, you would have had to throw like 13 pitches. So, like, what's your reaction to this pitch clock? How's it going for you?
It's been good. I feel like I already kind of pitched with a little bit of pace. I'm trying to, I'm trying to get ground balls. I'm trying to get up there as fast as I can and make them uncomfortable. So it wasn't too much of a change. It's the thought of having a clock on you. I would say, you just know that there's one, and you kind of see it, right? So then you're looking at that instead of focusing on, the battle at hand, the mano-a-mano, batter versus hitter or batter versus pitcher, and that can take away from it a little bit. But I think the more you do it, the more you just get comfortable with it. It's not, I wouldn't say it was my favorite at first, but honestly, after there's been some WBC games that are like 5 hours long. So sometimes you do need to pick it up a little bit.
Have you thought about the gamesmanship part of it at all, in terms of being in control of the clock and maybe waiting until there's 3 or 2 seconds left and throwing a pitch, or throwing it earlier in the clock? Have you thought about the strategic advantage maybe as a pitcher with the pitch clock?
Yeah. I've seen a lot of guys. I've seen some guys do it. I've thought about how I could kind of take advantage. We're talking about maybe holding it, or going maybe a little bit faster. But I mean, at the end of the day, I just want to have quality pitches, and I feel like if I'm worried about that sort of thing, I might not get that. So we'll see. I'm still messing around with it, but I'll probably be the most boring guy you'll see. I'll probably the same pace every time.
Logan Webb is with us here on 95.7 The Game. Logan, you mentioned it. A lot of new guys this year. It's no secret by now the offseason was topsy-turvy and had some surprises and disappointments. But now that you have your roster and you guys have been around each other for this spring, what are you expecting from your team this year?
Yeah, we have a lot of guys that are just grinders. A lot of really good baseball players that have had really, really, really good seasons. And, that might have been hurt the year before or maybe had a down year. And I think we're excited to just, come out and kind of prove people wrong. And, talking about it, I don't think we're as far off as we maybe thought we were. I think we won 107 right in 21, and last year was just. I think it was more just some other things that played into it. I just, you lose some guys, and had some injuries last year, and we just got to get back to playing just good baseball and doing the little things right. I think sometimes we got away from that last year, and maybe a little complacent. But I'm excited. The guys are excited. I know we got. Some little nagging stuff for some of the guys right now, but I think everyone's going to be healthy, come March 30th. So I'm excited. We got a great group of guys. There's some hitters that I think are just going to have monster years and finally healthy again, and Conforto and Haniger and some of those guys. So I'm excited. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah, March 30th. I don't know if you're busy that day. I don't know if you have any plans, but I believe it's Giants at Yankees. Have you thought about the magnanimity or the actual size of what's ahead with the season opener at Yankee Stadium against Aaron Judge and company?
Yeah. I mean, it's Yankee Stadium. I was actually lucky enough the old stadium got. It was the last year I was there playing in a Little League tournament at Cooperstown. So me and my family went to go see that old stadium, and I don't know when that was, in June or July. It was just some random game, but just being there was something special. You just kind of feel it in the air, and I'm excited to see the new stadium. And it's going to be got a shit ton of family coming and guys and some friends. So there's going to be a lot of webs there to maybe have my back when the Yankee fans are yelling at me.
I love it. And then you'll dot Aaron Judge so that you can let him know how disappointed we all are, right?
Wait, what? What'd you say?
You'll throw one at Aaron.
Do it for me, Logan.
Right? For the Giants fans, you're throwing a little high and tight to Judge, right?
No, I will not.
All right.
Let him know, Logan, how we all feel spurned.
No,
I know.
I was as sad as anybody else when he didn't sign with us, but he's a great dude, and happy for him that he got that that big contract there.
Let us know if you find Arson Judge out there. We're still waiting on him. But Logan Webb with us here, 95.7 The Game. Hey, will you take us through what it was like for you when they showed you up on the big board there in Las Vegas, 49er Raider game, and everyone kind of got excited like there's Logan Webb, and then you got the Raider logo going, and the cheers kind of turned to some boos and jeers. And what was that like for you?
Yeah. So I purposely didn't wear a Raiders jersey that day just because I didn't want to, I didn't want it to be too much, right? I do have I know the Niners fans don't like that I am a Raiders fan, so but I did have the hat on, and just in the moment, Raiders fans. Probably weren't cheering for me as much. They're fans of some other teams. But, I was just in the moment. I kind of pointed at my hat, and then all of a sudden all the Raiders fans got up there. Yeah, let's go. So it was fun. That was funny interacting with fans. And I'm sorry that, that's the team I grew up with.
Yeah, you don't have to apologize. Actually, Mark and I were talking yesterday about how great it is that you are authentic, because we all want each other to be authentic human beings. And Mark was telling me you're a Sacramento Kings fan, which is great. Mark seems to think the Kings are adorable. What would you say to that if somebody would call your Kings this year adorable?
I don't necessarily know what that means.
Well,
I guess
I mean I can explain a little bit. What I mean is by this, and yes, I'm poking a little bit from a Warrior fan perspective. I think the Kings are very, very good this year. But they also have this youthful exuberance, and the fan base seems so shocked and so excited that they're heading to the playoffs. The whole story to me just is, it's cute. The whole thing is just kind of adorable. I'll be honest with you. I don't expect them to go very far in the playoffs. I may well be wrong, but there's a vibe that's so like minor league about the whole thing because it's been so long, Logan.
Ooh. Ooh. I'm not too much of a fan of that.
Yeah. No, I think we had a feeling you might not be.
So one thing I will say is Hunter Pence told me this a couple years ago. He goes, teams that win usually win with grace, right? The Warriors are very much like that. The Kings are like that, right? They don't have, yes, they have that usefulness, but they're not, out there acting like jackasses or think that, they do things right. They score, and then they're going to score a little bit more. So it's fun to watch, and I think I don't think it's adorable. I think they're just pretty damn good.
Thank you.
I get it. No, listen. I agree with you as far as them being classy, doing it the right way. Big Mike Brown fan, big De'Aaron Fox fan, and we'll see. We'll see if they're serious contenders. I'll be proven wrong. Logan, we can't let you go though without first of all Garoppolo. Come on, what do you think?
Yeah, I'm super excited. He's a proven winner. I mean, he wins a lot, and just hopefully he can stay healthy. I think when he's healthy and doing his thing, I think McDaniels will have a good system for him, and I'm excited to see that connection again. I think them two together will be pretty good. So I'm excited. I do, I'm hoping they go after some defense here soon, but
yep.
We'll see. I'm excited to have, I'm not part of the team, but excited to to watch Jimmy in the next couple years, hopefully longer than that if he does really well, and I'm hoping for that.
We love that a big-time professional athlete who has a lot of fans here in this town is also just like a big-time fan, like the rest of us are.
With the
that's why I think,
exactly.
That's why I think you're so relatable, Logan. Which, by the way, is why we'd love to have a little fun with you on the way out the door with something we call the Big Finish, with some fun questions about you. You got a couple more minutes for us here?
Of course.
All right, Big Finish. Logan Webb. Here we go.
Man, very regal.
Very regal.
Very regal.
He is the opening day starter.
Yes,
all right.
he is.
So, Logan, two categories. You just pick one. Do you want to do fun with food or spring is in the air?
Let's go spring is in the air.
Spring is in the air.
Okay.
When you buy your wife flowers, what flowers do you usually get?
Roses.
Every time.
Red, white. What are we going with? Just your classic dozen of reds?
Yeah. I go to the store. I pick out the one I like the most. I think that she'll like the most. She's honestly not a huge fan of flowers. She doesn't like them, but I got to do them every time. Just because that's just the right thing to do,
Yeah, strong, and not just for Valentine's, right? But any other time that it strikes your fancy as well.
Exactly.
That's a good move, actually.
After a long road trip, I would think.
Seriously, after you're gone for 10 games in 3 cities, right. Boom, it's roses. Question number 2 for you, Logan. What's your favorite outdoor activity?
Golf.
We were just hoping you wouldn't say baseball, so I'm glad you said golf.
You any good at golf?
No. I am a 12 handicap. I shoot anywhere from an 85 to 100. I get the shanks quite often.
Yeah.
But I have a good time out there. I think that's the main thing.
I thought baseball pitchers are supposed to be really good at golf. Like what,
Exactly.
remember
What's the deal?
Remember those Braves guys like Maddox and Glavine used to go out there and fire 72.
different times.
Yeah, I guess so.
No, and we love you even more knowing that you're one of us, that you're not great at golf. It makes me, want to be a bigger fan of yours.
Now we're going to have to, you may have answered this last question with your previous answer, so we'll have to take golf off the board. So other than golf, what has been your number one other way to pass the time in Arizona when you're not pitching?
I mean, there's like what I do, or is I'm like,
just like the last 3 weeks. What the heck you been doing with yourself
when you're not golfing and shooting up 100 in Arizona?
I've had honestly, I think every year I got a good group of family and friends that come into town, and there's so many good restaurants and bars and just places to hang out, and I just like hanging out with them. And there's it can be a lot sometimes, but I love it. I love the support I have, and just hanging out with them, and it's beautiful out here. There's so much to do. The hikes are great, even though I'm not a big fan of hiking. But I don't think you can beat this weather. We had not great weather a couple of days ago, but other than that, 70, it's sunny, it's great.
I'm sure you know. Nice. Not been 70 and sunny here where you pitch normally, but
I've seen.
No joke.
Bring your jacket home.
So listen, Logan, give me the over under. I will apologize for my comments about the Kings if they make the Western Conference Finals. We'll have you back on, and I apologize. Or what is the over under for how far they go?
Yes, if they do make the Western Conference Finals.
Okay.
We'll do that.
Okay, perfect.
But
if not, then it was a cute season. Am I right? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Adorable is
I saw they played the Bucks a couple games ago, and Giannis, honestly, I really liked his comments. He said this is a great team, but he did say they're going to be great for a while. Not cute, but great for a while. And it takes time. Right? You don't just show up and win in the playoffs with those guys. And,
exactly.
They could face the Warriors, which obviously you got 4 rings with those guys, and so there's always tough tests, but we'll see. I mean, I think it does take time, right? You can't just. It's hard to do it just every year.
Continuity is huge in the NBA. No doubt about it. Yeah, I feel you totally on that one. Logan, you're such a good sport. Thank you so much for doing it. Go get him in New York, and we'll talk to you again soon.
All right, sounds good, guys. Thanks for having me.
All right, there he is.
Thanks,
good
Logan.
Dude. That's Logan Webb, who now doesn't like me. So that was fun.
Well, that had to come out.
Thanks for putting me on blast.
Well, Sacramento Kings fan, you had to be called to task for your adorable call.
I think we got to turn that into a drop. He was just like, ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
totally.
no, I don't like that.
No, I
don't like that at all.
I don't like that at all. Adorable. But,
listen, I'm going to stand by it.
But if they make the conference finals, then he will come back, and you will have to have your mea culpa. You will have to eat crow.
And that's fine. That's fine. I'd be happy to do that, and I don't want to go down this rabbit hole again, but I wonder if people understand. It's as if you hear me say that, and you think I'm like patting De'Aaron Fox on the head. No.
That's exactly what it sounds
I'm kind
like.
of patting the fans on the head.
Which is even worse.
No, it's not, because you guys have got to understand how adorable your energy is.
Stop. You're digging deeper now. You're digging a deeper hole.
I'm already 6 feet deep, but it doesn't
Grandy,
matter.
get me Logan back, please.
The fan base, remember? Let's show the TNT audience what we're really all about. It's like, oh my God, you guys are so cute. Like, that's all. The energy from the fans. First time in the playoffs in 16 years.
Do you remember the 2010 Giants World Series run?
Yes.
Because it was the exact same thing.
Absolutely.
It was, hey, we're going live here in 5 seconds. Let's show the Major League audience what we're made of.
My man.
Get out your rally rags and make some noise.
I'm not telling anybody they're doing anything wrong. I'm just telling you it's pretty cute.
Yeah, and I'm telling you that when you use those words, it's disrespectful.
We were cute in 2010. The Giants were cute.
But you wouldn't have said that about the Giants.
No, I wouldn't. I was in it.
Exactly.
I was living it.
And if somebody would have called you adorable, you would have been offended.
If somebody calls
That's
themselves
the point.
adorable, that's just weird.
If somebody would have called you as a Giants fan adorable, you would have been pissed off.
I'd have gotten nose to nose with them.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You would have whipped out your rally thong and you would have snapped him right in the face with it. Right. Exactly right. Am I right?
My friend Ashcon is going to come sing to you. You say that again. I tell you what, every time that 2010 comes up, my memory of, because I got stuck next to a Ranger fan, Game 1 tickets, all the high school buddies, we all spilled out, and here we go, man. We're getting tickets. We're going to games 1 and 2. So we go to Game 1, and I was on the end of our group of 7 guys or whatever it was. And right next to me, Ranger fan. Which, that's fine, Ranger fan. But remember Cliff Lee.
He was unhittable.
You couldn't hit Cliff Lee. So my man next to me is just peacocking. And he kept saying before the game started, look, I know you guys are excited, but you can't hit Cliff Lee.
No one can.
You can't hit Cliff Lee.
You should go home now.
And then Lincecum comes out, does that wobbly old act that he had in the first. Remember, he's just walking toward third base, and Rangers are scoring, and it was the most uncomfortable feeling I've ever had in inside a stadium. And then here come the Giants with people like Aaron Rowan and Juan Uribe whacking the ball all over the yard, and I straight lost my voice with how many times I turned to that cat next to me and just kept yelling, "You can't hit Cliff Lee! You just can't hit him!"
Can't.
It's 5-1. It's 6-1. It's 7-1.
Well, it was 2-0 Rangers after 2.
7-2, whatever.
Giants got 2 in the third.
What, they win 11-6?
They got 6 in the 5th.
Oh, you can't hit Cliff Lee.
Oh, Cliffy didn't make it out of that 5th inning, Mark. He didn't survive it.
So good.
I had the best seats in the house for that series.
Oh, did you now?
Behind home plate.
Whoop. I was in the upper tank.
I was also in the upper tank, but in the front row, seated next to the high home cameraman. You know the cameraman that shoots behind?
Yes.
I was in the row that was next to the cameraman. There was 4 seats. We had 5 tickets. It was my ex-wife, my 2 young children, and the Caner, Hurricane Gale. So we were doing the 5 for 4 where you get 2 innings and you get 2 innings and I get 2 innings. And so I was in and out.
We did that in Game 2 where 2 guys had to walk out by the Coke bottle for 2 innings.
Exactly.
And then you could come back and sit down.
No doubt. It was a 5 for 4.
That's so funny.
But, we were directly behind home plate for the 2010 World Series.
Nice work.
And then by 2012, I was working for a different radio station and I was in standing room only. Crazy how that happens.
Well, I tell you what, you actually get seats if you listen to the Odyssey app enough.
Look at you.
And win 2 tickets to the Warriors-Spurs game on March 31st. All you got to do is download the Odyssey app, or you can also listen at 957thegame.com. Very simple. Just listen. That's it. But the longer you listen, the more chances you get to win. As you listen, every hour you get another entry, up to 8 per day. So download the Odyssey app. There is 0 reason to wait. Tickets are courtesy of the Warriors, and as always, go to warriors.com for your tickets now. Okay, coming up next, back to the Dubs. The intensity of this game, in my opinion, underrated. The power of Steph Curry and decisions within this organization, also underrated. We'll get to that and take your phone calls at 888-957-9570. This, from 2 to 6 every weekday, is Willard and Dibs.
Ever since we got Xfinity Mobile,
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, that was a whole lot of fun, huh? Talking to Logan Webb.
Definitely.
That was great. And, we asked him about Jimmy G, and within the second sentence, he's like, I hope he stays healthy. But other than that, super excited. And I don't know if you saw all of the content coming from the Raiders. There's literally a picture that the Raiders tweeted out, and Jimmy's all looking all Jimmy, like he's looking all GQ Jimmy, sitting there with a contract. And right behind him is a big picture of Jimmy in a 49er uniform. And I'm like, the internet,
that's awkward.
The internet can superimpose a jersey in 12 seconds now.
Exactly.
Come on, Raiders. You run around with Niner pictures inside the Raider hallways?
That's no good.
What are you doing?
Yeah, you got to button that up. You got to clean that up, especially when Jimmy G is now a Raider.
He's always going to be a Raiders, and
exactly.
He's loving being a Raiders. So, yeah, that's done. No failed physical. No funny stuff. Apparently, there was a sentence in the contract that somebody didn't like, so they postponed the press conference today, but you can breathe easy. The Jimmy G era actually is official over, and he is the starting quarterback of Logan Webb's Las Vegas Raiders.
No, it's big if true, and that's exciting for the Raiders, and they have a quarterback, and now they have a different quarterback that they can immediately hate when they go 0-1 to start the year, because that's what you do.
Who do they play week one?
I don't even know. The schedule's not out, but once they do lose week one, if they lose week one, Raider fan will immediately turn on Jimmy G.
For sure.
And some people have turned on him already. Like, we don't want the Niner cast off. This guy's no good. And then he starts out 3-0, and it's like, Jimmy G forever.
Well, I mean, Derek Carr to Jimmy G, I don't know that is an upgrade. I think you can have a reasonable conversation about that, and I think make pretty decent points on both sides. It does feel like a lateral move. They do save some money. I'm sure that they're going to do something interesting quarterback-wise in the draft, and so maybe this will have a different feel to it. But I don't know if the Raiders got better. I don't know. I don't know if the Raiders got better.
Yeah, I can't say either way that they did get better. And, one thing Jimmy does better than Derek Carr is he doesn't give the ball to the other team as often. And so if that's what they were looking for, then yeah, they got better.
Or at least he didn't in his former life.
Right.
But Kyle Shanahan's not calling those plays anymore. So I don't know what he's going to look like with the Raiders. His different quarterbacks look different with different surroundings.
Yeah.
So Willard and Dibbs presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Okay. We got 1 hour and 25 minutes here till tip off between the Warriors and the Atlanta Hawks. And as I said earlier, I really feel, I don't know if it's a 4:30 start. I don't know if it's just the fact that people have settled with that the Warriors are not very good on the road, but this spot where they've arrived, the 5/6 seed, and that they keep going back and forth there, that is very, very tenuous, their hold right now.
Yeah.
It is very tenuous. And with 4 more road games to go before they play at Chase Center again, I don't know if we can overstate the importance of the next 36 hours of Warrior basketball. They absolutely cannot go 0-2 in the next 36 hours.
Sure they can.
They cannot.
Sure they can.
I disagree. I don't think they can withstand that. I mean, it doesn't mean the season's over,
right?
But I also don't. I don't think anybody's ever winning anything out of the play-in tournament. It's fun. It creates urgency.
Yeah,
we're gonna sit down. It'll get great ratings.
But if anybody can,
I guess.
If anybody can,
I guess.
If anybody can, Mark, it would be a team that is replete with 4-time champions and a head coach that's won 1/4 of the NBA championships over the course of the last 35 years.
Yeah.
And I'm going to ask Steve about that next time we have Steve Kerr on next week. And I believe he's won 25% of the championships since he came into the league.
What a nut job.
As a player, as a GM, as an assistant coach, and as a head coach, I think he's won like 9 of the last 36.
Is he about my height? What is he, 6'2"?
Yeah, thereabouts.
He's a skinny little guy with spiked hair. And
nice little jumper.
6'2".
Yeah.
And
with the
he
weather.
walked down the street and he's like, that guy's won 1/4 of the last.
Right.
How many? 32?
36. So I think it's 9 to 36. I'd have to Google it. It was 3 in Chicago.
Ridiculous.
And I thought it was 2 in San Antonio and then 4 with the Warriors.
Just insane.
It's,
what a life.
It's ridiculous.
What a life.
The reason why I'm not putting the same urgency on these games, and, I'm not going to miss a minute of it here on 95.7 The Game, Steve Kerr gave us a homework assignment when we talked to him yesterday. He talked about the article in The Ringer. And so I went and I read the article from Zach Cram.
I'm thankful that you did because my dog ate my homework.
Yeah, and this is why you and I are such a good partnership, because you book Logan Webb, I give you NCAA winners, and I do the homework for the two of us.
Yeah, I didn't make you any money with Logan Webb, but
that's fine. Actually, indirectly you did, because that was a great interview, and I'm able to keep my job.
Okay.
The Golden State Warriors have one of the biggest home road splits in NBA history, and thank you to Zach Cram and the article in The Ringer that Steve Kerr mentioned. If you go back since the year 2000, there's only one team that has a worse home road split than the Golden State Warriors, and it's the Philadelphia 76ers in the bubble year in 2020. They were 29-2 at home. They were 10-24 on the road, a difference of 64%.
But what does that mean when they were in the bubble? Weren't all the games played in the same arena?
No, and this actually counts games before the bubble.
Okay.
2020 was the year before the bubble.
Right, before the bubble.
2020, 2021 was the bubble year. 2021 is when we all shut down. So this counts the 2020 games before the bubble. Philly was 29-2 at home before the shutdown of the league.
Got it. But are any of the games in those records that you're talking about, were they either in the bubble or played in front of no fans?
No.
Those were all like regular games?
Yes,
Okay.
because I think that the NBA, the regular season stopped, if I'm not mistaken.
It definitely did for a period of time.
Right,
Yes.
and then they kind of picked it up for a few games in the bubble, and then we went right to the playoffs, is what happened.
Got it.
And it's a little bit of a blank spot for me because the
Totally.
Warriors were not a part of it.
Well, and we had bigger fish to fry.
Yes, but even as a Warrior fan, the Warriors did not go to the bubble.
I know, but if you asked me to remember, I mean, I was doing my show. I was on the air when the Rudy Gobert thing happened. And it was like, everybody go home, just stop. So I remember that, and then my next NBA memory is not much. I think I ended up in Tahoe, and I was watching the Lakers. And somebody won, and I'm like, that doesn't count. And then I went and played golf. Honestly, I can't, seriously, I can't even, you just said it's a little bit of a blank spot, and it's not just because the Warriors weren't there.
Right.
It's just because of the way life was that it's so odd that this was literally, I think, for many of us going to be the thing that it was like the strangest, maybe most memorable, negative experience of our lives.
Yeah.
But there's so much about it I don't remember. I don't remember what the hell was going on in sports at that time.
I do remember that I became a huge fan of German professional soccer in the Bundesliga because that was one of only two things that was still going. There was Korean baseball.
Korean baseball in the middle of the night.
And the Bundesliga.
Yes, you like get up at 4 in the morning and people were hitting baseballs in the Korean League and there were great bat flips and dances before you come to the plate. The Last Dance would come on, and you would watch it immediately when it came out.
And that show about that crazy tiger guy with the
gosh.
woman who killed her husband and fed him to the tigers. Tiger King is what it is,
King.
yes.
I kept
It's more funny when you describe it without naming it.
I kept telling
that one
people,
show about that tiger guy and that crazy lady who killed her husband allegedly.
You know what went through my head was Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, and I'm
Great
like, no.
movie.
I'm like, that's not it.
Great movie.
I kept saying that Tiger King was like spoiled milk. Do you know how people?
Oh, it's so good in your coffee.
Well, but I ended up I never watched it. It's
Get out of here!
I never watched it.
Shame on you.
Except for I feel like I did. I could name the characters. I know the lady who killed the guy. All the stuff. But
Carol Baskin, allegedly.
Allegedly.
Thank you.
I mean, it's curdled milk. Because you know what people do when you pull the milk out of the fridge and you sniff it, and then, you shoot your head back, and then if there's someone else standing there, what do you automatically do?
You make them sniff it.
Smell this. And I was like, no, your head, you just got whiplash firing back. Why do you want me to smell it? It's like you don't need corroboration. It's bad. Pour it out. And I felt like Tiger King was everybody who talked to me was like, oh, God. It's the most awful thing.
You gotta smell this.
It's just terrible. You can't even believe how awful these people are. You gotta watch it.
It's a 4.
Like,
Your analogy is really good.
I don't want to watch it.
No, you have to watch it.
Sounds terrible.
And if you swish the milk around, you might get it just enough to put in your coffee and not get sick.
So gross.
And so you're so right. But anyway, to the Ringer article, all these teams that have a bigger disparity in home road, the 1952 Indianapolis Olympians, the Celtics in 55, all these teams from the 50s. There's the Denver Nuggets in 1989, and then there are these Golden State Warriors.
Crazy.
29-7, 7-26. And the thing that hit me, also from the Ringer article, and thank you, Steve Kerr, for doing the show prep for us, 3-point percentage allowed this year. At home, the Warriors are allowing 32.4% from 3.
Okay.
On the road, 40.7.
Oh, my gosh.
It's an 8.3% difference in home and road. The next closest is the Grizzlies, 4.3% difference. So they're more than doubly worse than the next worst team in terms of home-road split in guarding the 3. So as we watch tonight's game, it might come down to just that thing, Mark. They're giving up 40.7 on the road from 3, 32.4 at home.
I'm glad that you brought those numbers up. I'm glad you did your homework.
Steve Kerr shot him out.
Because, look, in the NBA, it's nothing new that you're better at home. The obvious. It's true in any sport, but it's really, really true in the NBA, I think, more than other sports, more than baseball, more than football, more than hockey. So that's not new. But that kind of disparity is ridiculous and inexplicable. I have no clue how that is possible. So do you play better at home? Sure. People also will use, and I agree with these things, that the role players, they play better at home. I think they're more affected. If you're Steph Curry, you're used to being booed or cheered or getting a lot of attention. If you're Anthony Lamb, I think Chase Center is going to bring some sort of a comfort. They'll get more out of you. Also, when you're on the road, does your cohesion and your chemistry or lack thereof, does that sort of come into play? Yes, because I think that it's the old, hey, when the going gets tough, the tough get going.
Right.
The going gets tough on the road. You get calls going against you. You're getting heckled, all of that. And that's where your togetherness and cohesion really comes to play. So I can look at some of these things and go, I think that's why the Warriors are struggling. They've got really young role players, and I do think they've got a togetherness problem this year. However, none of that should lead to this. It shouldn't be that big of a disparity.
No, it shouldn't be.
It's ridiculous.
And you're echoing Steve Kerr and what he said to us yesterday when Steve Kerr said, I don't know why teams are shooting so much better against us on the road than at home. And I'm going to give you this, Mark. Also from The Ringer, the same article, the corner three, which is the easiest shot in basketball in terms of bang for your buck, they're only allowing a little bit more in terms of corner threes, 25.2% versus 23.9%. The average defender difference, or distance rather, is exactly the same, home and road. The average shot distance they're allowing is exactly the same. The contest rate is exactly the same.
No way.
But the percentage that teams are shooting, the expected percentage is 35.7 on the road, and the actual is 40.7. So teams are shooting 5 percentage points higher on the road than what the expectation would be based on location, frequency, and defender distance.
So do you remember Alex Cobb's season for the Giants last year?
Yeah, it's like Matt Cain's career.
There you go. Everybody said the same thing. If you just take the time to go read the analytics, Alex Cobb actually has had a really good year. And what did his ERA end up being? I don't know.
In the mid-fours, I think, right?
Exactly. It was up there.
Yeah.
And at a period of time earlier in the year, it was really bad. It was like north of 5. But people were like, man, if you just look at the analytics and go through some of the starts, this guy has been plagued by the worst luck. And so the two Giants seasons fit together like a puzzle the last 2 years, where people will say 2 years ago, everything went their way. Last year, nothing went their way. And so 107 wins turns into 81. And if you just go by their actual talent, who are they? Probably somewhere in the middle.
Yeah.
90-win team, 92-win team. I can actually buy that. And that might be what they are this year. We'll find out, even though they're a very, very different team. Are you telling me right now, as we get to late in the season, the Warriors on the road are just unlucky?
It's been more than just unlucky.
Yeah, what else is it? Because they're giving up truckloads of points.
Right.
And it makes us feel like the defense is terrible on the road. But what you just said, if their contest rate is exactly the same home and road,
right?
How are the three-pointers going in at an 8% different rate?
Yeah. And
that's insane.
The expected three-point percentage, home 35.4, road 35.7. Home, the actual is 32.4. So actually 3% better at home. Teams who come in to chase are shooting 3% worse than expected, but 5% better on the road. And one more from The Ringer, and thank you to Zach Cram for this great breakdown and this great article. Proportion of games missed for key Warriors, home versus road. Draymond Green has missed 6% of home games, 18% of road games.
Interesting.
DiVincenzo, the restaurant quality. 6% missed at home, 24% on the road. Klay Thompson, 11% missed at home, 24% on the road. So those three players are missing far more time on the road, and those three are key defenders.
Yes, they are. And Draymond will miss another one again tonight. However, I will also add part of the reason Draymond and Klay's percentages are higher on the road is because they're load management players. And
back-to-backs for Klay. Yeah.
Back-to-backs, that was true at home too. But the point is that their road percentage is going to be higher because more of the games they choose to sit out are road games. But listen, we played for you earlier, and we will again in a little bit what Steve Kerr said about the road struggles. The other thing about tonight that I find to be very interesting is the Draymond Green factor, and how, because it's a big game, because we're getting toward the end of the year, and because we're getting closer and closer to where Draymond Green may opt out from this team, tonight feels a little bit like, I don't want to call it an audition, but it's a little dip your toe in the water. Let's take a test. Let's find out where we are with Jonathan Kuminga in terms of what he can do with 30 minutes. What kind of defense can he play? It doesn't feel optimistic. Listen to what Kerr said to us yesterday as far as how you fill in for Draymond.
There is no making up for Draymond's absence. I mean, you obviously, you have to figure out what lineup combinations make the most sense, and you try to put together the best game plan you can based on your opponent. But Draymond does stuff that nobody else can do. He's a defensive genius. Absolute wizard on that side of the floor, and a lot of stuff that he does, we don't even scheme. He sniffs something out that the opponent is doing, and all of a sudden he blows up the play and we're going back the other way. So Draymond is a once in a generation defensive player. So without him, it's not as simple as just saying, hey, here's what we're going to do. It's really just a collective effort to compete and try to get the job done.
That's all I really want to ask of the Warriors tonight, especially because they are young players. I would love for Poole to be a little bit more aware and a little bit more buttoned up. But Jonathan Kuminga, who also sometimes with that athleticism seems like he's just kind of floating and waiting for the opportunistic fly to the hoop and dunk and whatnot. I just think the Warriors, you gotta come out and go crazy tonight, don't you? With the intensity on the defensive end, I mean, this is 36 hours that really has the opportunity to shape whether or not you're a top 5 seed or not. I truly believe that. 36 hours from now, they're only going to have 10 games left, and they can either be 4 games over 500, or they can be 2 games over 500, or they can be 500. With 2 more road games coming next week, like, this is so freaking pivotal. And don't you have to just, I do not want to sit down tonight and at any point feel like, I fell down by 15, just kind of going through the motions. You got to bring it, don't you?
Are you doing your guru right now? You got to go out there and fight.
I don't want to give them a pep talk.
No, but you're right, Mark.
They've got to win one of these games.
They do.
They have got to win one of these games.
But if they don't, then they're still going to be in mostly the same spot as they are right now.
I'll be here next week.
Of course.
Right? But
yeah, you already said that you're here for the journey and you're not putting too much into any game, this game, the next game, and all the rest of it. And you're right. And if you look at where they are right now in terms of the West, they're a game up on Minnesota and Dallas. They're 2 up on LA and OKC, and they're 2.5 up on Utah and New Orleans. They're a game back of the clip joint, and they're 2 back of Phoenix. So there are 4.5 games right now separating 9 teams in the Western Conference. So of those 9 teams, 3 are going to be in the playoffs, 4 will be in the play-in, and 2 will be on the outside looking in. So if you put odds on where the Warriors would be right now, the odds are good that they would be a playoff team, top 6. The odds are probably almost as good that they'd be in the play-in, but there is a chance that they're on the outside looking in.
Willard and Dibs, presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. I just also have my mind on Monday. Like, all we asked for, realistically, we all agreed last week, and I know that this is a change to the way Warrior fans look at things, because we expect greatness, and we feel like they can win any game. But they go on this 5-game road trip, and you and I agreed that they are in very, very good shape if they just go 2-3.
Right.
But you had to at least go 2-3. You're at Houston on Monday.
That's a win.
If you just win one of these games and you get the game in Houston,
there's your 2-3.
You're just such good shape.
By the way, the Rockets are hot right now.
That's what I mean.
They've won 2 in a row,
but
Marky.
if you don't win,
You better be careful.
Thank you.
If you lose
Kevin Porter Jr.
If you lose these 2 games, Monday becomes terrifying.
Oh, man.
And potentially the night that sends you into a tailspin. I really, I know that all the games, right, they could just rally back and win a bunch of games next week. You're not wrong. But there are moments in a season where on the way in, it just feels like this is a pivot point. This is a fork in the road. You cannot figure things out on the road, but you have done very good work since the All-Star break to pull yourself out of this play-in mess and dance around with the top 5, 6, and it feels like the Warriors should get that. But 36 hours and 2 losses, I feel like, puts all kinds of really bad stuff on the table for the Warriors.
Even 6 hours and 1 loss, because Minnesota plays tonight at Chicago. If Minnesota beats Chicago and Dallas plays the nightcap against the Lakers and Dallas beats the Lakers, well, you are now in a 3-way tie with Minnesota and with Dallas in the Western Conference if you lose to Atlanta.
And you're at Dallas on Wednesday, which is not, that's a winnable game potentially as well. And so I just, God, you go 1-1 in the next 36 hours, I honestly think the Warriors solidify a top 6 seed.
But just win tonight, and then you have a little bit of
right.
breathing room no matter what Minnesota does. And Steve Kerr admitted to us he is scoreboard watching.
Yes.
So after their game, he'll be watching Dallas and the Lakers at 7:30 on NBA TV.
We are sponsored by 5 Hour Energy. We are so glad you're with us, Willard and Dibbs, and now it is time to hightail it into getting you ready for basketball, which is happening 1 hour from now. Warriors in Atlanta for a monster, pivotal game, and Warriors Live starts coming up next with Willard and Dibbs.
Remember college? 5 hours.
with your financial advisor before investing.
Call 800-900-8000.
The Golf Mart.
champions are back to defend their title. And it starts now. This is Warriors Live.
Holy cannoli, this is crazy.
Presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
And the countdown starts now. It's a big one. The Warriors at the Atlanta Hawks in 1 hour. Xfinity Internet, better streaming with our Flex 4K device, voice, remote, and Peacock Premium, all at no extra cost, no strings attached. Here we go, Dibs, again. I'm not doing this to, get anybody all feathered up on this thing.
You don't do that. You're pretty calm normally.
I just think we've reached kind of an interesting crossroads with this Warrior season. Steve Kerr telling us yesterday it's a total head scratcher. The data that you just shared with regard to the way the Warriors play on the road, even if they don't do well on the road in the regular season, but they're somehow able to squeeze their way into the playoffs. This at some point needs to be figured out. You're not going anywhere in the playoffs unless you can beat really good teams on the road. And that stat you had earlier this week, that the Warriors have beaten one team all year on the road that is a top 6 team in the playoff structure right now. An interesting one. They've only, of their 4 remaining road games on this trip, only one of those teams is like that.
Yeah.
That would be the Memphis Grizzlies tomorrow night. So the opportunities are there. This is not high-level competition, but I don't know. I mean, if you're not going to figure it out now, it kind of feels like you're not going to figure it out.
Well, this team has won a playoff game in a playoff series every time they've been in the playoffs going back to the We Believe year. That was the last time that they were in a playoff series and they didn't win a road game. Of course, they beat Dallas as an 8 seed. Dallas was the one. They took on Utah. Famously, Barron dunked on Kirilenko. That series, Mark, was the last time that the Golden State Warriors in the playoffs did not win at least one road game. So you're right in terms of the way this regular season has gone. 7-27 away from home, 1 win against a current playoff team. It's been ghastly. It's been as bad as it used to be when they had Dave Cowens and Brian Winters and they were an 18-win team. They'd be 7-27 on the road, and they would be probably 8-21 at home right now. But this is not that team. So as much as this has been bad, I still am not ready to say that they have to win in the regular season on the road to win in the playoffs on the road.
I mean, I know it's easy to say and pin him down by his words, Draymond Green, when after playing in Memphis about a week and a half ago, he stated, I get technicals when I want to get technicals, and then he gets a technical right before this 2-game stretch, which, again, I find this to be very pivotal. So it's difficult when you're in the heat of the moment, and that's the way Draymond plays, and that's well discussed and well documented. I don't know that you can actually say, Draymond, you're not supposed to get the technical then. You should get the technical like next Tuesday or something like that.
Right.
You can't do that. But I find this to be very ill-timed. This is a very, very, very poor timing. I would have almost rather he got it tonight and miss another chapter in the growing annoyance of Dylan Brooks v. Draymond Green. Did you see Dylan, by the way, last night?
Yeah.
Shoved the cameraman?
Yeah, 2 nights ago, 35 grand he got fined.
That doesn't do anything. That doesn't do anything. Like the Dylan Brooks thing, I don't know what you think. Do you think Dylan Brooks and Draymond Green, as people say, are quote-unquote same guy? Because I don't.
Not at all.
I think Dylan Brooks is Draymond plus.
Dylan Brooks is not half the player that Draymond Green is.
Yeah, he's not as talented, and he also pushes the limits even further. And that's wild to me that got a $35,000 fine. To me, that's way too light. Dylan Brooks' behavior has repeatedly this year been way out of line. I don't care about technical fouls. I don't care if you're an instigator. But Dylan Brooks has repeatedly, starting with what happened to GP2 in the playoffs last year, I just think it's time that the league gets a little bit more heavy-handed with him. They got heavy-handed with his teammate. You listen to what they're doing to John Morant right now, and I get that that's off the court and this is on. But you shoving cameramen to the ground I don't know. Dylan Brooks needs a wake-up call, too, not just his teammate.
Right, and, until he gets a real wake-up call, which I don't think he'll get, especially playing for Memphis, it's not going to happen, but Draymond Green doesn't get a wake-up call, but he gets a timeout, and you get 16 technical fouls in this league, and you sit out. And it's unfortunate that he's sitting out this game, although I'd rather have him sit out this game than have him sit out against Memphis, because he's going to be motivated against Memphis to take on the Grizzlies and whoop that team, hopefully, and, win the season series 3-1 over Memphis with that victory. And a conference win is always worth more than a non-conference win. And I do think that going up against Atlanta, the Warriors should have enough without Draymond Green to still get the win tonight.
That'll be interesting. Again. We played it a little bit ago. Here was Steve Kerr yesterday with us on how you make up for the missing Draymond Green.
There is no making up for Draymond's absence. I mean, you obviously, you have to figure out what lineup combinations make the most sense. And you try to put together the best game plan you can based on your opponent. But Draymond does stuff that nobody else can do. He's a defensive genius, absolute wizard on that side of the floor. And a lot of stuff that he does, we don't even scheme. He sniffs something out that the opponent is doing, and all of a sudden he blows up the play, and we're going back the other way. So Draymond is a once in a generation defensive player. So without him, it's not as simple as just saying, "Hey, here's what we're going to do." It's really just a collective effort to compete and try to get the job done.
My eyes are on Jonathan Kuminga tonight because of this and a few other things as well. Now that he's back healthy, he had that stretch a couple of weeks ago. There were back-to-back home games where it looked like Kuminga was really set to take a step and really become an effective rotational piece that could move the ball forward against the defense and on that end of the floor, stopping the other's offense. And then they took the show on the road, and he looked lost again. And so with no Draymond in there tonight, the pivotal nature of this one and back-to-back road games, I'm going to be giving him some extra eyeballs tonight.
No doubt, and this is a huge game in terms of his future, but also his present because they need him. And I know that Anthony Lamb, having signed an official contract, will be available and he'll be in action. So you'll have 10 players. And I see that Shams Charania tweeted that the Warriors are signing guard Lester Quinones to a 2-way NBA deal. So he replaces Anthony Lamb in that 2-way deal. So I don't know if he'll be available tonight, but right now the Warriors need bodies for this one more than ever before.
In a way, kind of replaces actually Ty Jerome.
Right.
Because Anthony Lamb now is able to play and Quinones is able to play, and Ty Jerome is not able to play. So, actually, be kind of curious to see him, but he's not going to become anything that matters for the Warriors this year. Anthony Lamb will, and Steve wasn't kidding yesterday, right? When I think you asked him about that final roster spot, and this is what he said at about 5:20.
We have one roster spot open, and it's up to the front office to make that decision. I know they're going through their possibilities right now, literally as we speak, and there's no doubt we're going to need to fill that spot because between the injuries and the absences, we're a little thin right now.
I'll say this for Steve: he wasn't lying. He said, literally as we speak, and then you and I got home, and Anthony Lamb was a full-time Warrior.
Yeah, it was a done deal, and that's good for Anthony Lamb. And Ty Jerome might be the odd man out as far as going forward for the rest of the year, but they need bodies, and I would expect Anthony Lamb to immediately be back into that rotation tonight because bodies-wise, they've only got 10 bodies for Atlanta tonight.
Yeah. The defense is going to be the key. Atlanta does not play a lot of it, so the Warriors should not have a huge problem putting up 120 plus. It's a matter of whether or not they can keep Atlanta below 120, 125. If they do, the Warriors should have every chance to win this basketball game. Hey, we'll keep taking your Warrior phone calls throughout Warriors Live here. Willard and Dibbs handling it down here for you. Let's go to Andy in Novato. Hey, Andy, what are you doing?
Hey, guys, how you doing? So listen, I want to establish my bona fides as a fan. Season ticket holder from 84 to 2014. So anything. I mean, I can't be critical. I can't be dissatisfied. From those years to what they accomplished in the last 8 years, I could die and go to heaven. But, I am shocked and appalled at how we can never get any height. And every move we make is always for guards, shorter guys. Lamb, a 6'6" forward. We need height. I would have taken Sadiq Bey straight up for Wiseman. I wouldn't have traded Wiseman. I just don't understand. For instance, last year in the Big Ten, Purdue alternated.
Whoop, I think we lost Andy. Okay, here's one thing I'll say. I'm not going to say that Andy is wrong. The Warriors are a little bit height challenged, and that does create problems sometimes. Here's the other thing, though. Tell me you've been an NBA fan for a long time without telling me that you've been an NBA fan for a long time. In other words, those who scream about height, I think, are actually speaking from a place of tradition rather than needs right now in the NBA. Tell me the team that won a championship in the last 8 or 9 years in the NBA, and the reason they won the championship was because of their 7-footer.
Right. Well, Giannis, but he's not your typical 7-footer. And I think height, the new height is length. And if you look at Giannis Antetokounmpo and his height is an incredible part of who he is as a player, but he plays like a 2-guard or like a small forward. And the fact that he's 7 foot, yes, it's a huge advantage, but he's not your traditional back to the basket big like Andy was talking about and like most people associate with size. Because size matters, as Bob Fitzgerald famously said on this very station. But if you have size and you have Kevin Durant, size matters. If you have size
matters.
Thank you. And you have Nikola Jokic, yes, size matters because he's 6'10", 280 or however big he is, and his size matters, but it's not the end-all, be-all in the association.
No, I think the Warriors would be well-served to have a little bit more height and a little bit more on the interior, but to me, it's not the thing. You know, you mentioned Nikola. You say, they got Nikola Jokic. Right, and they get eliminated in the playoffs every year. They get eliminated in the playoffs with Nikola. Nikola wins the MVP, and then the Denver Nuggets go home. It happens every year. The Toronto Raptors won a title. Who do you think of when I say the Raptors? Nobody in this town could even name
AJ Anunoby.
Yeah, nobody could even name anybody 7 feet on the Raptors. You mentioned Giannis. The Lakers have the bubble championship. All 4 Golden State Warrior titles. Anything else that's happened in the last decade, it's never based on, oh boy, they got you because of all that, the beef in the middle.
Yeah,
like even
Hakeem the beat.
I love Robert Williams. I love that young player for the Celtics last year, and he was a problem for the Warriors, and I know he's a little hurt, but they neutralized him. They neutralized him with no height. So NBA's just not like that anymore. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. It's just not a necessity like it used to be.
It's not the necessity. If you have it, then absolutely you're loving it. And Giannis is a perfect example because if he was 6'5", he would be Jason Tatum, but he's 7 feet tall with a 7'5" wingspan, and so he's Giannis, and he's the best player in the association. And Phoenix with Kevin Durant, he's got size, and by the way, they have DeAndre Ayton as well. So size actually might be a big reason why Phoenix goes on a run. If Phoenix does win, you can look at their size and say that's a big factor.
Right, but when people bring up names like KD or Giannis or even Anthony Davis, that's not what you're talking about when you're like, the Warriors need height. I mean, those guys spend at least half their time out by the 3-point line. I feel terrible for Laker fans when I watch Anthony Davis try to shoot a 3. It's like I wish he would play more like a big man, but he doesn't. So I don't take that. Those players are not what you're talking about when you call in and say the Warriors have an interior height problem because those guys don't. I mean, sometimes defensively they're in there, but those guys don't play in there. Not in the same way, not in a traditional sense. All right, time for the injury report. Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. For more info, visit boxerlaw.com. Warrior Injury Report is actually filled with a bunch of guys who aren't injured, starting with Andrew Wiggins, who is out for personal reasons. And also Draymond Green, who, as you know, is on league suspension tonight. Andre Iguodala is undergoing surgery, left wrist fracture, and then GP2 has that adductor situation and is going to be reevaluated middle of next week. Kevon Looney is probable with lower back soreness, and then the other one that everyone has been thinking about all day is, of course, the great Steph Curry. Left thumb soreness was listed as questionable. However, Steve Kerr put our minds at ease yesterday afternoon.
I expect him to play, but he did get banged up last night, and so he's on the injury report. Our training staff will make sure he's okay. But I think a lot of this stuff is just protocol. If somebody is injured, you have to report it, and so we list him as questionable, but I think he's likely to play.
Okay, so I love it. We list him as questionable because, we have to follow the rules.
We have to, exactly.
Steph Curry's playing tonight. Don't you worry about that.
Right, and I'm combing the internet right now to see any update to the contrary, and I'm not seeing anything to the contrary, so Steph Curry looks like he's going to be able to give it a go. And I saw a video of Kevon Looney going through his warm-up paces. So Kevon Looney looks to be able to fight through that low back soreness. And Kevon Looney with the second longest consecutive game streak right now in the association.
Hawks have a very small injury list and no one that's going to really make you jump out of your seat. Jalen Johnson is out of this game with left hamstring tightness. Getting you ready for Warriors and Hawks. Xfinity Internet, better streaming with our Flex 4K device, voice remote, and Peacock Premium, all at no extra cost, no strings attached. I mentioned Kuminga earlier, and I'm going to bring him over to our Take It to the Bank prediction, which is sponsored by Fremont Bank, turning family-owned businesses into household names. I'm going to say it right now. My Take It to the Bank prediction is that Jonathan Kuminga goes for north of 15 points tonight. He's going to go for north of, say, 6.5 rebounds. I got him for a minimum of 15 and 7 tonight. He has got to play a really significant role on both ends of the floor. I'm expecting, I might be wrong, maybe Lamb's going to get him, but I'm expecting somewhere in the neighborhood, 27 to 30 minutes for Kuminga tonight. And if he plays really well, I think the Warriors can come out of this with a win.
I like that prediction, and I'm going to see your prediction and come with my own prediction and say that Steph Curry and Trae Young will combine to have an interstate game, Mark. More than 80 points. Trae Young and Steph Curry will combine for 80 or more. If you are a betting individual and you like to bet, the over-under is 248, Mark. And with Atlanta favored by 4.5, what they're telling you is 124 to 121, 126 to 122.
Yeah, something like that.
That's the kind of number you're looking at. Steph and Trae combined north of 80. It's an interstate game.
Jeez. I mean, all right. So what are their over-unders as individuals? Have you looked that up?
You got to Google it.
Yeah.
I can tell you if you can vamp for a moment.
I'm going to take a few minutes and see if you can find that. I'm curious because that's a huge number. Steph's on a heater. I don't know if it goes night to night, but we know he put up 50 in the last game.
Right.
And I do think there are going to be at least moments in this basketball game where it's going to have to feel like a Sacramento Kings game. Logan
Adorable.
Webb. Well, Logan Webb said it to us earlier. They try to outscore you. It's part of the reason that so many of us don't think the Kings can do a whole lot in the playoffs this year because their style usually, traditionally, doesn't translate to the playoffs. Can you do it a few times? Sure. Can you beat good teams 4 different times with that style? I have my doubts, but I do think you're right that the game tonight is going to feel a little bit like that, at least in spurts, because it's not just the Warrior defense that has struggled so much on the road. The Hawks are a bad defensive team, and recently they've been even worse. They've been giving up north of 130 in every game so far on this homestand. So, yeah, the Warriors are going to have to hit periods of we're just going to outscore you. It looked like Steph was trying to do that by himself the other night, and it wasn't enough.
Right.
But that was a higher level of competition.
It was kind of, a higher level of competition.
Clippers are better than the Hawks.
Yes, and it was a road game, and JT Luke and the great producer just telling me that Steph's over-under is 29.5. Trae Young is 27.5. So 57 combined is what Vegas is saying where the number should be.
Your 80 is hot.
My 80 is super hot. You asked for a take it to the bank prediction,
Can I,
and you know I love Fremont Bank.
Okay, can I change my take it to the bank prediction? Am I allowed to? All right,
yes.
Here it is.
You got to read the sponsor again.
3, 2.
Thank you.
Here's my take it to the bank prediction here on Warriors Live. Dibs will be wrong. There it is. That's my take it to the bank prediction right here on 95.7
That's pure cowardice.
Yeah,
I'll take the not under. Sponsored by Fremont Bank.
I'll take the under on 80 points between
combined.
Steph and Trey.
Yeah.
I'll take the under.
Of course you will.
How much do you want to bet?
Stop it.
What?
Just take the money I've already made you.
That's what I'm doing.
Thank me and go about your business for the
thank
weekend.
you if Purdue wins by 24, okay?
I've given you 4 of 5 winners, by the way.
No, you're giving me 3 or 4.
You turned your back on Lafayette, and that's a you problem.
I did.
That was a slam dunk. Easy.
You were right.
That was an Ottoman game last night.
Yeah, but that was bad juju. Because I got Tennessee in the Final Four.
But that's a you problem. I told you that Tennessee would win, but Lafayette would cover.
Right. I'm not
but
saying
you don't listen to me.
Listen. I'm not saying it's not my problem, but I rejected your pick, therefore it's not on the board. But yes, you've been doing great.
Yeah, it counts.
You're wrong this time, though.
Okay, we'll see. 80 is aggressive.
That's
I admit that 80 is a little bit hot.
Good Lord.
I agree. But I do think that this game is going to be Lawler's Law 2.0, first one to 130. This one feels like 130 might not be enough tonight.
It might not. I hope nobody gets to 130. For the Warriors' sake, that's how it should be.
Right.
You should not get to 130. The Hawks, you should never give up 130. And if the Warriors get to 130, it's because their pace is too high and they're trying to outscore the Hawks.
So high.
I don't want them to do that either. Give me 125 to 119 Golden State Warriors.
138, 133 in overtime. Warriors win, and I can't wait to see you on Monday.
That's a little bit too much.
I know. Too hot.
All right. Good stuff, my friend. Have an awesome weekend. Here come the Warriors and the Hawks right here on the home of the Warriors, 95.7 The Game. So head out to Atlanta to let the guys take it live from here. Enjoy your weekend from Willard and Dibbs. Warriors and Hawks coming up next.
Is your tub worn out, but you're not sure who to trust to replace it? With over 2 million successful bath remodels, people trust Bathfitter because we know how to do it right. We've been custom designing and manufacturing baths for over 35 years. Our unique